But that's if you're a human being. If you're a human being and you have a very you know narrow sensors that you can sense light, but you could sense all wavelengths of light. So if you had some sort of antenna that could sense every wavelength of light, then there would be no you know coherent or
Okay,
non-coherent
so is there any
light.
medium where we sense no electromagnetic frequencies? Where we
Well, I
sense
mean,
no
so
wavelengths?
there's this the CMB that exists in almost all locations. So uh, other than that, though, it would just be whatever light was emitted and transferred there.
Yeah, but the CMB detects something. You're basically talking about a place where nothing is detected to prove that there is no light.
The CMB is practically everywhere, so uh, you'd have to
You're
take
gonna
away
get
that.
wrecked by the
CMB
CMB
is
when this is
cosmic
over.
microwave background. It's talking about electromagnetic frequencies being detected. When you're saying that there's nothing there, that light isn't there, and then light is propagating where none was before, not that it was like incoherent and now coherent. You're basically saying that the medium was void of electromagnetic frequencies before.
No, I'm saying that. Okay, so the CMB is one wavelength of light. You could then have like fucking all sorts of, like, you have like white light, gamma rays, X rays, you can put them all in that same place, and they're not going to draw from that CMB. They're just all going to you're adding to the light that's in that location. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the CMB. Any other light that is being created it's not it's not at all by virtue of the CMB. The CMB just happens to already be there.
And I
Maybe there's
would say,
another wavelength of light that you didn't measure.
Do what?
So maybe there's another wavelength of light that you didn't measure. That's that you couldn't measure for whatever reason, and it's being made coherent and measurable after the disturbance.
Yeah, but we can measure we can measure different wavelengths and stuff. So it's like with we have all sorts of sensors and stuff. So it's not like there's like some mysterious wavelength that we haven't yet come across or something.
So you're saying because the wavelength still exists, that it couldn't have been that the light was, excited or what have you, that like the latent light there was excited and turned into visible, coherent light.
Right? Yeah. The CMB has nothing to do with any visible or any other light at all. It's just they can co-inhabit the same space, but but it's not drawing from the CMB. Like the CMB is not giving anything to any light that's emitted there. I don't know how to say it.
I'm not sure I agree with that principle. That like it has to be taken away or something like that for it to have caused it. I'm not sure I agree with that.
No, it's not at all related to what I'm saying. It's not it has no at all relationship to it. Like, it doesn't do anything to it. I mean, it doesn't cause it to come about. It doesn't require the CMB. It's just
no, but
maybe
maybe
already
the
there.
CMB's presence there is the necessary antecedent, and then with some stimulus or whatever, it happens that you can see this light, right? Maybe it doesn't cause it, but it's the necessary like ingredient for it to happen in the first place. You get what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. The problem is
when you're done with this, can you?
I have a hard time entertaining that because there's no reason for that, because we understand that how light is emitted, and it doesn't come about from light. So it's not like light is going to create light. So
here's an experiment that can be done. If you can remove all, if you can't do that, then it's an unfalsifiable claim. But if you can remove all non-visible light, which means everything from X-rays to electromagnetic, to radio waves, to remove all of that from a space, and then shoot light through it, a visible light through it, then that would show, if it does not propagate through the void of nothing, then you would know that's the medium. But if it does propagate through that without either one of any of those things, then that would be proof for it to me. That would be a good experiment to do to show whether if Whitsitt or Dyslow are correct.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, do we have any medium that has no electromagnetic frequencies? But even if we did that, there would be another option, which is that the tools that we have can't measure all wavelengths. Maybe there's a certain wavelength of light that can't be measured. So,
That's fine.
probabilistically, I would say that it's probably that, the light doesn't require, or there's no light inherently in the medium that gets excited, and you're actually propagating new light, as it were. But it is possible that we have a limitation in terms of our equipment.
Right, and I think right now, as of right now, them saying that light, you're just exciting the non-visible light to create visible light, is an unfalsifiable claim, because if you can't remove it to show that that's true, then it's just a claim without evidence. But I would make more of an argument, because I think there is, for light to propagate through, it has to propagate through something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I do have a problem when light travels through a vacuum and you say there's nothing there. I'm going well, if it is a wave, which it means it's not a particle, but it's some kind of propagation or wave, that means what is propagating? Like in the water, you can say the water's propagating. But if you say there's nothing propagating,
Paul,
yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you that it's an unfalsifiable claim, but I wouldn't put the claim on those people that are saying that this light is there to begin with and it's being excited and stuff like that. I would say that's shifting the burden of proof. I would say the first claim is that this is new light that's not dependent on it, because everything we know about waves is that the medium is there, it exists, and it's being excited, or there's a perturbation in the medium or a propagation or something like that. So I would say the burden of proof is on those that claim that light doesn't isn't inherent in the medium to begin with, and it's just new light being brought in and stuff like that. But it still remains an unfalsifiable claim until we can remove it.
Right, until you remove the medium or remove the means for which it's supposed to be carried through, it's unfalsifiable. And even though right now we can't detect the medium for which light propagates, doesn't mean that it's not one there either. So there could be a medium through what light which propagates, and it may not be the non-visible light. It may be the quantum field. It may be ether. But it's an unfalsifiable claim at this point because you can do nothing about it at the moment.
Those might all be different words for the same thing.
Exactly right, and that's if you've heard me in here lately in the last year or so. That's what I've been saying. I wonder if the quantum field, ether are virtually the same thing. Because when you start talking about fields, it's a non-physical entity that seems to create things and particles that seem to come out of it. And that seems like what the etherists are saying. It's the same kind of thing. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but there are parts of it, like you look at the CMB data, there's cold regions, and there's areas with less energy there. So you could almost describe those photons as not like the light not existing at every single position, I guess, because there'd be more scarce there.
Not necessarily, because that's the excited stuff that you're picking up on, right? It's possible that you're still not measuring the latent, incoherent light that has no register.
Well, that doesn't make sense. So again, the only light we pick up is the light that reaches us. So the light, the CMB, just happens to always reach us because it was the first light that ever existed, and it existed.
I know, but you shouldn't assume that that's the only light that's there.
No, but and it's not claimed that's the only light that's there. When the light reaches us, we sense it, and there's not only just CMB sensors. There's all sorts of sensors. You know what I mean? So it's like if there were some exotic light, which I don't even know. Light just has wavelengths and frequencies. So you just need.
I know, but you're saying in the CMB there's hot spots and cold spots where there's you get more, you perceive more microwave, radiation versus other places, right? But in those
got more energy.
cold spots, Yeah, and there's those cold spots where I wouldn't say energy, but in any case, light. It's light, right? In those cold spots where there's less light, it's possible that there's a like an incoherent light that we can't see, a non-visible light. You can't just assume that there is none.
But the CMB is non-visible light. So I mean,
No, but we make it visible when we like process it in the way that we do, right?
yeah, we sense it. That's what I'm saying. Gamma rays to radio waves, all of that is non-visible, and there's sensors for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
like,
these sensors take this non-visible light and they convert it into like a physical image, right? A visible image. They convert it into visible light, basically. But maybe in the cold spots, there's light there that's non-visible, that remain non-visible, that we didn't convert, that we didn't sense or convert. You can't just assume that we converted everything, because maybe we didn't.
I don't understand how that makes sense. How is that light then? Like, how's that How's that electromagnetic wave? I just don't get it.
Light. It's light if it's in an electromagnetic frequency.
Yeah, I know,
It doesn't
but
need to be visible.
I know, but none of it's visible. Like, none of it's visible, but all of it is sensible. Because I mean, it all has the same properties of
So
frequency,
are you holding
wavelength.
that? Sorry, are you holding that in the CMB, in those cold spots, there's zero light?
No, I'm not saying there's zero light there, but there is less. There's less energy there, and so you could describe it as there being more scarce, like sparse photons. But I don't even know
Okay,
if I
so
would
there's
say
less
that.
light, not zero.
Yeah, but I'm not. Again, I'm not sure if I would say that. All I know is that it's less energy. But yeah, I don't know.
All we know is that it's less light. Energy is a different concept altogether. But anyways,
Well, no, when they measure it by the temperature.
yeah. So that's heat. But anyways, like,
Right.
Energy is a can of worms, onto itself. But yeah, like what Paul said remains true, which is like it will be unfalsifiable until we can actually confirm that this medium has no electromagnetic frequency whatsoever. So if there's less, that doesn't really help us.
Yeah, but it's not unfalsifiable. See, it'd be unfalsifiable if we knew nothing about anything. But because we already know what light is, it's not entertain. It's not something that would be entertained because we know that light doesn't come from CMB. You know what I mean? Like, we know what light comes from. We can actually see
I'm not saying.
exchange. Like, we create things where there's electrons, and then electrons give energy or lose energy and make photons, and those photons are then, they're gone completely because they're absorbed by the electron somewhere else, and there's no CMB that is in that exchange. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, no, I never once said, and this is why I asked you, like, are you assuming that like that microwave radiation is all that exists there? Because it seems like you're saying that that's what's required for the light to show, but that's not the case. That's just the light that we sensed and converted into visible light so we could see it, right? That doesn't mean that there's no other lights there.
but I guess
We don't need CMB. It's just that's the one
Yeah, but-
that we sensed and visualized.
But what other kind of light would there be if all light is sensible, like all wavelengths? Depending if you have a sensor for gamma rays or radio waves or anything in between. But what other light would be there that we wouldn't know how to sense? That's what I don't get.
No, I'm sure they could do it like a different background with like gamma rays instead of microwaves. Like I'm sure they could do it with other wavelengths. That's not the point. The point is there's always wavelengths there, right? We don't have any kind of example where there's a medium of no wavelengths. Because if that was the case, then we could say yes, there's like it wasn't just an induction or a disturbance of this latent light that existed that was non-visible. That it's new light that is visible or what have you, that's always kind of introduced into a medium.
That's the other thing, though. Is like I said, when light is created or when light exists there in the CMB is still there. So it's like there doesn't draw from it, or
because we're not removing it, we're just sensing it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like it has no like if it had some relationship with the like some new light that was created, like a flashlight that got turned on or something. You would think that something about the CMB would change, like there would be less energy or something, but there's
Not
nothing different. It's
necessarily.
like
Like, that's like saying, just because we saw a wave of water, now that the volume of water is less, or something. It doesn't really make sense to link the two.
Well, I agree. It doesn't make sense to link the two. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is that we shouldn't link C and B that has nothing to do with where light comes from. I mean, that's the whole point. The C and B in itself, that would, the whole thing would have to be thrown out, because the C and B is the first creation of light from matter. So the matter had to create
I don't know
light.
about that.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, this is the problem: is that there's things being used, mechanisms being used, where it's not even agreed upon the definition for that mechanism. So it's like, it's hard to entertain these things because there's no, you know, there's no value.
Do we have a solid theory of light?
Yeah.
Like, which is the theory? Which one? Corpuscular, wave? Which one is it?
No. Light.
What?
Light is the energy. It's the energy exchange between electrons.
Oh, who wrote? I'm just wondering, like, who wrote this theory so I could look more into it.
Einstein's got the Nobel Prize in 1921 for the photoelectric effect. Look in there and.
Yo, Kosha, what if I said light is not the energy exchange, it's heat exchange?
I'd say that's slightly confusing.
Can you have light without heat?
Well, I mean, heat is like a exchange of energy.
But can you have light without heat?
I mean, like I said, light is energy. Heat is like is energy. So you're just exchanging the words, I guess.
So you're saying light and heat are interchangeable?
I wouldn't say that in all cases, but if somebody used them interchangeably, I wouldn't split hairs.
When you have heat without light, first off, can you have heat without light?
Doesn't most heat show up at least as infrared? Most
so
heat.
all heat is light then. It's either going to be infrared or it's going to be.
Well, heat is energy. Let me think.
Energy doesn't truly exist. Energy is our conception of how we understand it, how we transfer between these different, forms, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, in reality, heat and light are the same thing.
Well, that's why I said that a light is the energy exchange between electrons, which is just like, it's like electrons communicating their energy, basically.
Okay,
so
what's heat?
Like I said, it's a amount of energy. It's like a measure of energy.
So light is the energy exchange of electrons, and heat is the energy exchange of electrons.
Well,
Nope.
I wouldn't say that second part, but you could.
Think about it.
I just actually thought of a definition of energy that would work. It seemed like it would work. Tell me if I'm wrong. Basically, it's movement, right? It's like movement of heat or heat from hot to cold, or cold to hot, whatever. Movement of, like, even in his definition of what a photon is, even a wave has energy, but it's a movement through a medium of some kind. So, in a sense,
moving,
energy
though?
is, well, anything. Like, I'm moving. Of course, potential energy is not necessarily movement. So
Right,
I guess
exactly.
But try
Because
to
you can have
define
innate energy.
Yeah, try to define energy without using the word energy, though. What's moving?
You can't.
Energy
The ability to do
movement
work.
of what?
Right. That's the physics definition.
No, but Paul, I'm asking you, though. You said energy is
Oh.
movement of blank. Movement of what?
Movement of particles through a medium, movement of my arm. I mean, that's the way I was thinking of it. Then you do have potential energy, which is something where energy is stored. You know what I mean? Like even chemical energy it's stored potential energy. like a battery or a chemical reaction.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you. I would tweak your definition a little bit. I would say the catch-all word for all of that would be pressure. I would say energy is not just the movement. I would say the differential. It's the movement, the convention. The key part of this is convention, because energy doesn't actually exist. It's just our way of communicating it. Just like with time. Time is the measure of movement, right? And energy is the measure of the convention of this measure of pressure transfer, pressure mediation. Because everything that you're talking about, particles and you moving your arm, everything, that's all pressure. Going from mechanical pressure to electrical pressure to heat, all of those are just different forms of pressure.
I mean, I can see that to a certain extent. I mean, I think it is like even my own definition becomes problematic, and that one I think would become problematic too. But like if you take it, like I walk through the progression, like energy is the ability to do work. What is work? Well, work is force over distance. So distance is a something like even in this propagation, right? You have a movement, in a sense, like, or something's moved a distance, like the wave has moved a distance. It went from being still water, and then the wave occurred, which means that wave propagation moved a distance. It went from one baseline to another. That makes it not baseline, moved out of its position to another position, so to speak, which is a movement, or force over distance kind of thing. So, and then yours, I guess, was similar because you do need some differential to cause something to move. A differential has to occur, right? And something had to create that differential. So what caused it? What caused the differential pressure? Which leads into my God argument, is who was the prime mover? Who moved the first thing? Who pushed things out of equilibrium? Who pushed things to create this pressure? Something had to do that. So, anyway.
Absolutely. My whole point is just to take away from their Einsteinian BS where they say that time and space and energy all have these physical properties, when in reality they're all conventions. They're all things that we, like systems of understanding that we created as men. They're man-made systems. Anything where we define the unit where we made up the unit and defined it is not real. So when we made up the length of a second or a minute or what have you, it's not real. Just a convention that we created off the movement of the sun or of the moon or of the stars, whatever cycle you're referring to, right? And similarly with energy, we defined the joule, the calorie, right? And all of it is just ways of communicating this potential, this energy, this pressure, like mediation in different forms, whether it's by light, i.e. heat, or electricity, or mechanical, whatever it is, right? It's just our kind of man-made way of communicating, of sharing this idea, of showing, of calculating the amount of joules, and we define the amount of a joule, we define the amount of a calorie. It's not something that actually exists that can, compress or cause gravitational pulling or time bending. It's all nonsense.
Well, now you got to crux of argument there, right there, percentage. Well said.
When you mentioned the energy being the capacity to do work, capacity in and of itself isn't something that actually exists. The capacity has to refer to something. Something has to have capacity. Something that physically exists has to have capacity. You can't have capacity alone, right? That's just a concept. Work is another concept. You can't have work without having something doing the work. So even their own physics definition shows that it's a metaphysical thing, concept. People don't actually think about it. Well, if you have nothing doing work doesn't exist. It's just a concept.
Well, and that's one of my things when they start comparing. Like there was this hot, dense thing, the hot, dense thing. to have something hot or dense, you have to have space for that to occur in, right?
Space doesn't
But
actually
if,
exist either.
well, that's what I'm
Like, see,
getting. Well, I mean, in their own paradigm, in the Big Bang paradigm, space, matter, and time all came into existence. So, but if you're saying it's hot and dense, then what was it dense in? You know, and how hot was it? Because it has to be oscillating or fluctuating. To have that for heat, you have to have space to that occur in. Anyway, go ahead.
no, see, I disagree with that. I mean, yeah, like you're falling into like their terminology and stuff, and this is how they got people to believe that, time space is a thing. That's time is the fourth dimension bullshit. In reality, there's no such thing as space. I mean, physically, there's volume, there's matter that exists, and the amount of volume that it takes. Right? Volume is true because everything that exists, there's no like zero pressure. There's no perfect vacuum. Right? So this concept of space is fallacious to begin with. It would make sense. You could have empty space if space could be empty, but it's never empty. We always have a medium, and that medium has matter in it, and so that gives us a volume, right? This is just a conception when we're talking about distance or whatever. We have the three dimensions, the spatial dimensions, and then we apply that to something that exists, and that gave us like this idea of this actually gave us our lengths to begin with, the distances that we have, and that could be used theoretically as space, but space doesn't actually exist. And when we're talking about anything that does actually exist, we should be using the word volume. Not to take away from your point, though.
Give me my personal space. Give me my
Well, even
personal
in
space.
well, to me, when you say volume and space, they're interchangeable. They're like just basically a synonym. What is a
Yeah, I'd
volume?
be
It's
careful
length,
about
breadth,
that.
and height. Well, I know, but I understand, but I mean, what is space? It's three dimensions: length, width, and breadth. Well, that's a volume. You know what I mean? You can, is it that next question is that volume infinite or is it finite? That's another question. I
Yeah,
mean,
but when
so,
you say they're synonymous, you open the door for them to say this, because volume actually has physical properties, right? You could have a volume of air and has physical properties. You could compress it. We were talking about water being able to be compressed and stuff like that. But when you make it synonymous with space, which is this thing that doesn't actually exist, it opens the door. It allows for them to easily give that physical properties and say that space is bending or space is being compressed or what have you. And then we have all the Einsteinian bullshit that we're dealing with, which is that they're saying time and space, these systems that we created. Because again, space didn't exist until the first thing existed, and we measured it and gave it the spatial dimensions, length, width, height, right? Before, when we had nothing, there was nothing to measure, and we had no concept of these dimensions. We had to first have like the first drop of water to measure that, to have a water drop length, water drop height, water drop width. And
Yo,
from
leave some space for the Holy Spirit, dude.
no, God doesn't have spatial dimensions like that, man.
Give
He
me my
created
personal space, man.
God created volume and space and everything else. So
without him creating, there would be no change, so time wouldn't even be in place. That's another thing you don't think about, and that shows you that God is unchanging. But there's an aspect of God that's unchanging before creation, and when He changed or He created, the act of creation created time because we have a change in state, so to speak, or a change. So now, whether you can measure that, that's a different question. I don't know if it can be measured.
this is actually okay. So it's a interesting thing I was thinking about the other day. You know how they say God is eternal, God doesn't change. Do you
Yeah.
agree with that premise? That God is
Well,
unchanging, He's constant.
I have a different view than I used to on that.
What's your view?
There's certain attributes of God that are unchanging. Okay, His love is unchanging. His knowledge is unchanging. His power is unchanging.
Okay,
His
let's
mercy is
take love for
unchanging.
let's take
Hold
love
on.
to begin with.
Okay, but
Sorry. Okay,
there was a change in God. Okay, and it's just the fact that He created. Okay, so his relationship, he had his relationship was alone, and then he created. So then there became two, him or the creator and something else. So there was a change there. And then even when he came into the world and became man, he took on another change. So I guess the term change, the mutability, has to be a little bit more toned down to just say he's unchanging at all.
Can I
You
say
know,
something on that
go
subject?
ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, what's to say though that time is not already written from beginning to end, and that nothing is actually occurring at all, except that we perceive it to be occurring because we're the characters in this written out thing, but the existence from beginning to end is already there. So even your destiny is unchanging.
Well, it becomes problematic.
But
Okay.
did our existence begin? Like when you were born? Did
Yeah.
you come into existence?
Well, let me. Well, yeah, I agree with you that you did come into being, but I think he's getting.
That's what I'm saying. Did Harry Potter come into existence when he was born? No, because he and his adventure always existed from the beginning. Even though he experienced being born and getting attacked by Voldemort and that shit, the whole book was already written from our perspective, from our higher creating. Like we can create a novel. Why wouldn't God be able to create the universe like a novel to where we know Harry Potter is gonna live, die, whatever. So he was never created at all at any point. But in
Yeah, he
his
was.
storyline, he was created. No,
He was
well, I
created
guess
when
no.
J.K. Rowling sat down and, made up the character and started the rough drafts of her first novel on Harry Potter or whatever.
But I'm saying, like,
So
if
that's
you and me are sitting on the table and the book's already written, when is Harry Potter born? He's never born, right? I guess he would be created, and that's true. We are created, like we are created, but at no point are we born. Like at no point is Harry Potter born, right? From our perspective, he just always existed. His story always existed from beginning to end.
Mm. He wasn't physically born, but he didn't always exist. He existed when the book was made, when it was authored.
Well, okay, so just
He didn't exist
hypothetically
before
think
that.
that the book didn't need to be out. Say we have a book that's but okay, that you're basically taking the metaphor out of like to where it doesn't work anymore. Say we had a book that always existed throughout, and it was just called Time and Space and Destiny, and it described everything that happened throughout from beginning to end of time, and that book
Okay.
always existed. If that book always existed, no change needed to take place necessarily, but we would still experience change, being that we are the characters in the story itself. Although the letters on the pages and stuff would never change, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And what you're talking about is actually a concept. I don't know if it's a concept in Christianity with God's word, but it's definitely a concept in Islam because they have something called the law, which is like this eternal record that God. It's like basically eternal, or an aspect of God's eternity, wherein He recorded everything that will ever happen, basically that has happened, depending on how you phrase it.
Right, that would be the word in Christianity. The word would be expressed.
well let me jump in. There's problematic if everything's written out, just like the Harry Potter book. It becomes problematic. Then you get into the term determinism and predestination. So did I really have the choice to do the things I did? Because if the story was already written, means there's no choice involved with me. So it becomes problematic right off the bat.
Yeah,
Because
I
then how
agree.
can
It
you
is
be held
problematic.
accountable?
Actually,
Well,
I would
right.
say it's problematic for an even bigger reason, because if your existence is eternal within this book, that makes you eternal alongside God, who's eternal. So it basically makes you like it kind of makes you godify yourself by saying
Right.
you're eternal and everything like that, and it
No,
gives
I agree.
association to God, and that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, it does me too, because it's like it becomes such a. I mean, even if you say, well, you can say this in one sense. There's a metaphysical sense, and then there's a literal sense, right? There's two aspects of it. Like in a sense, you could argue that we've always existed in the mind of God before creation. But did we ever exist? No. because we didn't exist until time began, right? Or whenever I was born. My existence.
Time didn't
My
begin.
existence.
Remember, time's just movement.
Well, I know. Well, it's a measurement of change, and that's why went back to before. That's why I could define it: the measurement of change, and it's got to be in relationship to something else. So when God was unchanging, with just Him alone by Himself, unchanging in His essence and being, and He chose to create, then there became two, and there was a change, right? That's the way I define it. So there's the before. The before never even was even there until God created, right? Then the before came into being when He created the first thing. Anyway, so but there's an unfolding in the sense of like a plant unfolding. You know what I mean? God knows what the plant's going to be, and that's another kind of critical thing. Even though God knows how the plan's going the plan's going to play out, it doesn't mean it's in a sense there's still free choice within that, and that doesn't limit my free choice of His knowledge of what's going to happen. It doesn't limit that. It's not the story's not written yet. It's just that He knows all the possible variables, and He knows, because He knows all the possible variables, He can predict it's almost predict the outcome, so to speak. That's a
Well,
bad analogy.
he's gonna be able to predict what you're gonna do.
Yeah, but
And
Him predicting that what I'm going to do doesn't mean that He caused me to do it.
no. But what I'm saying is he already know. He basically, since it would give you free will, he would control everything except for what he gave free will. But the things that he gave free will to, he would know perfectly what they would do anyway. So, and the whole concept of free will is not that I decide to do whatever and then it automatically is something that I do. Like if tomorrow I decide to fly and I flap my wings, I'm not gonna fly just because I decided. The free will is like a choice, right, between options, and the free will basically boils down to the option of where you want to go on Judgment Day, right? So if there's only two options, right? It says you have the free will to choose heaven or a lake of fire, and you say like, not fair, that's not free will, I don't get a third option. Well, you do get a choice, right? You have two choices, so it's I don't know.
This to me are yours to come to. God has limited His sovereignty. Means He's not in absolute control of every decision, everything that's occurring. He's not in absolute control, but He is still sovereign over creation. But He's also limited our choice, like you just like the analogy I use, kind of analogy or something else. I may choose and want to be something, but that doesn't mean that I can carry it out, which means our choices are limited. So we're not absolutely free, and God is not and God has chose to limit His sovereignty. So that's the way I always phrase it.
Yeah, I always like that. I mean, I'm thinking of Alan Watts, but I always like that where he talked about God wanting a surprise. But the longer I live, the more I do feel like you sort of get into a groove, like a tram, especially when you align with nature a lot more. And it does feel like it's already happened. It's very odd. I can't really explain it very well. Nor am I going to try and define what I think God is, but yeah, it does feel like it's already happened. I've been thinking about that lately, like that last few days, actually, like this idea of truth, like all the ancients, they thought of beings, everything was a being. And that just made, I don't know, it feels more, I don't know. I was thinking that about truth as well. If it was alive, if it was a living thing, but you know, can't be captured, can't be held captive, and it needs work, clearly. But yeah, I was enjoying thinking about it. Yeah, because I was thinking about Crow 777 talking about there's no lie in nature. There's no lie in nature. I was like that.
Give me Baker noodle. Baker noodle. It may not make your noodle too bad, but the Bible says that God made the world through His word. Right? He spoke, light came into existence, the world came into existence. So, and what is truth? Okay, this is how I define it. Truth is a propositional statement that corresponds to reality. Right? So if I say the world, Earth is flat, either that statement is true or false. Right? Or if I say the Earth is a globe, that statement is either true or false. Either God exists or He doesn't. It's a statement that's either true or false. So it's a statement about the nature of the world, whatever's real, whatever's reality, right? That being said, it is God's word that brings reality into existence. And so, in saying that the world is true, there's truth in that because it's God saying this is what reality should be, and He speaks and it occurs.
Do you know any Hebrew, Paul? Because you know Hebrew.
Not really.
Well, Hebrew's actually a beautiful language, you know, and
I
there's
had to look it up on the internet.
What did you say?
I know how to look it up on the internet. I have a Bible software.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not. It's almost just the alphabet itself, because you know, in the beginning of the Bible, it says that God created, you know, this and that, and the sun and the light and all this stuff, the earth. But it also says He created the alphabet, and like each of the letters of the alphabet actually have a meaning. And if you look at all the words in Hebrew, they're actually made up of those meanings. Just like every word in Hebrew actually, it makes sense.
I love that. I'm glad you brought that up. That made me think of something. I've actually studied that, and actually I've gone and usually when I'm trying to do Bible study, sometimes I'll go and look at the word in Hebrew, and then I'll go look and see. And I usually try to see if it matches, right? So, okay, this word means this, and then I go look and see how each individual meaning, what that means, and sometimes it matches, right? So the Hebrew, the meanings for each letter matches the meaning of the word. You know what I'm saying? Is that kind of what you're driving at? A little bit, Kosho? Did you drop? Okay. Well,
He's
he
still
brought this
here,
up. Okay.
he's not
Let me
responding.
That's okay. Let me give you something, and you can do this yourself. Do you know what Yahweh means? Doing what He says. It says, "Behold the hand, behold the nail."
Behold the name.
No, the name of God, YHWH, the Tetragrammaton, the name of God. If you look at the Hebrew letters, and the term in that, when they say that word, is the I am, the ever-present God, right? That's what that word means. But if you go and
Yeah.
look at the Hebrew letters, do you know what it means? Behold the hand,
All the hand.
behold the nail.
Oh, I didn't
Think
know
about
that.
that. Now think about that. So God's name is pointing towards who? Behold the hand, behold the nail. It's pointing towards Jesus. The very name of God points towards Jesus.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, I don't know. You Bible guys could be quite right. I don't know. I kind of see it as just energies though, rather than words. Because back to what Percentage was saying about essentially a framework that's been put in. That's what I see as the Bible. I just see it as a framework, and it's very good as well. When you think of the justice system, they go hand in hand, and I think they put a framework because the ego tends to want to put it wants to follow for one, and for two, it wants its footing on like in morality, for instance, on something solid. So I just think of it rather than when it says something like, I don't know, the first story, like Adam and Eve and all that stuff. I see that as a fall into duality. That's all. The knowledge of good and evil is just duality, right? That's what makes sense to me, anyway. I remember I was talking to Righteous Force on, because I go over to Nathan's. I never listen to a show. I just go and talk to Righteous Force on his own about the Bible. And I talk about things like this with him, and he's like, "Oh, so you're now the arbiter of truth," he says to me. And I was like, "Well, yeah." Because, again, back to that thing I was saying earlier, that truth, that's in each and every one of us. And, I mean, if Jesus came to tell us anything, then it's that he was a powerful son of God, and so are we. We're all powerful sons and daughters of God. Anything else doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if that is the message. Maybe it is.
I mean, the Bible conversation Jeremy shut us down, so we don't like on this too far. But the thing is, just to remember though, we are at one level the sons of God at one level, but we're not the son of God. And we
well,
will
that's
never
where
be.
I've got an issue, because that sounds Catholic to me. That sounds like they pedestalized one man, and they've said, right, this man's special, and nobody else. You lot, back to work.
No. Well, see, that's the thing. The Catholic Church. See, some people get it right, and I'm not Catholic by any stretch. I'm telling you this from my own study of the Scripture. So it's from the Scripture that comes. It's not the Catholic Church that sprung this forth. They may adopt it, and they may use it, and it may be true, and they're acknowledging it, but that doesn't mean they created it.
Well, we have that book thanks to the Holy Roman Empire, though, right, Paul? I mean,
No, we
I've
have
said
the
that.
book. We have the book because it's been carried down since the first century. That's why we have it, not because of it, not some church organization.
See, that's what Austin said. He says, no, we had that book despite the Holy Roman Empire. And I was like,
No, I don't think. I think that you
what do you
wouldn't be
think,
able
Osha?
to. Well, I mean, it's obvious, it's what you said. Because I mean,
It's the
without
propaganda of its day.
yeah, I mean, because they carry they're like they're the carriers of the
Of
religion,
course.
and who knows where it'd be without them. So
And look, there's plenty of gravy in there. There's plenty of gravy in that book. And so don't think I'm just throwing it all. No, I'm not. It's huge. There's lots of wisdom, which I've seen. And just, yeah, I need to really study it, but I don't know. I'm in such a good place spiritually. I don't know.
Well, Kosho's back. Let me ask you if you heard. Did you hear what I said earlier, Kosho?
yeah, I heard you. My mic wasn't working. I heard what you said, and you're right. That's it. Like you can attribute that to Jesus if you'd like to, but that's exactly what I mean though. Is like because the definitions you had for those letters are somewhat accurate, and all the letters have sort of those kind of definitions. And if you look at all the words, like any word that you're actually looking for the meaning of, if you just read it and you understand what the letters mean, you can usually come to understand what the word is. So it's almost like you can just learn the Hebrew alphabet, and you'll be like, a long way to understanding Hebrew.
Can
Hold on
sorry,
a second. I
Paul.
want to ask you a question. Okay. Kosho, you're Jewish, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, question: who made the name of God Yahweh in the Bible?
Uh, Abraham.
Well, it was in the Old Testament, but wouldn't it be whoever the writer of the
Oh yeah. Whoever. But that's the problem is, I have there's who knows because there's different people and Eggshells wasn't here yesterday saying like Exodus was sort of made up and stuff, and the thing is at the time of Moses, they had to everything before Moses would have had to have been basically constructed by Moses. So
Well, let's think about.
it's hard to say.
I
Hard to
understand
say.
that. Okay, let's say the Bible was written in Babylon. I've heard that argued, right? So some person that wrote the Bible in Babylon, okay, when they came up with the name of God, they chose 4 letters, right? They had all the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and they says, okay, let's choose those 4 letters for Yahweh, right? So now we know from the Dead Sea Scrolls that the Old Testament was before Jesus, right? Would you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so someone beforehand somehow figured out how to use the Hebrew letters for someone that would become one day claim to be the Messiah, claim to die on a cross, claim to be the Son of God, and would die on a cross that would have the very name of God embedded and connected straight to that event. What do you think the odds of that occurring is?
The thing is, those words like nail is not the only.
I
It's like
know. I don't
it's like
disagree.
a, but yeah, it's almost like a addition. Like I think of it sometimes it's like an addition, like connecting two things. Like nail is one way to think of it, or just sort of something that ties two things together. So the problem with that is you can interpret it if you already have an idea of what to interpret it as, you can make it sound like that. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to hold
So wait,
value
so
that that's about
the same
Jesus.
word, Kosho, the same word can mean two different things in Hebrew. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean,
Just for the context.
letters. This letter in specific, like because we're translating it to our language, and
Oh
nail
yeah,
is one
yeah,
way,
yeah.
but really it's really just like a conjunction, like combining two things, or like something that connects two things. A peg, so like I said, and or add, like those are other words. So it depends on how it's being used, but nail is usually how you can describe it as nail. So
Well, here's the thing though, Kosho. Even if you say it's connecting, right? You say it's a connecting of two things, right? The way this is tetragrammaton contact into the word is a connecting of two things. Well, wasn't Jesus and God's purpose in all of redemptive history in the Old Testament to connect God's people back to Himself? And didn't Jesus part of Jesus' job? I'll get it in a minute. Couldn't that be God reconnecting back to man? So even your own definition still fits.
yeah, but yeah, you're okay. So you're attributing that to Jesus, but I've heard a lot of people also describe that as like man's connection to God, like man's connection to this to the greater, the spirit, whatever you want to call it. Like it does, like I see why you're attributing it to Jesus and stuff like that, but I'm just saying, like I've heard people describe like that same 4 letters, like connecting them together and say like it's like sort of man and a connection with this um, uh, spirit, like the man's ability. I forgot. I heard somebody describe it one time. It's like man's ability. Um, I have to find it. But yeah, but I see what you're saying. But I think that it's not exclusive to Jesus as well.
I don't even like that term, God's people. I mean, surely all people are God's people.
That's true.
Obviously.
Okay, let's analyze that for a second. Just what
Yeah,
you
go on
said.
then.
What makes someone God's person?
Someone's born. Anyone.
Okay, if you're born, right, and you are disobedient to God, right? Even going from the Old Testament, even Kosho said that probably knowledge is. Then are you a true son of God? If you're
Well,
disobeying what God would
this
command.
is this is funny, isn't it? Because that's a disobedient to God is according to what your scriptures, your manuscript says. You know, so
Well,
I
even if
still
whether
say
it's my
it's inherent though, Paul, isn't it? It's built in. So that's the way I
well,
see it.
even
You know when
even
when
whether
you're doing wrong, even a child.
well, even here's the thing though, whether it's my God, kosher God, Hindu God, Islamic God, if God exists, right, and He has commands, He says to live and be a certain way, do a certain thing, whatever that may be, whoever it is, if you don't obey what this God commands, can you honestly say you're one of His children?
Well, to me, there's a karma that runs here. That's very obvious to me, and so you doing whatever it is, you going against nature, let's just say, or that truth I was trying to I messed up. I'm still working on that, but you go against that truth and you do pay basically, karmically. Um, that's the way I see it. That makes a lot of sense to me. Um, yeah, and I think they tried to make a framework, like I say. Um, it gives people a good footing for morality and lots of other good stuff as well. I always argue with this guy on this other server. We constantly arguing about it because he's like, "No, it's all just manipulation and bullshit. It's got to go. It's got to go." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm looking around at the world in this country, in particular. It's mostly secular. You know, it's basically everybody thinks they're atheists, or they don't. They don't realize that that's retarded. But anyway, you know what I mean. And yeah, they're falling apart. They're falling apart. I don't know. So it's difficult for me to say. They need it, I think, unless they're going to do the work on themselves, which nobody's willing to do. So I don't know. I think it's way better to have the book. This is what I was talking about the other day with that JT, because I love that guy's testimonies. I think they're very moving. And I was just saying, look, if you're going to, because Loggy was in here then, and that's the guy I always talk to. And I was just saying to him, look, when you study a philosophy, to what end? What's the end goal, right? Because to me, it's obvious. It's to better yourself and to make things a little easier in hard times. And that JT's got all that. You know, he's fucking grateful. Gratitude's underrated as well. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one for me because I always argue with that guy, and he's like, "No, it's manipulation. It's not our people either." That's the big thing with him. It's not our people. You know, it's a sand religion, etc. So I don't know.
Term work on yourself. I'm sorry about kids screaming about that. You have to have a goal you're shooting for, right? Like if I want to be in shape, have an ideal weight, right? I have a goal I want to shoot for. Like I do want to lose some weight. I'd like to get down to a decent weight. So I have a target I'm going after, right? So when you
No,
say I'm
I
working on
don't do
myself,
that at all.
well,
I look
hang on.
fantastic now with no
Yeah,
target whatsoever.
don't get focused on the weight issue. Think about what I'm trying to explain.
Oh, you're doing an
I'm
analogy.
trying to, yes, it's an analogy.
Sorry.
I do a lot of analogies because Jesus taught in parables, and
Yeah.
analogies are parables. Okay, that's basically all they are. So now,
Okay.
that being said, you have a goal you're shooting. Like I want to work on myself. I want to be a better person. Well, you have to have a standard by which you evaluate what the good is. Now the question is, do you set that yourself, or does someone else set that for you? And if God
Sorry.
exists, then He would be the one setting it, not yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're just not coming through brilliantly, Paul. I think I missed some of it. I'm sorry. I don't know if he's not coming through great for me.
Is it the kids or is it my connection?
It's a bit of both, to be honest.
That's okay. Well, I told you they're screaming. This is why I don't usually get on here sometimes when I'm at home.
Yeah.
I'm saying is who sets the standard for what you should work on, you or something outside of you that you
Yeah.
set your goal for?
Yeah,
And that if
I
you set
see
it
what you're
outside
saying.
yourself, there must be something transcendent, something beyond you, something beyond who you are.
Yeah.
And so, but that implies then a moral standard. So where that moral standard come from? It comes from God.
Yeah, I completely hear you. I kind of I have this weird feeling. Like I say, when I think of consciousness itself, I think that's shared. You know, obviously, to me anyway. Like I see that as like a higher mind or a higher version of me, and I know that's like the new age stance, and it's not going to be very popular with most people in these servers. But it just makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of like there's an inside out thing that happens, like these synchronicities, and I'm not talking about the ego, of course, the little me. No, it's a higher thing, and that makes sense. Like somebody quoted the Bible the other day, and it said something about talking about Jesus. Was he omnipresent? I can't remember, but basically the one where he says when you he was looking at somebody before he was born, basically. What you know the passage, Paul. I'm not very good with the whole chapter and verse thing. When I can't think of the passage. Oh, never mind, Jeremy. He's busy doing something else.
I'm gonna just guess as 1 Corinthians. Just go with that.
What's the thing, Snacks? Can you remember?
No.
It's
Lion's going to help me with it.
It's John 1:48. Nathaniel.
Can you do the? Because when you read it, I heard it in a like I hear it in a completely different way to what it's being said. So you say it, and I'll tell you what I'm hearing.
Mic check. You there?
Yeah, dude, I'm hearing you.
I'm just transferring to my PC. So yeah, I just jumped in here. I don't know. I just felt like jumping in here. So it says here.
Good timing.
You want me to read the verse or like?
Yeah, please.
Bear with me.
It was like Jesus was watching somebody or something. I think it was before he was born or something. I was watching when you something. I was watching you, something like that.
I always feel like I'm. Oh wait, no.
It says, hold on. All right, New King James. Nathanael said to him, "How did you know me?" And Jesus answered and said to him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you."
That's the one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, when I think it was you read it the other day. I just said that's consciousness. That's just the one consciousness that we all share. It makes perfect sense to me. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. It just makes perfect sense to me. That's the way I heard it in my head. Of course. Do you see what I'm saying? Or maybe
Well,
I'm just out on.
There's some people who think of God in that way. Like even though some people say the word God, because other people understand that, some people understand that God would be like this this spirit that exists everywhere and everyone shares it.
Yeah. And that kind of makes sense to me. I don't know. It's like a receiver. You know, if you bash my head in with a brick, the receiver doesn't work, but it doesn't, you know. And, I don't know.
You're talking about the collective unconscious, like we're all like one collective consciousness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I see that extending to the animals, the plants, and just everything. Everything that's vibrating.
That's right.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
It does indeed. Especially when, see, I know you guys don't have the same cosmology as me, but I understand the universe as, you know, everything coming about from the simple laws of physics and chemistry and all that. And this spirit exists in all of that. And life, we're like conduits for the spirit. And us, like as men, we're like the most capable. Actually, this video I just posted, this guy's talking about the language. But he says that that's what sets us aside from the animals is the spirit can, it can embody animals and stuff like that. It's like it's in everything, but it's only us that we can decide to have a relationship with the spirit or not.
Wow. That would have sounded so much more profound if it didn't sound like you were talking in a bathroom.
Well, I am.
Your mic's not sounding too great, Kosu. How you doing, Snakes?
The words were profound, though. I'm all right. I'm all right. Sorry to get in the mix here.
Oh no, I'm good. You're welcome.
Are
There's
what
levels.
determines an animal or an insect. So if you have an imaginary friend, you can't be an animal or an insect.
Jimmy Cricket.
There's levels of awareness and like consciousness, and there's like levels of waking up. And in the Hebrew distinguishes someone who's like fully awake and someone who's still like in a slumber, a spiritual slumber.
In science, they divide particles and protons and cells and nucleuses from their self when there's no such thing, but it's all the same shit. So, I mean, awareness and consciousness for an animal or you, the only difference is your imagination or what you just made up or read that man wrote. If an animal could write, think of the profound animal writings.
See, that's where human beings are special in that way that we have an ability that animals don't. Like
They don't imagine.
Well, no, like we have the ability, like the creator has the ability. We were made in his image. And some say, well, the animals too, but to an extent, not in the same way, because we have the ability to think of something, right? And from our minds, we can manifest it into existence, whether it's a painting, whether it's a building through architecture, like you can create it in a blueprint on a computer or on a drawing, and you can manifest it into existence. The light bulb, right, was manifested into existence. The telephone was manifested into existence, but at one time, it was just a mere thought in somebody's head. So, like,
What if
existence itself was once just a thought in the creator's head or in the creator's consciousness, and then he manifested it.
Well, like animals make their burrows, ants make little ant houses.
What if a plant manifested you into existence? A plant. Then what would your paradigm say?
But seriously, like what Snacks is saying.
No, I'm being sick. No, 100,000,000%. What if a plant manifested human into reality, and then humans are here? Would that be weird?
Well, yeah, but what plant would you think that would do that?
A human and a plant have no difference. Any plant that wants to manifest, like any human that wants to manifest. How can you give me the idea that a human's thinking but a plant's not? How can you tell me or prove that a plant wouldn't be, from your claim, having the ability to think?
To the contrary, I'm not saying that at all. I'm actually saying that everything has an amount of awareness, even plants. And we were talking about this morning. I was actually stating that even rocks, even inanimate matter, has a sense of awareness. How much awareness is not like I can't quantify it, but I according to the scriptures, even the rocks have awareness.
Oh, that's brilliant then, because I agree with that. Consciousness at different states.
Well,
that's perfect.
There's no such thing as non-material. Like, what do you mean? Like when you mean like when a tree can manifest a human, it doesn't manifest through nothing. It would be things happening in reaction. Actions and reactions. Like when you say metaphysics or like whatever, like that term you're using for like not material, what does that even mean? Like,
well, see what the scriptures talk about, human beings are still trying to understand. And like it's crazy because when quantum mechanics first came out, like this was already spoken of by Jewish and Hebrew mystics thousands of years ago, but it really wasn't observed in the lab. That's why I'm not so like I won't throw out quantum mechanics altogether just because I'm a flat earther. Like there are things that are unexplainable, and quantum entanglement and superposition and what Einstein calls spookiness at a distance or spooky action at a distance. These things do have a philosophical foundation already, way before Einstein. And the idea that there's consciousness in the universe, like this is scripture, and let me pull up the verse so you know what I'm talking about.
Wouldn't consciousness had to be contained by something, by not by nothing?
Well, no, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, the brain is simply a conduit. It's a receiver for consciousness, and it allows consciousness to then work through the brain to manipulate the body. Without the brain, the consciousness couldn't really work and manipulate and animate the body. The brain is
So,
just simply an antenna.
so consciousness needs a container.
No, it doesn't.
So why does it need a human?
To experience reality, right? To be able to eat, drink, and shit, and just
So it
experience
needs
love
a
and
container.
have sex and reproduce, you need a body. That's the difference between us and disembodied spirits. They can't do that. They can't eat and drink and actually hug somebody and feel what it is to be alive.
A disembodied spirit. What does that even mean?
Bro, anyways, let me try to show you what I'm talking about. Joshua 24:27. He says in Joshua 24:27, and I'll read the verse before to get some context. It says here, and Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of Elohim, and he took a large stone and set it up there under the terebinth that was by the sanctuary of Yahweh. And Joshua said to all the people, behold, this stone shall be a witness against us, for it has heard all the words of Yahweh that he spoke to us. Therefore it shall be a witness against you, lest you deal falsely with your Elohim. So Joshua sent the people away, every man to his inheritance. So the rock heard the words that were said, and apparently the rock itself will be used as a witness against the people present there that day. And this is funny because the Native Americans have a custom where they will pile up a little pile of rocks, and they'll make a covenant, and they'll be like, these rocks will now be like there will be the witnesses. Like somehow the matter itself will contain memory, or
We're talking through plastic and copper and everything from the dirt. So yeah, dirt does do everything you're saying. It carries the copper frequency for our phones and everything. It travels all the stuff. Yeah, it's kind of sense.
Or if I could just read from Isaiah 28:16, therefore this says the Lord God, behold, I lay in Zion a stone for foundation, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, surely a foundation. Is that like rocks are a foundation for something else?
A snitch stone. It's like a stone that tells on you.
well, even Messiah says that the rocks will, even if everybody was dead and the enemy was able to kill all the believers, that even the rocks would cry out. We don't know what that actually entails.
When Cain killed Abel, then it said the earth cries out to me.
Can we kill him with a stone?
Yeah. The earth cried out when the first person was killed.
Also when the punishment of Noah, the deluge, the deluge, didn't it said that it would never punish? There was something about the earth, like she would never punish the earth in that way. But I'm thinking it was, I don't know. I'll look it up again.
No, how about he was without stone cast, or he was without sin cast the first stone? Is that biblical?
I was reading. Sorry, Lion, do you want to just respond to that?
No, I was just gonna say that. So going back to the quantum entanglement, like, I mean, I wasn't there, like none of us were, but the experiments that I heard that were done, they were like shocked and spooked out and freaked out because like they set the parameters in place, they set the cameras in place, and I don't know exactly how it all works, but they had noticed that as soon as the scientists would walk back into the lab and observe the particles would stop moving. But then as soon as they walked away, the particles would go back to doing whatever they were doing. Like it's like as soon as the observer was in the room and observing the particles at the quantum level, they would stop moving. And it's like, what would cause these particles to stop moving at the mere observance of the scientists? Like, what's going on there? What connection do these particles have to the brain that they would realize that the scientist was watching them?
They're not. That's not what's going on.
No, I know, and I heard that people debunk that. They're like, that's not what's going on. But I'm just not so easy to put it to disregard it only because of
Have
what
I
the
ever
scriptures
talked with
talk
you about it? You want to ask me about it?
No, sure. Tell me. Yeah, tell me.
You know how when you drop a drip of water and that's a little lake or a little ocean, and you
Yeah.
just keep dropping little drips, and that becomes another big part of itself, which is still liquid. So you would say that's a photon or a particle of water, but then when it goes together with all the water, you can have a wave of that water, right? Or I can shoot sand at a wall through two slits, or let's say hairs. Let's say hairs. I'll shoot facial hairs through two slits, and at the end of the wall, you get 4 mustaches.
I'm
You see
loving
where
this.
I'm going with this?
That
So
is the
every
worst
little thing that's too
explanation.
small, hold on. The little things that are too small for you to even imagine how big they are, you're acting like you can go look like, oh look, I see 18 photon. Now I see a wave of 18 photon. No. No. Your whole understanding of that premise is just messed up. That's why. So when you see those little microscopic things you can't see, it's light. Like a flashlight shining, that's what they're talking about. Just shining a flashlight. So they shine a flashlight through two things. Now all the other garbage is what they tell you. Now whether a little photon went through by itself at one, but a billion of them at a time, it's the same as a hair off my face. But collectively, as all the hairs get there, they make a mustache. So was that a mustache or a hair? Do you see the ignorance in this?
Yeah, I
All
see.
the hairs build up to make one picture. It's like the pareidolia idea or the inverse square law plus our eyes. Everything blends. So if you're looking at something microscopic 10 foot away, you're not. It's not. I mean, you can't even see it no more. Like it blended in with whatever. So fine lines up close become a bigger picture, or a dot to dot, that where the dots are far when you're up close to them, they become an actual line when you get far back. They're never both at the same time. It's always your imagination or your perception that's doing that. They're always a dot to dot on the wall. It's just your distance getting further or closer from them to perceive them to be a line or dot to dot. It's not a wave and a particle. It's not magically becoming both because of actual material action or reaction. It's just how your eyes and your brain blend the shit together. Does that make sense to you, or is that
Yeah. I respect that. I respect that.
that's my take on it? I think the people looking at the shit just have incredulity in what they're even trying to figure out, and then they give us this garbage to make you think that when you look away from your soda cup, it's going to act different, or your flashlight's going to turn off or start waving or particling, and then not when you look away or look back. I mean, it's just ridiculous. If light makes up all matter and all that, right? Then what? When you look away from grandma, she's a particle. When you look back, she's a wave of grandma. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like none of it makes any sense.
Well, hear me out, right? And I understand perfectly, bro, what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying. But let's look at this from a different angle. So I brought up psychedelics this morning too, like Salvia divinorum. And certain psychedelics allow you to actually perceive the world from a different perspective. Like even the Hindus or the Buddhists, they talk about, in the Egyptians, they all talk about the seat of the soul being right behind the eyes, right? Like, look, so the center of your brain, which is called like right behind the visual cortex or the neural cortex, there's like, the pineal gland, the pituitary gland. That's supposed to be like the seat of the soul, right? That's where you experience reality, from that seat. But then, like, if you do salvia, you'll literally like, and this happened to me, so I'm speaking from experience. But other people, you can read these trip reports on Arrowwood, and like people will literally do like salvia, and they'll be transported to like a different part of the room. Like they'll be part of the ceiling. Like they'll be looking down from the ceiling at themselves and everybody else in the room. And it's like, well, how do you know that's just not like your imagination? Well, like you'd have to experience it, bro. Like people have literally been transported to like, they'll become like the table, or they'll become like the most inanimate object, and they'll be observing reality from that perspective, from like an inanimate object, or like a Coke bottle, or like whatever you could possibly think of. Like people have been, they've become part of the wall on the side of their room, and then they're looking at the reality from like that perspective, like a remote perspective, and it's insane. When you experience it, and there's no way to describe it. Like really, I'm trying my best.
Were you talking about the thalamus or the amygdala?
The pineal gland area
Pineal
of the
gland.
brain. Yeah, like
All
the
right.
right in the middle of the brain, like right behind the eyes.
Right behind the eyes.
It's supposed to be the seat of the soul.
That's, I don't
The
know.
liquid
That's,
of perception may be a good way to say it.
But like, so like, even when you're doing psychedelics, like you get to a point where start seeing waves, bro. You'll start seeing like geometric patterns, and like the fabric of reality starts to manifest, bro. Like everything that you see right now that seems solid and hard, like when you're tripping balls, you'll start seeing shit wave, and you'll start seeing like particles pop in and out of existence, just like quantum mechanics talks about, bro. Like you'll
Well, hold
start
on.
seeing like even like geometric patterns, like the clockwork or the gears that run all this reality. You'll start seeing that shit.
Are you not really seeing the induction or the rate of like the high, the material that's in your body going through your brain, like physically, like literally, like there's a liquid or a chemical, and it's altering the perception of what you have. So you can imagine from that point of view, it's altering your perception enough for you to have the ability now that you didn't have before to imagine you are a wall or a table, looking down at yourself. Like not that you are, but now in that aspect, in that dimension of inside your head, you are doing that. Now, in reality, I could stand across the room and be like, Bob, no, you never stood up in the air and floated. We had a ray there. We had light spectrums. We had heat. You never floated above yourself. It was physically inside the dimension of the same thing that you used to dream. This reaction, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So like the materialists will definitely say like, oh, that was just a figment of your imagination. That was just a byproduct of your subconscious. That was just like you were hallucinating because you're taking a poison and that's toxic to your brain, and you're just hallucinating. Right? They'll reduce it to just pure hallucinations. But so many people that have done psychedelics will tell you otherwise, bro. It's not just hallucinations. Like these things are
Well,
beyond
that's what I'm
that.
saying. You're looking at, okay, it's like an awake dream. Does this make more sense? So like when you take this drug, you're not only just awake perceiving, awake reality like you would be like, oh, I just turned the fan on low. I know the difference between low, high, and medium, the different speeds or whatever, right? Now you're high as hell, or your perception's skewed a little bit. Now you turn the fan on and it becomes like a car chasing you or something. You're seeing reality, but now you're seeing reality with a kick of chemical inside yourself to now skew reality inside yourself. So like, how couldn't it be like a material aspect of what's going on inside you if Bob's not experienced the same thing? If you only take the drug and only experience it through you taking this chemical, then it has to be materially the chemical affecting you if Bob can't experience your experience without taking that.
I guess I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree because I can't convince you otherwise that it's not pure hallucination. So it's like, all I have is anecdotal evidence. I can't prove it to you. So it's
Now, I agree with you.
this
It's fine.
conversation is like, futile.
No. I agree with you 100%. You're awake. You're walking around like high grandma, but tomorrow you took 5 hits of acid. You're high grandma and she's waving around to you like a snake. So you're awake. It's reality plus not reality, but from your inside, from inside you, not from your grandma really being a snake from without. You understand? So it's not reality
Yeah.
changing ever. It's only your perception of reality. That's what this chemical is doing. So grandma never turns into a snake. That's my main point. So I think we agree.
I agree that some parts of it is pure hallucinations. Like you will have like hallucinations overlapping reality, but it's not all hallucinations, bro. Like there are literal filters set in place just so that we can experience wakeful consciousness and be functional human in society. Like our brains have filters set in place that keep us from experiencing, seeing through the veil. Like there's things that are out there beyond the veil that it's not just pure hallucinations, bro. Trust and believe.
Well, I think you would have to be transmuted or compressed into a form of just energy to experience that.
Hey, can I hate to be that guy, but about the quantum mechanics, and I posted actually that GIF of that ghost from Mario Brothers because it's
I love that game, bro. What's up?
it's a good game, but actually the it's a misconception about the observer effect in quantum mechanics and wave collapse of the of the collapse of the wave function. I mean, because for instance, like the double slit experiment, a good example. An electron, a single electron going through a double slit experiment. Um, it's true that an electron that's not, it's not interacting with any other particles. It's sort of it's existing, but it's not existing in a way that uh, there's interaction between it and the outside world, or it and any other material. And by that I mean like other things, like any of the matter around the electron uh, doesn't. None of its existence depends on the state of the electron, and then in the same way, the electron doesn't depend on the state of the outside world. In this way, uh, quantum objects like electrons or things of very small mass. Actually, the smaller the mass, the bigger the de Broglie wavelength. But regardless, um, like something like an electron, at this point, it has a uh, like the uncertainty and all that. Like the quantum wave function is, it can have many states, so like the superposition, which is why it can be in multiple positions or multiple states. It's because it's not yet, its state doesn't depend on the influence of anything outside of it. And so this is why when they say like the observer changes it, they just mean the detector, something that's interacting with that electron, is going to have to communicate with it. So now it's actually having to depend on the state of the electron, or the electron's going to have to depend on the state of the outside world. And it's this communication, or this interaction, that causes the quantum wave function to collapse, which is why it behaves like a wave when it's undisturbed, but when it's being detected, will behave like a particle.
So it's bullshit or not? Basically, that's all I want to know.
Well, it's not that it's bullshit. It's just that it's not necessarily the observer that is influencing it. It's just the
Oh, I
fact
see.
that it's being
The detector is influencing it.
yeah, it's interacting with something like a detector. In order for it to be detected, even by your eye, there's an exchange of information.
The
So
way
it was.
you detect it also, like cars going across to a track, like if you're sitting to the side, or if you're looking at them leaving you, like all of them in one pack could look like one car driving away at one point. But when you look at the side, you can see them all different, like zoo, 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 zoo. You know what I mean? Slightly, it's a different view.
Important to remember that this, like I said, we're talking about quantum objects, so especially with less mass. So the more if you want to find something in one of these quantum having these quantum principles or quantum functions or whatever, you're talking about objects with very little mass, subatomic particles. Although they have done the double slit with a buckyball.
Doesn't light refract and spread out and stuff like that? Like if I have a light, doesn't it spread from the point center source outward in every direction?
I mean, like, does it attenuate?
Light, when I shine a flashlight, doesn't it get wider and wider and wider and wider and wider?
Yeah. The inverse
So if
square
I
law.
Yeah, and if I shine that on any surface, doesn't that surface do the same thing back to my eye? The reflected light
Surface.
coming back,
Oh yeah,
a
sure, yeah,
surface.
yeah.
Yeah. So when you see these photons that aren't even visible, unless you have some magic cockroach electric antenna, with your eyeball, they weren't visible anyway. A person is saying, "Hey, we noticed this thing," which we're not noticing. It's some kind of machine or something else, sensor, is noticing a flashlight. And then they're saying, well, these little particles that you couldn't even imagine how small they are. Now when you look at them, they're reacting and becoming something different. But then none of this makes any sense. But then common sense would tell you that light spreads out. So if there was little dots of light that hit something and spread out to you, they would just blend together in every facet of the word.
But they've done tests where they've done the double slit and they've shot single photons, supposedly single photons, through the double slit.
What's
So
that mean?
it
What's your point?
means it's not just it's not just shooting a bunch of things through there at once. All right, it's attempting to emit
So
one
one
photon at a
photon
time.
was a wave and a photon.
One photon interacted with itself.
I mean, I kind
The
of believe
electron.
it.
Hold on, a photon interacted with itself?
Even the electron, when they do the single electron will have an interference pattern because it's behaving like a wave.
I believe it, bro.
That doesn't.
I do.
Listen to me. The drop of water is a drop of water, but the drop of water waves. You can call that an ocean. You can call that a wave. You can call that a drop. You can call that ignorance. What's your point? It doesn't mean me looking at the water is going to change to anything different. It's still exactly the drop of water or the amount or volume that I placed. When did the volume amount
What's that line get in
change?
there?
We need the volume rate change. When we look away and look back, what is the volume rate of particle versus wave? What is the mathematical difference between the two, and how can we calculate that or determine when we have a particle versus a wave when you're calling one the same thing?
Okay, so
You're not getting it, or
yeah,
what?
no. So in this case, we're talking about like this superposition. So like an electron will either have a precise path, like you can observe it. Let's just say you're observing it through the slit. It's going through one slit. The path is precise. It's hitting the wall in one spot, right?
And
But then there's the
we're talking about
superposition.
photons.
Yeah, I know it doesn't matter, but it's easier to talk about an
Doesn't matter.
electron.
Hold on. We're talking about photons. What do you mean it doesn't
Yeah,
matter?
same principle, but it's easier to
So
talk
an
about
electron is an electron in a wave.
yeah, an electron will behave as a wave as well. Is what I'm saying. Is that it's superposition, meaning it even though that you're shooting one electron,
So how
it
many
can
things are we looking
interfere.
at? Hold on, I gotta like understand what we're talking about here. So
They've
you're
done
telling
double
me you
slit. They've
got a
done double slit with
proton,
all
you got
sorts
a
of stuff.
hold on, you got a proton, a photon, a particle, a wave, the observer's imagination, a machine in the way, the medium, the stuff it hits and reflects off of, the two slits it has to go through, and the resistance. But you're telling me the observer and light's doing what from? Nah, hell no. Go on with that.
I understand it doesn't make any sense, bro. But it's what's being observed,
Cartoons.
bro.
No, cartoons will never make sense. Non-real stuff that's not like real, like leprechauns and tooth fairy farts, like particle wave leprechaun farts. I understand they don't make sense because they're not real. That's why.
But some of these things we can't just throw out. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, bro. Like, I understand your reluctancy and your skepticism, and it's a healthy skepticism because we've been lied to about so much bullshit, right? But listen, this you can't just disregard like that. Like, you really got to look at this more open-minded. Like,
Shoe
they're
should be on
literally
the other
building.
foot. You need to be looking at it open-minded and stop taking only the perception of what people just kept feeding you, like Coach Show. Apparently, you're not open-minded. You have one view, the same view that's been fed to you by someone else. Now, if you were open-minded and you understood that and everybody else could be open-minded, there'd be 80 different versions of the double split and 80 different explanations on the table, and you could pick the one you liked. if people were open-minded. You don't have to take Bob's idea of what's happening in reality, especially when Bob can't prove not one fucking step or version or variable of it. It's just
I agree, bro. I agree. Um, it's just that logically these things don't make any sense. I understand, bro. Which leads you to believe it's bullshit. But at the same time, you gotta understand they literally are building like quantum computers, bro, that are the size of buildings. Like when the first computers first came out, except now they have like liquid nitrogen pumping through the freaking chips, right? And they have like at the core of these computers is a quantum processor, bro. That's running. It's no longer binary code, bro. It's running through what would you call it, Kosher? Like
what you don't know and don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's qubits, bro. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not ones and zeros
electricity and
anymore. It's
action
like
and reaction. Hold on, don't mute me. It's material stuff we put together through trial and error. It's not quantum garbage. It's not light photons. It's material that we put together, and we do it by trial and error. And we see the action and reaction, and we get better and better and better at it. Yeah, I got that part. Whatever you said didn't make any sense still about whatever Kosho's saying. None of that garbage and
all right,
photon
that's
waves.
fine,
No.
bro. That's fine. But just understand that in the future there will be quantum computers that are going to be a reality, and I think that once they build like a successful quantum computer that's like reliable and efficient and consistent, dude, they're gonna run AI through that thing. Like right now, they're running AI, Chat GPT through like regular binary computers, right? But when they run it through that thing, bro, that's when people are gonna start freaking out, and they're probably already doing it. To be honest.
Oh, are quantum computers useful for AI? Because I think they're useful for very specific
Not yet.
operations.
Not yet, because they're not consistent or reliable. They're too erratic.
No. I think Bacon's right though, because it's not the processing power, because it's processing power that's good for training AI, for example. Whereas a quantum computer is good at solving large, like large, complex problems, like weather data, like sifting through weather data and predicting the weather.
Yeah, cracking codes and stuff. Yeah, listen,
Yes.
I understand. But in my opinion, right, brains are natural quantum computers. Like what we have right now, our brains are natural quantum computers. So if they can create a synthetic brain, the best route to go is combining like what we have right now with quantum. That's how you get like an actual cyborg that's going to be sentient, is with quantum computing. That's you have to combine the technologies.
Yeah, I think the best computers in the future are gonna have both aspects of, like, classic bits and then qubits, because
Our brains aren't binary, bro. They're quantum, in my opinion. A lot of studies have showed that even our reaction time can be, or our thoughts are faster than the speed of light.
Well, they are. They're electrochemical. So I would describe them. But yeah, there's probably could be some quantum computing going on there. But yeah, they definitely aren't. You can't use a classical computer to create a brain. Although with neural networks, neural nets, and stuff like that, like machine learning, they do come pretty close to the same way we learn information, but not the way that we understand it.
They're just like a little bit analogous.
Yeah, it's analogous. That's what I'm saying. It's like the structure of the way we learn information is similar to a neural net, but you're right. It's not the neural net in the computer is not similar to our brain. So they're never going to be one
even
to one.
I'm talking about neural networks. I mean, they resemble natural neural networks, the artificial ones, but there's still a lot of differences in how they work. It's just a resemblance in structure.
Yeah. Also, the way we learn by
you don't have new synapses with neural networks.
Exactly.
You just weight them differently. I don't know the way activation functions work in actual neurons. There are several types of neurons.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that the brain is electrochemical, where like every synapse has all the different neurotransmitters, which chemically will do, and you'll respond in different ways depending on what neurotransmitter it is. Yeah.
And when we simulate neural networks, the amount of energy it costs is like it's just
insane.
huge compared to what natural neural networks consume.
Yeah, because even these buildings that they have just to run a quantum computer, like it's ridiculous. You got all these pumps and liquid nitrogen. Like it's not as efficient as maybe 20, 30 years from now. Like you gotta kind of think ahead at what might be possible. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is gonna happen, but theoretically, that's what I see about to happen.
I just think it's a different process, though. That's a big thing as well. So it's like a quantum computer, no matter how good it becomes, it's never going to be something you would use to, play a really good video game or something like that. Like it's not gonna, it's not gonna, put like good graphics on the screen, or
it won't be useful for that. It's not computational power that it's giving you. It's giving you a specific.
I disagree, but that's just me.
Well, we can talk about how they work then.
It's limited right now because, like I said, it's unreliable, it's inefficient, it's inconsistent.
Oh, it's not.
It can't be controlled. They can't really Go ahead.
Sorry, is that the advantage of the quantum computer is how it does specific mathematical operations. Like it does them in such a way that if you're doing in a modern architecture, coordinate architecture, like all computers and calculators are basically still von Neumann architecture, and this type of architecture takes a lot of computational costs to do the same operations that quantum computers can do much faster, but they don't do it faster because they are faster. They do it in a different way that is faster, but it's that specific operation. It's not like they're limited or something. That's what they do. They do a specific operation. They're not like faster versions of computers. I'm not sure how to explain it.
I mean, from what I've heard, a quantum computer can basically go through the whole net, in a matter of like minutes.
What net? What do you mean?
Like just the collective internet, like all the information on the internet, it could just run through. Like it could just literally like process all that information. Like I don't know exactly. I remember hearing that like it could process like millions and millions of digital documents within like seconds, where a binary computer would take like years.
That's interesting. Did you happen to remember where you saw that?
Yeah, sure. I'd have to pull it up, bro. This is why, like,
if
the military gets a hold of like an actual quantum computer that they can actually manage to manipulate successfully and consistently, they can crack any database, any password, any firewall out there. There's nothing that can stop it.
Yeah, but that's because
go
ahead, Vic.
Yeah, it can break like RSA specifically. That's why it makes those encryptions vulnerable, because you have the keys for symmetric encryption going through RSA on the internet. So if you can break RSA, you can find the encryption keys for a lot of documents. But it doesn't break the encryption of the document itself. That encryption is pretty much still safe, but it can steal the keys that are going through RSA, are going through asymmetric encryption.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. Honestly, I'm not like an IT guy, but
yeah. So maybe I should try to make it.
No, it's fine. I just know that there's weak points within the infrastructure that the quantum computer can take advantage of.
Yeah, that's true. But let me see if I can break down.
Well, let's see. if you think of
Okay.
most encryption is like based on like prime factorization or what's it called? Like yeah, prime factorization. So it's like, this is just a very simple way of encrypting an encryption, like a hash function. Is you'll have a very large number, like a super huge number, and the key would be the prime factors that multiply, that create that number. But actually, to solve you know to figure out what those numbers are, it takes a lot of computation power. Like it's not that big.
I'd say that's not how files and documents are encrypted, though. That's how.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to give a very basic,
Oh, okay.
just a very basic encryption. Yeah. So, anyways, so the point is, like, because like a hash function is a little bit more complicated than that, but the point is that if you have the you can have that code, you can have that large number, and that doesn't tell you what those two other numbers are, right? But those you can crack that code given enough time with a regular computer. But with a quantum computer, you can basically do prime factorization fairly quickly. Like with my computer, probably take like 10 years to find certain primes, like large enough numbers. But
So-
yeah, quantum computer can do it like in minutes.
What about Bitcoin? Bitcoin mining. Is it possible to mine for Bitcoin using quantum computers?
Those are hash functions. Those are all
Yeah.
all that is hash functions. Yeah.
Yeah, those aren't like that's why I was trying to explain before that what quantum computers are used for is very specific.
Is it possible or not?
Oh, they wouldn't be useful for that.
So it's not possible.
It wouldn't be useful to crack a hash to solve a hash function. I think it would.
Like a one-way hash function like MD5 or SHA1. I don't think so.
Yeah,
Any-
exactly. Yeah.
Or any of them theoretically. Just is it possible? I'm asking you.
Yeah,
Is in the
those
realm
aren't
of
based on.
possibility at all? Like even if it's not right now, in the future.
Nah, I don't think so. Those
You
aren't
you
based on.
seem very like against it. Like you have no belief in that quantum computing will ever reach any like that power.
No,
Like why?
It's not about the amount of power. Like it's as far as I understand what it can do and what it would be necessary to be done to break this kind of encryption. I don't think those are related. Like the way a hash function works, like MD5 or a SHA1, are lots of bitwise operations. They aren't mathematical operations. They're just bitwise operations that are very sensitive to any bits of change in the input. And the sort of things quantum computers can solve are like this as Coach just explained, these huge prime numbers. You can break them down much quicker than a regular computer, but that's useless for hash operations.
That's fine. Let me just pick your brain for a second, right? So is it possible to pair AI like ChatGPT 4 with a quantum computer ever? Is it, or in the next 30 years, is it possible?
Maybe. I'm not sure how a ChatGPT works internally. I would have to understand it. I have
But
no
can
clue.
you at least envision? Are you capable of at least envisioning a future where they do pair,
sure,
a prototype right in the future, like some sort of quantum computer with AI? All right, cool.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Like if they manage to develop AI in which quantum processors are useful for the way they're designed, then definitely, yeah.
Like maybe we don't have the ways to do it right now, but if they can take advantage of AI, and AI is like seems to be like insane right now. AI, maybe humans won't be able to manipulate the quantum computer, but maybe AI can.
That's an interesting thought. It's very hard for me to speculate on that though.
Yeah, me too. It's just speculation, bro. We don't have to like. It's
Yeah.
not, you know.
Fair enough.
What about you, Kosha? You don't. What do you think?
About what quantum computers?
Just
Well,
pairing,
like I said,
pairing AI with a quantum computer.
I mean, the thing is, it'll just be used as a tool. I mean, basically anything that AI using anything as a tool is going to make it more useful. But like I said, the sort of things that I see quantum computers being useful for is predicting data based on like large data sets, like predicting outcomes based on large data sets, like the weather or protein folding or really any sort of probability. Like if it has like a large data set with a lot of different pieces
What
of
about
data.
mining?
Bitcoin mining?
Just mining information in general, data information.
Oh yeah, but I mean, sure, yeah. I mean that's true too. Like, yeah, I guess if it were, let's say, like it worked in conjunction with an AI, and it just needed to gather a bunch of information and then come out with some useful outcome. Because AI can already do that, by the way. But
Yeah,
but yeah, with like a quantum computer,
that's what
yeah. I
I'm
mean, I
saying.
guess yeah, you could, you know, you could. I could see some powerful like predicting system, like some system that makes predictions based on human activity or something like that. Yeah.
Like AI is already incredible for what it is, but if it could take a hold of like every sound clip ever sent, every message ever sent, every email ever sent, like anything that's on the internet database around the world, if it was capable of mining all that within an instant, like if you asked
Yeah,
it
but
something and it had the quantum power to mine all that within an instant and make a decision or come out with an answer, like that would be an incredible tool.
yeah, you still have to feed it that information though. Like, so the quantum computer wouldn't be the thing that gathers the information. But if you had a powerful quantum computer, you could, uh, like I said, it had to work in conjunction with a classical computer.
Yeah,
But yeah, it would be able to, like modeling. Like, if you have like a big model, um, uh, that's a useful tool too, because that's something that computation is used for. Modeling is actually fairly useful because the sort of modeling they do in computers, you can't you know find the solution for it mathematically. You kind of have to run the model. Um, so I think that, yeah, if you have a powerful enough quantum computer, you could come out with, like I said, outcomes for certain things like a large scale models. You may not be able to visually model it, but you probably would. You could get a result that is like the outcome.
fair enough.
Or
Yeah, it's just interesting to think about.
Can I open a brief parenthesis? Um, do you still intend to use that Coriolis problem for anything, Coach?
you mean the one that we were asking people?
Yeah.
What do you mean use it for something like sell it on the black market? What do you mean?
No, I don't know, to challenge people or to do something or
Oh
to
yeah,
get an answer.
nobody was doing it except for Globers, dude. Have you noticed that now? That a single flat earther, nobody did it.
Globalists.
Well, it's quite a difficult
Yeah, it's pretty
challenge.
difficult. What was
By
your
the way,
what was your closed solution?
yeah, I got a close form solution. Well, I derived some of the equations that I used, um, and like it basically I just find the exact dimensions of the orbit of the projector, and then where it intersects the surface, and then I saw for how much time would take from the shooting moment to the impact, how long that would take. I used the area of the ellipse, Kepler's law. Yeah, I thought it would be difficult to get the area of the ellipse, but I saw on a website a very good clue of turning the ellipse into a circle. Like you
Yeah,
could just
exactly.
stretch the ellipse, it becomes a circle, and then it's as easy as to calculate the area of a sector of a circle plus
Right.
the area of a triangle.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
ellipses, transforming circles to ellipses, it's not too difficult. Yeah, you just you turn them into fractions. Basically, it's like a whole thing.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
I was doing
I
that.
first had to find exact dimension of the orbit, and I didn't know exactly how to do that. So what I did was, those simulations that I've written. I ran a lot
Yeah.
of them, and then if you start a projectile with escape velocity, it forms a perfectly circular orbit, right?
Yeah. Wait,
So
what is it?
I
Wait, what?
graphed. Yeah, if you shoot anything at the escape velocity, that gives you a perfectly circular orbit. Right?
Okay.
In Fantasyland.
Oh, okay, not sure about that, or
Escape velocity. I always thought that escape velocity would not make it into orbit. It would it wouldn't. It would go beyond the orbit. But I guess no. I think I've gotten that
that's
wrong
not
before.
defined value for that, right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Well, anyway,
Plus 25,000. Wait, no, but that doesn't make sense. It's 25,000 down here.
Oh, let me see. At
That's
the
too
surface.
fast. 25,000. You'd if you got something 16,000 miles per hour, you'd get it in a circular orbit.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, so the gravity here is 9.8 meters per second.
On Earth, yeah.
Formula for the escape velocity, as far as I understand. Well, what I'm calling escape velocity is just the velocity that would give you a perfectly circular orbit, which is the velocity that. Okay, so that velocity. I figured that the ratio between the velocity and that escape velocity should tell you what's the shape of the ellipse, right? Because if that ratio is 1, then that's a circle. If the ratio is smaller than 1, then it's going to fall and form like a thin. The slower you shoot, the thinner is the ellipse, so the more eccentric it is. So as it approaches,
you derived that yourself?
I did, but
that's interesting, man.
But I derived it empirically. I didn't derive mathematically. I didn't know how to derive it mathematically, so I just ran.
Go ahead.
I just ran a bunch of simulations, and I graphed the ratio between velocity and escape velocity that I started, and the eccentricity I ended up with, and it formed a perfect parabola. And it's just it's a very simple equation that gives you a parabola. That's it.
Perfect parabola.
Parabola. Parabola. I don't know.
Perfect. What's a perfect parabola? Like you mean x squared?
Yeah, no. It's 1 minus x squared. That's the equation. If x is the ratio between the velocity and the escape velocity, 1 minus x squared gives you the eccentricity of the orbit. I don't know that. That's probably some equation that is written somewhere.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you. Is there's I know, because if you derived it yourself, but there's an equation for eccentricity. So. But yeah, of course, I would have looked it up, but you always drive.
I don't know how to look those up because. Oh, anyway. So I had the shape of the ellipse, which I used the equation derived empirically. I also knew how to find the area, but there was one thing missing because it doesn't help if I have the area of the ellipse if I don't know what's the period of the orbit, and I didn't know the period of the orbit. Then I spoke to a coffee converter, and he said, "Well, that's Kepler's third law," and that's just what I needed. So I plugged in that and completed my script, so it outputted the same coordinates that I got with the simulation, but more precise.
That's what's up, man. And you got intuition for that shit. You didn't ask me for anything. I would have told you all that. I've been bringing up Kepler's third law for the past 2, 3, 4, or 5 weeks, dude. Every day. I bring it up every day now.
Third law is quite counterintuitive. Actually, before I've had third law, I just assumed that the area of the orbit would be proportional to the period. I just assumed that. It felt like intuitively true, and it turned out it was just wrong.
It's not. Yeah, it's not at all, because the period could be anything. I mean, the period could be crazy as fuck if it's an eccentric orbit. So
Yeah. It turned out it's proportional to the semi-major axis.
Yeah, the period and the square of the period and the cube of the semi-major axis. That's right.
Yeah.
That's actually my because Witzer was asking a bunch of people like, what's your evidence exclusive for heliocentrism versus geocentrism or whatever?
Yeah,
And that's
I got
that's
that
what I
too.
used.
Oh, why is that? Okay. Oh yeah, because there's a unifying mechanism for all the motions, not just a description of the motion that works, but also has a mechanism.
There's a value. There's a single value that defines the ratio between those. So those numbers, the semi-major axis, the cube of the semi-major axis, and the square to period, they're not equal to one another. They're proportional to each other. So there's a ratio, and the ratio depends on the object they're orbiting. So all the planets.
Wait, no. Aren't they supposed to be the same as each other? Given all the masses are negligible compared to the mass of the sun.
If you set one of the values to 1, then yeah, they would be the same. But what do you mean?
I mean,
sorry.
Okay, maybe I didn't get what you meant, but like the period of the Earth's orbit divided by the the square of the period of the Earth's orbit divided by the cube of its semi-major axis should be the same as if you do the same for any other planet.
Yeah, but that's only because you're going to use 1 AU in 1 year. So you're using like a unit. You're using like the Earth is a unit value. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's why it's the same. Because it's
regardless on what unit I'm using.
I don't think so.
I think so.
You're gonna fuck up my whole proof, dude.
No, it's not fucking up your proof. It's to stand. I mean, it's not a proof. I think it's evidence, right?
Evidence, that's right. Let's get to the bottom of this, dude.
Yeah, but anyway, so I got my my solution for the Coriolis problem, and I have no clue how precise it was, because if you do too many calculations, you know the computer has rounding errors. Floating points are not that precise. And if you're adding big numbers to small numbers, squaring, taking square root, taking the arc sign and then the cosine and doing all those stuff, they can be accumulate like significantly. So I got to this website that can do math with arbitrarily big numbers. So just copy my
website.
It's a Casio calculator, high precision calculator. And I just copy my script and paste it there, and then it was pretty much precise with all the digits that it had except the last one. So I got a very accurate answer, I think, assuming I did the right way, which I think I did, because I did in 2 different ways and got the same answer.
Well, congratulations, Bacon, because the whole point of they coming up with that was to get flat earthers to do that.
They're not going to do that. They didn't do celestial navigation. That is much easier. Why would they do that?
That's a good point.
You know,
and celestial navigation doesn't even require like you don't have to understand that much about how our model works. You just have to understand that the Earth is here and stars are far away. That's it. That's all the assumptions you need. With this, you have to understand a lot of Newtonian mechanics, and it might not be enough. Like how much I knew wasn't enough. I have to look up stuff and ask coffee converter.
Line was going to say something.
No, yeah, the sun's eccentricity, that you got the Earth's eccentricity, but it seems to be the same concept with the sun, or the Earth's orbit around the sun. Reason for the disparity of our clocks, because they can't seem to get the clock just right. Because I mean, I was looking into Milankovitch's cycle. He has like 3 or 4 phenomena, and Milankovitch he talks about the second cycle, which is the sun's eccentricity, and how at times it can be more elliptical and at other times more circular, which affects
yeah.
time on Earth and
Well,
affects even the solstices, even the
Yep.
the tropics. Like it can extend, it can expand the tropics or contract the tropics. But this is all theoretical because they've never actually observed this.
well,
I think it's got a lot of evidence.
that there's change in the eccentricity of the Earth, somewhat periodically. I think. Hey, you probably can find
No,
it.
it's periodic. They've corresponded it to the
Let me guess.
ice
Orbit of
ages.
Jupiter or something.
Well, yeah, Jupiter, and Saturn. So it's yeah, of course, it's in relationship to the planets and shit like that. But I'm saying because there's like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 different cycles, you know, based on different orientations and precessions and wobbles. But yeah, they're all to do with the, you know,
Right.
with the planets. But I'm saying that they've corresponded all these things with seasons, like with ice ages and shit. Like there's like 400,000 year cycle, 120,000 year cycle, all that kind of shit.
Right.
I don't know,
just
man.
respond to
I've
one
looked
thing.
into the data, bro. It's not convincing. Even the ice cores and stuff like that's not evidence.
Well, one thing about what you said, like that it affect time. It might affect like the duration of solar days, because those are affected by how quickly the Earth is moving around the sun. So it wouldn't be like time itself, just how quickly the sun's moving in the sky. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does, but it does affect because like when they observe the moving of the planets or the sun and the Earth, they compare it with the galactic equator, right? Or what they call the what's the technical term? The obliquity. The obliquity of, I can't remember. Hold on, let me look it up.
Orbital plane.
Yes, but there's a technical term. The obliquity of the ecliptic.
Yeah, the ecliptic, yeah.
The obliquity of the ecliptic, and this is how they compare, because you need something
that's
to
XL2,
compare
isn't it?
with. Yeah, it involves that too, but you need something to compare and contrast the movements of the luminaries to see how much we're moving, right? So they use the obliquity of the ecliptic to compare, and it's like there's like a shifting that's occurring, because if you believe in the heliocentric model, which obviously you do, the sun is moving through the universe at a certain rate, and the Earth is just kind of tagging along around the sun, and they're seeing like the shifting of the constellations at a rate of 72 degrees. I mean, 1 degree every 72 years.
Well, no, that's not due to the sun moving like the.
Well, I know,
like
I know that.
Precession.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that, but it's all kind of it's all when they do the math, they calculate all these different factors into the heliocentric model, and it affects our position in the universe and our position around the sun, or the background, the background that they observe the sun in, right? You understand what I'm saying? Like the background sky, right? The sun's traveling, and the background sky seems to be also shifting. So you have to take that into account in the
Yeah,
calculations.
you mean like relative to the what we call the celestial sphere?
Yeah, the celestial equator.
Yeah, that sounds like a.
It's very complex, bro. But there's there's a more simpler, more elegant model, bro. It doesn't have to get so crazy.
Oh, which is it?
Geocentric. Listen, the Earth is not moving, and the constellations are moving around the Earth, and the sun is moving around the Earth.
You think it makes it simpler?
It makes it way simpler. Because there's no axial tilt, and there's no actual there's no precession of the equinoxes, and there's also no precession of the of the axial tilt, because axial tilt, they say that every 25,000 years it completes a wobble, but it's actually not wobbling at all. What they perceive as a wobble is just really a patch that they needed to patch up the model.
Oh, but like if you're not gonna like if there's no wobble, there's no change in the tropics in the like if the NLM is constantly that shape always, and then that wouldn't like imply geocentrism. That would just I mean I agree geocentrism could still work there, but so would heliocentrism. It would just be a simpler model of heliocentrism. Like
So like the
getting
NLM
rid of
is
well,
one of the reasons why they have to patch it up with the axial precession, because it doesn't make any sense that the lower section of the NLM would be more elliptical or more fatter than the northern section.
it actually does, and you don't need
That makes
you don't need
perfect sense.
you don't need the precession of the equinox for it. You don't need the any change. Like you can have a very simple heliocentric system, just the sun and the earth. If the earth is tilted and has an elliptic orbit, just those two factors, it's going to give you an analemma that one part is larger than the other. All you need is Earth orbiting the sun with a tilted axis in an eccentric orbit. That's all required. So I think
you believe in an elliptical orbit, right? Right now.
Sorry.
You believe in an elliptical orbit, like the Earth is elliptically spinning around the sun, right? You have to, otherwise, you have to believe that.
Yeah, it's
otherwise your model wouldn't work.
More just evidence points to that.
Yeah, like if that wasn't the case, the angular side of the sun, the angular side of the sun should be the same the whole year. It's not, so it must be getting closer and further. Also, that has an impact on the shape of the analemma too. But yeah, so was there a point you wanted to make with that?
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't believe in eccentricity or axial precession or precession of the equinox. All three of those can be done away with the geocentric model. You don't need any of that.
Precession of the equinoxes is a fact, man. That absolutely.
No, yeah.
Are you trying to say that there's no precession of the equinoxes? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, there's not. But I understand that what we perceive as the calendar seems to need adjustment.
Do you know what the precession of the equinoxes is?
Yeah, it's when so I'll post a picture to explain it better. But basically, what you have is the constellations are moving forward. They're on their own cycle, their own circuit, where they spin around the Earth at a certain rate, and then you have the sun and the moon and the Earth that are on their own orbits. Like the sun has its own circuit, the moon has its own circuit, the Earth is not moving, right? But there seems to be a discrepancy in timekeeping where the years, the equinoxes seem to be drifting backwards, right? Or the tropical year seems to be drifting backwards a day approximately every 72 years. So there seems to be a precession that occurs that they say that precession equates to like 25,000 years to make a full complete wobble. Like I can't convey it to you, bro. I'd have to show you like in images.
I was just asking if you knew what it was. I mean, it does.
I got what you said there.
It has to do with the point. It's the point at where the sun lines up with the stars at the spring equinox. Yeah, that point changes. It's not a day per 72. It's a degree every 72 years. So that position changes by 1 degree every 72 years. Now they describe it as the wobble of the Earth in the heliocentric model. That's just their explanation of it. But the phenomenon is a fact that doesn't.
No, I understand, but it's not because the constellations are turning around. The sky itself is moving around us, and it does equate to an average of a day every 72 years.
It's a degree. Let
me see it. Yeah, it's a degree, but a degree, I'm pretty sure it's like a day. Let me look it up. So think about the sky, the circle of the constellations, the circle of the sky as a 360-degree circle, right? So 1 degree is 1 degree of 360 degrees of a full circle, right? So to complete 360 degrees, it's 360 times 72 is but this is an average 25,000 years, right? So when I say a day, it's an average. It could be more, it could be less. This is theoretical because none of us have ever observed an actual cycle of a couple hundred years to confirm this. This is all theoretical, right? So, in my understanding, in the Mazarot, like 6,000 years ago, the spring equinox began in Gemini, right? And now we're in Aries, but we're ending the age of Aries and approaching the age of Aquarius. But it's not that the sun and the earth are spinning through the universe why we see this precession. It's because the sky itself is moving around us at a rate of a degree every 72 years. And there's no such thing as actual precession either. There's no actual tilt that wobbles during this precession either. And there's no ecliptic, like there's the solstices have never changed in history. They've always been consistent. The tropics have never moved. And theoretically, if axial precision was legit, the tropics should have contracted or expanded. Even you would notice it within 2,000 years. Some people say, "Oh, well, no, you wouldn't notice it because it's 25,000 year cycle." Well, no, you still would notice it. Even within 500 years, you would notice a shifting of the seasons by 5 days at least. In 2,000 years, there would be 25 days, and in 4,000 years, there'd be 55 days. That you would notice a shifting of the seasons, either backwards or forwards from where they are right now. And nobody in history has ever documented spring beginning in what we now call December in the Gregorian calendar, or spring beginning in June. Like, that's never happened, and it never will happen.
I think if just by the name of the tropics, you can already tell it changed, but I'm gonna check that out. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Well, April Fool's Day used to be like the first of the year. That was a different calendar.
Yeah, the precession of the equinoxes has to do with the position of the sun in relation to the stars. So when the sun is at the spring equinox, it's in a particular position in relation to the fixed stars. That position changes 1 degree every 72 years. So, and it goes in retrograde. That's why it's called a precession, because it's moving backwards in the zodiac. So it goes from Aries to Pisces to Aquarius.
Yeah. But the stars aren't actually fixed. Like they're moving. They're on their own circuit. They move counterclockwise around the Earth. So what you consider retrograde, the heliocentric model has really made this a lot more complex than it needs to be. They've added all this nonsense that it's really redundant. You don't need any of that to explain what's going on. And actually, these ancient architectures show that there is no such thing as the precession of the equinox, because you got thousands-year-old structures that still, if there was a actual tilt and precession, there's no reason why these architectures are still precisely accurate today, and they still show the sun. Go ahead.
It's all right. Never mind.
No.
It's fine, dude. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Like I was talking about it this morning. I don't know if you were here. Maybe you were asleep. But I posted a bunch of like images of different architectures around the world, ancient architectures that show the solstices still at the same time that they were thousands of years ago. Like if there was a tilt, like even you gotta understand that these things are so precise that if the alignment was off, the sun would not shine through the little peak hole.
Yeah, that's not what it is, though, man. That's not what the precession of the equinoxes is. The sun still moves between the tropics. The tropics are stable. That's not what changes. What changes is just the position of the sun in relation to the fixed star backdrop.
I understand, bro.
That's changing. So yes, the ancient structures and things will still have the sun aligning in that same way, because it's not the sun that's changing. It's just the sun's position to the fixed star backdrop in that very slight precession.
Absolutely agree with you. I'm distinguishing between the axial rotation and the precession of the equinox, right? So when I'm talking about axial rotation, if there was actual, now I'm not talking about the axial, I'm not talking about the precession of the equinox anymore. I'm talking about axial rotation. If axial rotation, right, and the axial precession, because it's different from the precession of the equinox. You actually have the precession of the equinox, and then you have the precession of the axial rotation. Two different concepts. The axial rotation talks about the precession that the Earth tilts around a wobble, right? During a 25,000 year cycle. Ironically, it's around the same amount of time. This is how they come up. I don't know how they come up with their math, but this is their math. So, right. So for it to wobble a full revolution, for lack of a better word, right? It's around the same amount of time that you get a completion of the Mazarot, 360 degrees. And if that was the case, right, you would see a shifting of the alignments that the sun would rise on the equinoxes, right, and the solstices, and we don't see that. Like nobody's ever observed that. It's all theoretical. It's all math.
Okay, so weren't the tropics named based on which zodiac constellation the sun was over when you reached the tropic?
Yes.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's in
Yeah,
relation
so that-
to when the sun is when the sun at the equinox is at 0 degrees of Aries. Yes.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
I agree, bro. So hold on, before you, I already know what you're gonna say. So the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer, that's outdated because at the solstices, the sun no longer rises in those constellations. Those are thousands of years old. Yeah, but the precession is what you're referring as a precession is really the stars moving. The stars are actually moving around the Earth.
Well,
in retrograde, so they're moving counterclockwise, 1 degree every 72 years.
You can describe in that way if you want to, but it feels like I'm just describing the same thing in a different way.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
The reference frame.
The stars make a rotation every 23 hours and 56 minutes in terms of every day. And then the sun is 24 hours. So the sun's moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. If you looked at it from above, everything's moving clockwise. And the sun is losing pace on the stars every day by a little bit, which is what causes the seasons. And it's also moving between the tropics. But the precession of the equinoxes is that position of the stars and the sun in a very, very, very slight precession, which is the 72 years per degree, which is the 26,000 year cycle. It's like 25,920 years. So it's really much closer to 26. And that 1 degree is just, that changes where the sun is at the spring equinox in relation to the fixed stars. So that's what's precessing, and that's what's moving in a retrograde motion, meaning it moves backwards through the zodiac in terms of that actual precession.
Agreed. So basically, for those that don't understand, what I'm saying is like what Gio's saying is that at the spring equinox, around March 20th, March 21st, every year, if you track where the sun rises on the east, right, every year for 100 years or for 1,000 years, theoretically, you would see that the background of the sky, which is normally consistent, right, until you reach a point where you start seeing the drift. You can't see it from year to year. You don't see it. It's such a minute increment that you're not going to perceivably see it until 72 years go by and you look at it like, whoa, like the sun is now rising a little bit, or the stars seems to have shifted a little bit. So what's going on here, right? And if you go 2,000 years, a whole constellation just went by, and now the sun is not rising in Taurus anymore. It's actually rising in Aries now, or it's rising in Pisces now, or it's rising in Aquarius. And it will rise in Aquarius for like 2,000 years until 30 degrees go by. And then after 30 degrees, the next constellation will pop up at the spring equinox. Anyways, yeah, I'm good. I'll mute. I've had enough.
Oh, I was wrong about the escape velocity. It's not what gives you circular orbit. Sorry for
Are you watching Chinese news? You watching Chinese news right now?
Wait, what? No, why?
Sounds like you got Chinese news in the background.
No, it's a Brazilian show. comedy show that my girl watches. I think it's like a MasterChef, but for stand-up comedians. Something like that.
Well.
Bacon or Kosho, do you guys don't know of any actual proof that there's a wobble that's actually causing the precession of the equinoxes, or is it just kind of the theory or the idea that you guys that the heliocentric model asserts to it?
I think there are two components of it. You have the description. So if the precessions are if the seasons are shifting, then the axis of rotation has to be precessing. So that's kind of implied by the data. And there's also the physics explanation for it. Like if you create a system like the solar system and set up in the way we think it's set up, that would imply that the axis of rotation would precess. But I think that's very hard to demonstrate. I don't understand how that works. So there are two components of it. There's the data and there's the explanation.
So the tilt, when it tilts back and forth on its wobble, I posted a couple pictures. It can drift between 21.1 degrees to 24.5 degrees. This is all theoretical.
Well, that's not a precession, right?
Well, no, this is the actual tilt, right? This is the actual precession through a complete wobble. This is how much the Earth will tilt back and forth, and that will definitely affect the seasons, even if it's just 1,000 years, because it will definitely you will see it. It would be noticeable.
Yeah, but that's like how tilted the Earth is doesn't imply on a precession of the equinox. Like if it tilts back and forth in the same direction, that wouldn't.
I know.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about precession of the equinox. I'm talking about the actual precession now.
Okay.
This would affect the tropics. This is what I'm saying. We would see it. The seasons would drift from where they are right now, if this was the case.
Why the seasons?
Because according to your model, the reason that we have seasons is because of the tilt of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but right? Why? If I tilt the Earth more, why would that change when the seasons happen?
Because
it's
the more
the same time.
The tropics would change, would either expand or contract depending on the tilt.
Yeah, because it's basically it's caused by the eccentricity changing, Bacon. So the eccentricity changing, it does have effects on the weather.
This interesting on the no, yeah, I'm not saying there's no effect on the weather.
You're just talking about seasons, yeah.
Yeah, like they still happen at the same time. That wouldn't change them.
Relatively.
Yeah.
So like when you have the sun at the northern tropic, right? It would be summer. It would be June 21st, which we're approaching in the northern hemisphere. That's literally the longest day of the year.
Called the winter.
Right? It's called the summer solstice. That's literally the furthest well, in my understanding, because on the geocentric model, that's literally the furthest that the sun will travel northwards and hit the border of demarcation, which is the Tropic of Cancer. In your model, that's when that's when the Earth is tilted to the sun, so it's receiving the most rays directly, right? And then, so if this tilt shifted, it would completely throw the tropics would move by theoretically 10 degrees. So you would see summer start either earlier or later, depending on the tilt. Like it would drift drastically.
You described what the range of the degrees was between 21 and 24, right?
Yeah, you still have winter and summer 6 months apart. The sun would just change less from one to the other. Its position in the sky would change less significantly. If
the sun would literally be shining its rays on the North Pole, bro.
Oh, you mean if it
like if just look at it. Just, all you gotta do is look at it.
I get it. You're saying if you tilt it more than 24 degrees.
All right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Sometimes a picture is 1,000 words. You can see better what I'm saying.
I understand. I understand what you're describing. I'm just saying that wouldn't change when the season would start and finish. It would just make them more intense. The sun would just go quick. It would change. Move quicker along the latitudes, and summer and winter would be more intense. But that wouldn't affect when they would start and when they would end. It would still be 4 months apart each.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, right? Because I'm not 100% convinced either way that the tropics haven't, whether they moved or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they haven't, but I'm not 100% convinced. Like they could have moved in history, and the reason I say that is because I've read like journals in the past from explorers from the 1500s. I've looked at these ancient maps, and they show the Arctics to be temperate, not covered in ice, and the Urbano Monte map actually shows the Antarctic to be parts of it to be a desert wasteland, or not wasteland, but a desert.
You know, Antarctica is the biggest desert, but regardless, when you said about the tilt, you said the maximum it goes between 21 and 24. So the furthest north, the tropics going to be is the 24. So it's not going to be over the pole.
Well, again, this is all based off mathematics, bro. I got one that says 24.5 to 22.5, and the other one says 21.1 to 24.5.
Yeah, that's one I've heard before.
They could go more, they could go less. We don't really know. But still,
and that would be a big deal. I mean, that at least in our model, if they went more than that, because there's a lot of implications.
You've conflated a couple of issues that are not really the same. The tilt of the Earth has nothing to do with precession of the equinoxes. Those are two separate things going on. I think the tilt changes over about 3 degrees, but the cycle is on the order of 40 or 50,000 years, as I recall. The precession cycle is nearly 26,000 years.
Yeah, no,
that sounds about right.
I distinguish between both of them already. I keep trying to, but I'm not trying
You
to.
did, yeah, you did. He did try to make that clear that he called them different things, but he tried to make it clear. But yeah, yeah, that's right. 40,000 years. I couldn't remember how long it was. Yeah, there's like 5 or 6 or 7 different sort of oscillations. Yeah, because I noticed that when you look at the data from the 70s to today and the day length, and it's been getting progressively. Well, no. So it's been it was slowing down. Like the days were getting longer, but the days were getting longer was shrinking up until like 3 years ago, when the days actually got shorter because it's like spinning faster. Oh no, is it no? Hold on. Yeah. So it's spinning faster, and so that shows a trend. And since we've been measuring it in the past 50 years, that there's been, I guess you'd call it an acceleration, because, like I said, it was slowing down. It was, but that rate that it was slowing down was decreasing. So that's been consistent. And so I was going to look at all those different movements of, the oscillations and all this stuff, and see if that had something to do with it, or if there's some sort of cyclical thing with the rotation rate. They don't really have an exact reason yet. They just say it's probably caused by the a mass distribution in the Earth and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, the trend's been consistent since the measurements I've seen.
Ariel, you had asked earlier about evidence for the precession of the equinoxes. That evidence comes from the measured positions of stars. We can measure them in right ascension and declination. We can do it in ecliptic latitude and longitude. If you look at the ecliptic latitude and longitudes of stars, they change over what would be a 26,000 year cycle. At least the longitude does. Latitude does not. This was discovered 2,200 years ago by Hipparchus, and it's been documented many times.
Okay, knows his shit.
Right. The position of the stars in relation to the sun at the spring equinox is changing, but there's no validation that it has to do with a wobbling globe. It just has to do with the sky clock and the star position in relation to the sun. Okay, it's kind of a begging the question fallacy to say, well, because we measure this, I'm just going to plug it into this other assumptive model and claim that it's evidence for that other model, when it's not really exclusive to that explanation for it. But it is observable from the sky field, from the ground looking at the sky and the sun at the equinox, the positions.
Well, that is precession of the equinoxes. The equinoxes are the intersection of the celestial equator and the ecliptic. In fact, a diagram put up a few minutes ago shows that, and it's a fact, an observational fact that those intersections actually shift in a 26,000 year cycle. Now, the interpretation within a spherical Earth is that the rotation axis of the Earth is spinning around, it's precessing like a top would do. I have no idea what the interpretation would be in the zetetic model.
Actually, I was asking about that line because you'd said that it's easier in that idea that it's a flat plane. All the different precessions and stuff or the oscillations. I was curious if you'd elaborate on that because it doesn't seem like it'd be easier.
Who were you asking?
Lion had brought that up earlier, kind of what you said, because how you just said that you're not sure what the explanation is, and he was saying earlier that it's actually more easily explained on that model, but I don't think there is an explanation for it.
For precession of the equinox? Kosho?
Yeah, any of the precession, like the precession of the equinox or the tilting that's moving and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, if you have a stationary planar surface, and if you have like let's say like systems of gears, if you want to say it that way, so like all of the fixed stars are on one gear system. In this analogy, the sun is on its own gear, the moon is on its own gear, and yeah, those gears have slight fluctuations essentially. I don't really think the word wobble is really a word for that in this case, but you would just have like slight phase shifts, slight changes. So like the way that the star gear system and the sun gear system are syncing up has a very, very slight change in terms of that 1 degree per 72 years. I mean, it's just like the way the sky clock functions in terms of these different layers. If you had like a room with a huge gear in the ceiling, that would be all the fixed stars, and you had another gear that the sun was on, and they're making their cycles. If you were to change, let's say they're on motors or something, and if you were to change the motor just a teeny bit in terms of the speed of it, then you would get these slight variations like this.
So how many flat earthers accept the reality of the precession of the equinoxes, that the intersection of the ecliptic and the celestial equator are changing?
I have never heard of anyone who would call themselves a flat earther who has said the precession of the equinoxes doesn't exist, but there could be someone out there that might say that. I don't know.
Well, I think Lyon was sort of accepting that in his comments earlier. I came in kind of late, but it seemed like he was accepting that.
No. I just don't accept their way of explaining it.
That's fine, but the observational data you ask, what are the observations of the precession of the equinox, and I explain that to you. It's a systematic change in the positions of stars in the sky, and that's something I have to deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a shifting of the constellations throughout the ages. That's what the ancients referred to as like the age of Aries, the age of Pisces. Like the reason that you have these different ages is because of the shifting of the constellations, or what you would call as a precession of the equinox.
Okay, you're a flat earther, correct?
Yes.
And then you seem to be at least one flat earther who accepts the reality of precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah, like I said, I've never met anyone who has denied it. So, I've never heard of anyone. It's the explanation that it's a tilting, wobbling sphere that is.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But let me take this a step further. Once you realize that it causes a systematic change in the positions of the stars in the sky, then that leads you inevitably to the conclusion that Polaris has not always been the North Star.
Why? Why does that have to be the case?
Because the positions of the stars change. And I mentioned this shifting in ecliptic longitude that's been observed for more than 2,000 years. You can take historical measurements of the ecliptic longitude of Polaris, and you can see where it was in the past by the records we have, and it was not the pole star.
Well, listen, I don't know. It's not a hill that I would die on and be like, well, Polaris has always been the center of our realm. I don't know that for a fact, but I know that the constellations are spinning around a single axis point that seems to be around Polaris. Now, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe Polaris did shift, a negligible amount between what we perceive to be the center. But so what?
Well, 12 degrees is not negligible. That's what the difference was, I believe. I think, working from memory here, from Ptolemy 19 centuries ago, it was at about 12, 13 degrees off from being the pole star. That's not insignificant. And furthermore, you said there's one point of rotation. There are actually two. There's the south celestial pole and the north celestial pole.
Yeah, I understand your model, bro, but I don't.
No. It's not a model. It's observation.
Listen, it's late, and I've been on here all day, bro, and I don't have the energy to go back and forth. But maybe somebody else can take you on this.
That's fair. That's fine.
But listen. I understand that you believe in a south pole, right? I just believe that south to me is all around the rim.
Celestial pole. That's a very different thing from the Earth's south pole. There are 2 points of rotation around which the stars seem to spin each day.
Yeah.
We in the northern hemisphere see the north celestial pole, but in the southern hemisphere there is the south celestial pole. Yeah,
the star trails seem to show what looks like to be a south pole, right? But those, what you consider, at the equator, when the stars split, when the star trails split like a zipper, and you see like what looks like to be a south pole, that's just really optical illusions because of the dome and the stars shining through the dome and your optical perspective of those stars trailing away from you. What looks like to be trailing away from you. It's complicated, bro. That's all I gotta say. And I don't have the words to try to convey it to you right now. I can't. I'd have to show you in a video.
As someone who's been to the southern hemisphere a number of times, it's not an optical illusion. I have seen this for myself. I'm not relying upon what someone else has told me. I've seen it. I've photographed it. And it's similar to what we see in the northern hemisphere, except it's a different group of stars around near that center of rotation. There are 2 points of rotation in the sky.
I think St. Pierre, he had some good images, some GIFs on that. They would help you out. Go talk to Saint Pierre. What's the other guy's name, bro? He's in here sometimes. Let me look at him. Saint.
Where'd everyone fucking go? Kosho probably scared him off.
What's that one guy that's usually in here, bro? Saint something.
Shane?
Saint.
Shane.
Oh, Shane. I don't remember, bro. How do you spell his name? I want to look up his gifs that he posted.
S H.
You'll
never be able to
Annie.
because he has like
It's
characters.
different font. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like different font. You'll never be able to. You have to enable developer mode on your Discord, and then you have to go find him, and they have to like copy his ID.
It's all good then.
Yeah.
No, but he has some incredible gifs that he posted recently, bro. But yeah, whatever.
His name is like in a different font, so you can't search
If
it.
you copy his ID and search that, I think that would.
Thing is, there's nothing about a globe or heliocentrism that's ever been required to explain and understand the stars or the sky or the ground and how they interrelate. And the ancients have been using the very, very precise calculations and understandings of the sky. I mean, the Antikytherian mechanism and sundials and moon dials and all kinds of astrolabes, nocturnal labes. There's many, and also sextants. All of that, none of that requires heliocentrism. And it's not like they were walking around confused about, things. I mean, they were building structures and using the positions of the sky for intricate detail and understanding. So there's nothing about heliocentrism that was required. It's not like heliocentrism came along and helped anyone in terms of actually understanding that. They've just asserted that it has, and they've done kind of a takeover, but there's nothing exclusive to heliocentrism that brings any value. It's just a model. It's just a way to explain the sky, basically. It's just like an inverted geometrical coordinate system to explain the sky, which they extracted from the sky. Basically, the entire heliocentric model is just an explanation of the sky. At the end of the day, in one way, it could be seen that way. Just inverting the celestial sphere into trying to claim the Earth as a globe from that.
Seriously, what do you think about the 33-foot straw, Gio? Be honest. Is that too crazy? It's only 33 feet. We could do like a metal straw. It could be made out of like metal. Too crazy.
And what would the result, like what result would show what in your mind with that? I mean, it's kind of I don't know. Yeah, I mean, what claiming that their bendy refraction can't bend through a 33-foot tube?
I mean, I don't know what it would look like. They're saying that we would see. So they, according to them, we would see whatever we look through the straw. We wouldn't see what we were looking through a theodolite or something, because the light wouldn't be able to refract. Like we'd only get the horizontal light or something. I don't know. Ruhif was kind of right last night. How do you know the straw is straight? I mean, I feel like 33 feet. Shit, man. If we can't get something straight at that distance, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, I just don't know what the end result is. I mean, yeah. So if the light's bending, then if you look through the tube, it would just you would not. What would you see? Nothing, or like what I'm saying? What's the intended result?
I don't know what you would see. Yeah, you would have to see something different than the theodolite, I guess. Like, say you're looking at the oil rigs at the Black Swan, you would look through the theodolite and you would see, I don't know, the bottom of the oil rig or something, and then you look through the straw and you should see the top of the oil rig, maybe, because it would cut down on refraction. So they're saying it's loomed up. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I mean, I think it's an interesting idea that could be incorporated into something, but yeah, I'm just
keep it in your back pocket.
I mean, you could do it with like a laser. That would be kind of interesting to try to shoot a laser through that straw or through that tube at a very far distance, showing that the laser light's not bending, perhaps, if it can make it all the way through the straw. I don't know. There's some way to use it, but yeah, I don't know like what it would really show.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what's even crazier than that?
Scratch that. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, GPS is a crazy man's tool, right?
I immediately regret letting you go.
Yeah. Let's use a straw and fucking a McDonald's straw, one of a kind, metal McDonald's straw, so we can see if refraction looks differently from 33 feet. But let's not use GPS. Most practical tool in the world.
Bro, we're trying to figure out this refraction thing, bro, and what's really good.
Zanuck actually had the best idea regarding refraction. The only problem is it
Oh
involves,
God, what is it?
It involves trigonometry and math and stuff, but he'd be best if he explained it. But what he said was, you would
Give us the
look.
gist of it.
So let's say that you're looking. Let's do it like this: like you're in a building or a parking garage, a very tall parking garage, and you're on the second story, and you're looking straight across at a stop sign. That's perfect. Yes, you're looking at a stop sign. That's I don't know, 5 miles away. Anyways, so you go to the second story, you look at the stop sign, you measure the angle, and then you go to the 5th story and you look at the stop sign and the angle, and then the 10th story, you look at the stop sign and the angle. And the fact is that you should be able to predict that change based on trigonometry, but there's going to be some adjustments because of refraction. So it's not going to behave the way that you'd predict mathematically, and that difference you can attribute completely to refraction. There you go.
Yeah, that's dumb, bro. This is Xanax's idea of getting a whole bunch of apparent positions, and then in the end, you think you have an actual position somewhere. That thing.
It's actually very practical, makes a lot of sense, and it's not a. So if you take one object and one thing, and you are making a claim about it, I could get your point. But if you take a known height, that being the second story in a parking garage, and the known height of a stop sign, and you then do the observation from 2 or 3 other elevations, you're not just comparing where you're supposed to see the stop sign at. You're comparing how the angle is changing based on your elevation. And it should be changing in one way because, like I said, that's just simple mathematics. That it's you're raising elevation. The stop sign the elevation change should be based on your elevation change, or the angle change should be based on your elevation change. But if there's anything, any extra change or any discrepancy in that change, you can owe that completely to refraction. By doing that, you'd measure refraction. Yeah. Say what you will about Zanuck, but he's pretty clever sometimes.
So we look at the stop sign and we see that it should be horizontal because it's the same elevation, but it's not. And then we go up higher and then see what the distance is and where it appears to be.
Yeah, but you don't even have to see that it was supposed to be horizontal. You would just note where it appears to be at the first level. It doesn't matter if it was supposed to be horizontal or not. You would just note where it's at, what angle it's at, based on your elevation and its elevation. And then
Okay, so the first thing we do, we'd have an apparent position. And then we note where the apparent position is. Then we go up higher. We note where that apparent position is, and higher, note where that apparent position is. Now we have 3 or 4 apparent positions. Then what?
And then you take note of how that apparent position is changing
as you go higher.
That's right.
Then what?
You compare that to what the mathematic prediction should be, because that relationship should be purely mathematics. You're raising elevation, the angle changing. And so if it's anything outside of that, that would be the refraction.
You have to start with an assumption first. Is the Earth curving or is it flat?
I don't think that matters in this one.
You never even know where it should be unless you unless you assume one of those things. Is it concave, convex, flat? You got to predict one of them.
So you're not here with me, dude. It doesn't matter where it's supposed to be, because the you're not doing a single observation. You're doing multiple observations, and the measurement is the comparison between them, not not like where it is compared to where it's supposed to be. Let me make a picture.
I don't see how we're going to come to any definitive conclusions after you do that. That's all. Zanuck's been pushing this for about a year now.
He's a good guy.
Mm.
The American Gladiators? Yeah, did you see that?
Him and no, I never saw the episode with him.
You serious?
Yeah, he interrupted.
No,
he interrupted the Gladiators so many times they booted him off the show.
No, dude, but the dude was getting pissed at him, dude. Because the dude, like, he was beating him, dude. And then finally at the end, like, there was like a giant mountain, and Zanuck was climbing a mountain, and the dude finally caught him, and he threw him like off the mountain. It's crazy. It's crazy how far he falls. But yeah, the rest of the episode, he was like beating him. Like, he's faster than him, and the dude looked pissed.
Send me a link. That son of a bitch. I probably saw it when I was like 13 years old back in the 80s.
I mean, it's going to be in your DMs because I've sent it to you a long time ago. I mean, not that long ago. But I'll send it again.
Send it again. Bro, it just doesn't seem definitive after you get 3, 4, 5, 6 apparent positions, and then you're like, oh, it changed this much. Then what, dude? You don't have anything. You have anything definitive at? We're looking for something definitive, right? Is this definitive?
It's definitive, yes.
What did you guys say? Zanuck was on American Gladiator?
He was, but I not really wanted to dox him, so we'll have to say this, that yeah, just
Not really
stay tuned.
doxing him. He has a YouTube channel called Zanuck, and it's on there.
Yeah, I know, but I feel bad because some people don't know that it's not that hard to find him and stuff. So it's like,
Yeah, say less, say less. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he should really try to be more likable.
Would be cool if you wanted.
Yeah, he's a likable guy, dude. He's a good guy.
Percent, did you watch that freestyle I sent you? Percent?
Must have said something.
Yeah. They don't make him like that anymore, man. That's class.
Percent, did you watch that video, that freestyle I sent you?
Yeah, you're talking about the old school Cassidy one, right?
What?
That was gangster shit right there, yeah.
You sent me nothing.
No, I just sent him 50%. He's in a gangster rap.
Me, yeah.
That shit is so bad for a youth's mind to be listening to that all the time. That probably had a horrible influence on me growing up.
I don't know.
I mean,
Could have been a lawyer or a doctor or something.
Instead, you just
What's
to
up?
play.
Essie, is that you on the scooter? That's what's up, man. Oh, it's 3 years ago, though. Well, you're looking good, dude.
How does getting 5 apparent positions give us a definitive actual position? Just run me through this in your mind.
I'm going to make a picture.
Okay. Are you using crayons?
I'm using color pencils. The grown-ups crayons.
Did you eat all the other crayons?
No.
You got to be careful with colored pencils. You could get splinters in your teeth.
You learned the hard
Ruhit's
way.
dogs ate him.
You mean splinters in your mouth, right?
Your teeth are in your mouth.
Yeah, it's like if you don't eat the crayons, you eat the colored pencils. But the colored pencils taste better, so that's why.
No, but I mean, like, splinter, but can't get stuck in your teeth.
Actually do. Sorry, go ahead. What you say?
Inside your teeth. It would be inside your mouth, right? But otherwise, it just gets stuck between your teeth.
Sorry, did I say get the splinters in your teeth? With that voice, that should have been fine anyway. Oh, how are you guys doing? What's going on?
I'm trying to wrap my head around getting a definitive actual position from 5 apparent positions. It's not really clicking with me. Is it registering with you, or?
Could you just take an average, maybe? No, it won't work. That's not definitive.
Not a bad idea, actually.
No, that was supposed to be a bad idea. Man, you can't get anything wrong today.
I mean, Kosha, you know we're looking for something definitive, right? Like rock solid,
Yeah.
absolute, 100%.
100%.
And this is it.
Yeah, GPS, dude.
No, this Zanuck thing. With the stop sign and the diagram you're drawing, this is it. This is definitive, absolute proof of the actual position of an object in the distance. Is that what you're telling me?
No, this would be a decent way to measure the refraction.
Okay, I'm willing to take a look at your diagram.
But I guess if you did that, you could have reversed that, and then, yeah, once you had the refraction, you could get the position. So yeah.
You think the CMB
Here to
data is
there.
correct?
CMB data.
You said it. You said you thought it was correct earlier.
In what regards?
Yeah, I mean, correct. It's either correct or it's incorrect, right? I mean, in what regards? Is the CMB data correct? You told me it was correct earlier.
I was saying, is Ken Jennings correct or incorrect? Well, he won 74 games of Jeopardy. He got some questions wrong.
The data from the CMB, is it right or is it wrong?
Some of it. I mean, you gotta be more specific, man.
The parts, yeah, I know.
What you're doing, dude, is you're fucking bullshit lawyer.
You be bullshitting. You be
bullshitting.
bullshitting.
Bullshit. You try to catch people in a bullshit in a lie. So you try to phrase it in a way so I can answer it in this way, and then you can fucking try to.
I'm just saying you were arguing the CMB data was correct earlier, so I thought we were going with that.
Yeah, and you're gonna get into the axis of evil, right? So let's just get there.
Yeah.
The axis of evil. Go ahead.
Your only defense is the data is not correct. It's the only defense that the heliocentrists have for Earth not being in a significant location.
Not quite. So let's make something clear, though. The significant location that is implied by the CMB data and the significant location that is implied by Hubble's observation, and even the significant location that would be the geocentric Earth. These are three totally different ideas.
Yeah, I know. I'm not worried about dark energy or none of that bullshit. We're just talking about where everything's at.
As I said, and as I've talked to astronomers, and they agree, although they don't. We should have asked him that Danny guy was here. He seems like he knows what he's talking about with astronomy, but
Who was
that
it?
guy that was just here, Danny.
I missed it. I wasn't. Who was here? Faulkner?
Was that Danny Faulkner? I don't know.
That was that guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's who that is.
Allegedly.
That was Danny Faulkner?
I missed him.
Like him.
Fuck.
Yeah, he's got his picture right on his profile.
He's in here a lot. I never hear him say anything.
I've talked to him before because he did an interview with Jim. Yeah, he did. I told you the number one people that like you think that we're anti-flat earthers. I'm not for sure, but it's.
I would label you as a. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I know what you'd label me as, dude, but it's the young Earth creationists that are like the biggest anti-flat earthers in the world.
I know it's tough, but I would label you as a flat Earth apologist.
Is that what he is, Kosho? Like Danny Faulkner?
I believe so. I don't want to label him incorrectly, so he could correct me. But he is a like a biblical cosmologist, sort of. I believe. I remember he was big on that.
So young Earth is a heliocentric globe deal in his mind.
Well, I think, like I said, if you look at all the biggest flat Earth haters are all young Earth creationists.
The thing is, the Bible story doesn't match up with heliocentrism in multiple ways.
With the globe, you said?
With heliocentrism. Right off the rip, right out the gate in Genesis.
Yeah. There were a lot of funky stuff, though, huh?
What's that?
There were a lot of funky stuff in there. Like the snakes talking and, a lot of stuff. A woman made from ribs, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if you get your cosmology from a book like that, then you might have to interpret it the same way you interpret everything else in there, which is like, I don't know. Anyways, still making this picture, so hold on.
Do you get along good with Danny Faulkner, him being a cosmologist and you're a cosmetologist? Because let me tell you something. If we were X-Men, Geo runs the team, I'm Wolverine, and you do the hair and nails for Rogue and Jean.
Okay, very funny, dude. How many times have you said that? You're like the fucking grandpa who just says the same fucking jokes. You know who my favorite X-Men is?
Oh,
Caitlyn Jenner.
I don't know what that means. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. I
I've
got
done
it.
that joke like 6 times now.
I know, but I'm the old grandpa that keeps telling the same joke. My favorite's Rogue, man. That chick is sexy. And she could turn into anyone you want. That's fire.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
As far as
Wait,
superpowers
what?
go, I think what's up?
Oh, she can't.
The blue chick?
Rogue.
That's Mystique.
Yeah, it's Mystique.
Mystique's
Rogue
my
can get
favorite.
anyone's. She gets anyone's powers.
No, Mystique's my favorite. As far as superpowers go, I think it's Magneto or the other chick that could control anything. But her shit was kind of uncontrollable. But Magneto's got it unlocked.
Magneto's the best, man.
Professor X was dope. He was stopping time. That's probably the best superpower is the ability to stop time. If I could have any superpower, that would definitely be it.
You seen the Twilight Zone episode?
Where they got stuck at like 247 or something.
I forget exactly what. Hey, didn't he have like a watch that did it, and then the watch broke or something?
I don't know. The new Twilight Zone or the old one? Because they redid that. They redid like a new one back in the late 90s, I think, early 2000s.
That was recently because it was. I think it was Jordan Peele who did it. I think.
It was a while ago. It was at least 20 years ago. 15 years.
I'm making this shit. I'm almost done.
Bro, I have a feeling this is not going to be definitive at all in any way, shape, or form.
Wherever you are, Zanuck, this is out of respect for you, dude.
I honestly think I saw that the live broadcast with him
back in the 80s or 90s or something.
I seriously, no, I believe it because like I remember the move, like some of those moves and stuff. Boy's got some moves, you know what I mean? He's trying to fake out turbo or lightning or whatever. Fucking, you know what I mean? I'm like,
He had him most of the show, right?
that's a scrappy guy right there.
I want to slapbox Xanax so bad sometimes.
You wouldn't win, dude.
Well, he's older. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
Speaking of older, do you remember old man
Jimmy
Logan?
could get lucky on him now. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, he wouldn't, dude. He would not get lucky on him. Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, he's an old man. He's getting old in his age. He can barely hear. Can't see worth shit. I don't know how many arms he has, but I assume. I just assume Zanuck would easily stomp him. I would put 5,000 to 1 odds on Zanuck.
For slapboxing?
How many
For any
arms are
for
you actually supposed to have
you don't
there?
even know if Zanuck has experience slapboxing at all. Jeremy might be deadly at this. You don't know.
Man, I guess nobody can hear me.
Sorry, go ahead.
We hear you. What'd you say, Redman?
So you're
Yeah. I was just asking, how many arms is he supposed to have?
Jeremy, but at least one.
I have both my arms.
I mean, if you're gonna be slapboxing with one arm, you're at a distinct disadvantage. The other person's got to be blindfolded or some shit. You're gonna throw left again, huh? I know.
I would put my money on Zanuck, even if he had to be blindfolded.
Man.
I was just thinking about anatomy itself. We walk around, talk to everybody. I always thought of everybody having 2 arms. Things happen. People get 1 arm, 2 arms. They have no arms. But when you say arms, 2 arms.
I understood that.
I just make sure.
Bro, if you see me in a fight with a grizzly bear, don't worry about me. Save the bear.
Whatever you say, man. You're gonna be thinking you're fighting a grizzly man, and you're fighting like a gas station guy or something. Like, dude, put on your glasses, man. Put on your monocle.
I'm kind of excited for this thing, but I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna be heavily disappointed when you show it to me.
Disappoint? No. Hold on.
I've went through this with Xanax before. It doesn't really do anything for me. This doesn't tickle my fancy.
Because in order to actually for this to mean anything, you'd have to do the math. But actually, I saw this video last night that was actually describing a book that I never read, but it was talking about this like philosophy. It said the most successful people, they don't look at a problem and ask, how can I do that? Or how can I solve that? They ask, who can I get to solve that for me? Or something like that. I'm like, holy shit, dude, I've been doing it wrong my whole life.
That's what I do.
Yeah, no, that's all you do. Yeah.
Don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Was that JFK speech?
So Jeremy asked what anything, any task at all. That's why he says he's got a guy for everything, because he literally has a guy to do everything he has to do.
Bro, I can't do everything, dude. You see Elon Musk down there with a ratchet, putting spaceships together, or on the factory floor putting wheels on Teslas or whatever. Like you just can't do it all.
Like I said, I watched that video yesterday, and it was a good point. I just I like solving problems, so I couldn't see myself doing that.
Oh, I love solving problems too. Absolutely.
You never do that.
No, I solve problems, bro.
Yeah, but Kosho wants you to do it with numbers. Lame.
Yeah, numbers, pictures. Yeah.
Jeremy could probably draw pictures, man. What you know? Probably like Picasso.
I've never provided any. The most he's ever provided is a screenshot of a Google search. That's it. That's the most he's ever provided.
Dude,
as far
back
as
on Brandon.
sources.
Dude, I've done experiments and shit. Are you serious?
Yeah, he did. I remember that. Brandon's
Dude, I've done
bullshit.
so much stuff. Remember all the shit I used to do with the kids' blocks? With the letters?
No. I vaguely.
He taught you how to read, Kosho?
Bro, I've came up with new arguments and shit throughout the years. Like, dude, oh my god, I've put in so much work I can't even remember it all.
Yeah, but I'm actually talking about providing.
Bro, I put in work like Rambo.
Yeah, okay.
Jeremy's got that 120.
120-year sentence.
I agree.
120 grit sandpaper. We've fucking We've rubbed it all over the globe, and now you got a marble that you don't even have a marble. You got a pea, little tiny pea size thing.
It's very funny, dude. Very funny.
That is a pretty good mental image. Just sandpapering down the globe until it's just a tiny little pea. Almost
It's
totally.
It's like a BB.
Turned to dust at this point.
It's like the BB that went in my. It's the size of the BB that went in my eyeball back in the 90s.
Oh, gee, that's what the globe is. That's sad, man. You know, I don't want to bring it up, but you know, my friend that has, well, I don't want to bring it up.
Just go ahead and keep it to yourself. Go ahead and keep it to yourself.
Every day, Kosho, you wake up, the globe's a little smaller.
Never been there. Geo. Never been there.
Never been to the globe?
There was nothing to sand down in the first place?
That's right. At every moment that you stand upon the ground and you look out, you're supposed to be on top. And when you look out, well, damn it, there's a hump in the way. Something wrong with that picture.
I always heard that.
What you got against humps?
Go ahead, Kosho. What'd you say? What you got to say?
Nothing important. Essie wants to talk about his hump. His
no.
lovely lady humps.
I'll take a back seat. I'll take a back seat. Go on, Kosho.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say I heard that the Humpty chance is your chance to do the hump.
Sounds cool. Everybody know that song. But I've been told a lot of times you stand on the top. So where does a hump come involved with water?
Good question.
Okay. So when I stand at the beach and when I'm at the shoreline, that's ground zero. You look at the water, is that not ground zero? Oh, lower than me.
If you're in Manhattan, yeah.
Manhattan. Can you see the picture? Can you see my profile? Am I not at zero? I'm at the beach.
You're the guy on the scooter? Oh, I know.
I don't know who has the background noise.
We'll go with Barrel Rider. Could be negated.
Okay.
Probably not.
Yeah. So, Kosho. So when you stand in sea level, are you at ground zero with the water and the sand?
Yeah, I don't usually call it ground zero, but I can go along with that.
Why wouldn't you call it ground zero? You would say like on some savanna type stuff, you're standing at the water and the sea level. So sea level is zero, right?
Yeah, I just mean as a general convention communication. I just, it would be confusing to me and other people. But I can go along with it being ground zero.
Okay, well, explain it then.
That's fine. Ground zero. It's ground zero. It's sea level. That's fine. We'll use that as zero. Yeah.
Okay, so that's zero. So when you look at it, the horizon, is it not zero?
I mean, that's a different zero, right? What do you mean?
What's the different zero? You
That's
look
like a
out.
whole new zero.
So how many zeros do you have?
Depends, man.
How much time you got?
Yeah.
According to Kosho's model, it's below
Wait.
zero from a horizontal, but it's still zero if it's just all the ocean in front of you.
I don't know about that, but so the sea level can be considered zero elevation if you'd like. That could be A0. If you'd like to use your horizontal at your eye level and make that a zero, I'm not sure you want to measure from that, but you can make that a zero. Anything can become zero if you so, but they're just very different zeros. So I hope that's clear. But Jeremy, I've posted the picture, the image of the test.
So when my feet touch that water, that's zero. At what point does the water curve, or is it straight?
I think it's curving the whole time.
The water? The water itself is curving?
Well, yeah, because the Earth's curved, the water sits on it. If the water's level, then it's consistently curving around the Earth, like that.
The water
I got this.
itself is curving.
Yeah, check this out. This guy Don Pettit, really smart dude who works for NASA. He's an astronaut. He's on the ISS.
Yeah. Don Pettit. Is that the guy that said something about we got a leak? We got a leak.
That's right.
I'm not gonna. Yeah. It's not gonna work for me.
That's fucking brilliance when he talks.
Well,
That's
check this
fucking
out,
genius shit right there. Smartest men on earth, these guys get to pick from.
Not only that, smartest man sometimes not on Earth because he was fucking in the ISS for a long time, and he
sounds good.
Yeah, and while he was up there, he did all these different tests pro bono, off duty. He gets off work, he's doing experiments.
Ooh.
And,
if you're up there, that's not off duty. You're still at work.
Well, no, he'd be off duty. Like they'd have stuff they have to do, and then they have their free time. In his free time, he would do experiments, and yeah. So I got a bunch of videos of that. Yeah, here's one of him. He calls it Symphony of Spheres, and it's a spherical water ball with a spherical air ball inside of it, and other spherical water balls inside of that air ball. You kind of get the idea that water indeed does curve when allowed or when influenced to. Yeah.
So if it's on the Earth and it's affected by gravity, and then it can't form into a ball.
Kind of. Same premise, but opposite conclusion. Yeah.
Damn.
So, but as long as you get away from you can run away from the gravity, and then you can have water spheres.
Y'all let him have his fantasy. Just trying to get him out of that. Y'all fellas, y'all have a great night. That was good talk.
You, Mr. Redman.
Yes, sir.
All right, Redman.
Later, Red.
Yes, sir.
Redman's one of the dopest rappers out.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
No, that'd be Method Man. Don't start.
Yeah, I like Method Man better.
They made a good
he's
team.
better.
They made a
He's
good
better
team.
at rap battles.
I mean, that's Wu-Tang Clan. They ain't nothing to fuck with, for sure, but...
You know who did fuck with him? That guy Martin Shkreli. Remember that? The dude who raised all that money on the AIDS medicine? And then the Wu-Tang sold that one album. Like they were all going to sell one copy of the album, and he bought it. What did he do with it? He did something fucking crazy with it, and then he got like in a gang fight with him, dude. Like he started posting videos of him with.
You started like you're about to go off deflection off of anything else other than talking about that. So, like I said, I'm in the background listening, Coach.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Anyways, Jeremy, you see the test? You said then what, right?
Yeah, did you see where I typed then what?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. That's the whole thing, that's it?
Yeah, so this image will show you that there's a relationship between those elevations and the angle change that you should be perceiving, right? You'd be able, so you'd have to scale this to whatever the actual distances and heights were, but you could predict based on the initial angle and the elevations that you're changing to, what the other angles should be, right? And so Zanek's premise was whatever deviation you get from that angle, the one that it should be the mathematical prediction. If there's a deviation from that, that's going to be represented by what refraction is doing to your observation, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? Oh man, that was 2 in 2 minutes. It's a new record.
Two in 2 minutes of what?
Well, I mean, I got you with the Symphony of Spheres, and I got Jeremy with that picture.
No.
Bada bing, bada boom.
You didn't get me with anything.
No. You didn't even
They
answer
both
my
smoked
freaking
you.
question. Don't even. Come on, dude.
Redmond smoked you, that's for sure. Jeremy's about to smoke you, but what are you talking about?
2 in 2
I'm trying to
minutes.
wrap it up at work, B. Hold on.
Yeah. The Redman too. Redman's wrapping it up at work too. That's
No. I'm not at work. You didn't see what happened. Don't eat 2 in 2 minutes, bro. Go sit the fuck down, dude.
I'm just messing with you guys, man. It's just because I
Oh,
know SC is saying that you smoked me, but I remember I'm just saying because I showed that Symphony of Spheres thing just to represent what water does. It does curve into a ball, but you didn't say anything after that. But it doesn't mean that you ran away or anything. I was just messing around.
Okay. Better yet, show me a body of water that curves into a ball.
Well, I would just be spamming because I would just post this again.
I mean, I can post water curving the other way. That'd just be spamming, man. But I mean, something that you prove, that's fine. You.
I mean, I can't.
Yeah. You can't. Say it again.
I can't do this. Like Don Pettit did this.
I'm not worried about Don Pettit. I'm talking about you. So don't even coin me into anybody else's circle that you trying to spin me into, bro. I'm not that dude.
Well, I'm not Don Pettit.
That's
I'm
right.
No Don Pettit.
All right. To own that.
Maybe one day.
Oh, okay. Be my guy.
People hate Don Pettit for some reason, but
no, I don't even know. I know about you more about you than him.
Same here.
All right, so who is he?
Well, he's a guy, like you said. He's a guy who says like, if you got a leak, you got a leak. That whole thing.
Yeah. The same guy can be like, if you want to turn on the light, hit the switch. It comes on. That's the only thing I can say about that guy. Yeah, you laugh about it. Now think about it.
I mean, I think he's a smart guy.
Okay. Like turning on the light. Same way. Just like nothing to it. Simple.
I'm curious if also hi. If water falls towards Earth and Earth's a ball, what shape does the water take?
Who said water falls to Earth?
I don't know. Just a hypothetical Does it fall towards Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
I think it does.
I think this water's all water itself is always in the ocean. Did it fall to Earth?
Well, it's not going away from the Earth, is it?
No. Did it fall to Earth? First of all.
I don't know. Where do you think it came from?
Damn. I don't know. It's always been there.
You believe in evaporation?
But so if it's staying there, right? Because it's not going anywhere else, is it?
Okay. I got a better one for you. It's been there.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Did it fall?
I don't know. If I pick some up, will it fall?
You can pick it up all you want.
What happens to it?
It's water.
If I pick it up with my hand, where's the water go?
Okay. It's still at the same portion. I mean, this is stupid.
No. I'm asking. Like we both agree. Like there's water on the surface of Earth, right?
Okay. Water's always been there.
Okay. And if the surface of Earth is spherical, what shapes the water?
Who said it's spherical? Who said that?
Well, no. I'm just saying if it is, isn't the surface of the water also spherical?
No. Let me ask you a question. Who said it was already a sphere? Off the cuff.
Oh, well, lots of people do. I do.
Okay.
How about that?
Anybody can say that.
Yeah,
I can say it's a donut. I can say it's one of the cans in my doggone garage. Looks like that. I can say that. Who's going to refute it?
Oh, but I thought we were talking about water.
No, I'm saying I can say that the water looks like the can of my WD-40 sitting on my shelf. Right?
Yeah.
I can say that. Who's going to refute that? If they don't see it.
You want to?
No, I'm just saying.
Sounds like you're just asking questions that aren't actually going anywhere.
It sounds like you're trying to make up water to be something that it's not.
Well, no, I'm just saying. There's water on the surface of Earth. We agree on that.
There is water here, yes.
There's water under the surface and above the surface too.
So if it follows the surface,
it
does whatever the surface does, right?
Who said that?
Well, I'm asking you.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah. If water is contained in my cup, it's contained, yeah?
Well, there's what's keeping it from going up out of the cup.
The hell if I know. I didn't make it up. Did you make it?
I don't know, but I'm asking you.
Okay. I never know that water went up. Do you know if water goes up?
No. I'm saying what's keeping it from going up.
I don't know.
Do you agree it's not going up though?
Okay. How many downs do you have?
So we agree it's going down, right?
So it never goes up.
Yeah, never.
Oh, okay.
So where do clouds come from now? They just fall from space then?
Sorry.
Where do clouds come from?
Does that?
No, wait. He wants water to stay where it is. Now he wants water to conform as a ball. So, do you have a curved water?
Well, if it's on the surface of a ball, then it's curved, right?
Okay. If you want it on the surface of a ball, you can curve it all as much as you want.
How do you know it's not curving?
Freeze the water, never curves.
How would you measure that?
I'll tell you this. I put it in the freezer, and the surface will stay flat as all across the board. No problem. But when it freezes, it fills the container itself, and it's the same as what the container is. So, other than that, I don't know what to give you. I can freeze this Coca-Cola bottle in there. and it stays the shape it is. Now, water itself, not frozen, it stays like it is in a container. What I see.
Mhm.
All right.
You
Good
think
job.
Earth's flat? Flat there, Red? Earth's flat?
No, you got
Oh.
mountains, valleys, and hills, and everything else.
Oh,
So
come on, man. Don't do me like that. You know what I'm talking about,
no,
Red. Don't play dumb with me.
I don't know you, indicator. I don't know.
Well, obviously, I don't think that any grown man thinks we live in a two-dimensional flat world. Come on, Red.
Who said that?
Don't play dumb.
This is a 3D world that we live in, right?
Mm-hmm. So you think Earth's flat or no?
No.
Is it a globe?
Hell no.
No. Why not?
Water doesn't say that to me. So
What does water say to you?
water doesn't say that this is a ball. I mean, that's all it matters to me. So until then, if you can prove that water curves around, then you might have something there.
If Earth were a globe, what should the water be doing differently?
Look, it's supposed to curve, bruh.
Okay. When you say curve, what do you mean? Like, what would you see?
Oh man, I don't know
would
what
be
I would
different?
see. I don't know what I would see.
Well, if you don't know what you would see, how can you say it's not what it is?
That's why I told you it's not a globe. It's not even a sphere.
But how you know it's not a globe if you don't know what a globe looks like?
Man, I went to school. I ain't no dummy. Oh, you gonna call me a dummy?
That's if you want to take it like that.
No. Say what you got to say.
That's it, man. You said it for me.
Oh, now you come. Okay, that's what you think. I don't give a shit about what you think.
So what should water be doing then? If the Earth is a globe?
No. You already called me. You already think I'm a dummy. Which who else can put anything else in my life? I'm great on what I think. So I ain't got to worry about what you think.
All right.
State for the record that it's not confirmed that he thinks.
No. I'm not done with him.
Yeah, it's all right, man. Hey, Red. There's a truth to this world, and you can either be with it or not. Like you can choose the ignorant side. It's up to you, man.
What's the ignorant side?
It's the not globe side, buddy.
Oh, if you don't choose globe, then you're ignorant.
Nah, if you don't choose the observations that we make in this world,
yeah.
If you don't choose to agree with him and choose something else that's fantasy, that's up to you.
Yeah, if you don't want to walk down his narrow ass hallway of yeah, you're dummy for not obliging him. Right.
I'm not, but it's the thing. I've seen what I've seen, and he can't refute what I've seen, so it's fine. It's cool.
He can't do much other than think other people are less intelligent than him. That's about all he can do. That's about all he can possibly do.
What can an intellect do to anybody else other than just think?
That's what I'd like. That's what I'd like you to do, man. Is just think.
No. Don't coin me into not thinking.
But that's what's happening.
I was taught the whole same thing that you was taught.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Don't say that to me.
No. I'm gonna say it to you.
You're wrong.
I'm
wrong.
gonna finish. I'm gonna finish what I just said. I was taught the same thing you was taught, and I didn't. And now I can say, I believe all that stuff, all up to the point I started thinking for myself, and I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. Now, if you're upset about what I think about, then you're a fool.
Oh, I'm not upset.
Okay.
It just makes you feel better to talk down to people.
Who? He ain't talking down to me.
Oh no, that's just how I perceive him, but I could be incorrect.
I don't worry about him.
I don't either.
You know,
man.
it's more or less of thinking about how long do you spend time being around a whole bunch of people that don't think like you, and what are you doing with your time? I don't come in here.
I like to be challenged. I like my thinking to be put through the fire. Maybe
Oh,
you
yeah?
don't.
Who? You can't put mine through fire.
Well, if you think you got it all figured out, man, I think you should be a bit more humble with the way you can conduct yourself.
I am.
I don't think so at all.
You can think whatever you like.
Well, let me ask this: you said you got it figured out, right?
Yeah.
You think that's real humble?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to challenge me?
Oh, me.
Are you a higher power?
Do I need to be?
Can
you keep playing these? Keep playing these word games, man. It seems like you're afraid of something.
No. Are you the higher power?
I don't need to be.
All right then. So you can't challenge me.
Why not?
You can't.
You telling me that the common man can't challenge you on anything? That doesn't sound real humble to me, man.
Hell
He doesn't even believe in a higher power, so.
Sorry? Hey, Snacksman, you gotta stop this peanut gallery stuff. Like, it's not very becoming of
You
a
want me to
grown
move
man.
right into where can I move to now? What would you like me to do?
I don't want to be mean to you, man. I do believe in a higher power, by the way. It sounded like you said that I didn't.
I thought that you don't.
I always have, and I've always talked about it.
No. What he's saying is the common man is the higher power.
Nah, bruh. I believe in God. I believe in God, man. You can just straight up ask me.
Good.
Instead of making some shit up.
No, that's good.
Don't do that. Don't make some shit up, okay?
Well, hey,
No,
you know
I'm
what?
not
Let me
making
just
shit
take the chance to apologize.
Wait.
I didn't mean to be wrong.
No. So that's where you don't leave it to man himself. You leave it to the higher power. Everything works it out. No problem.
That's right. The higher power gave me the ability to think and use the tools that he gave me. Gave that to mankind. And as mankind, we've advanced on the backs of people that understand how to use these tools. And some people, they don't want to use these tools. They don't want to think. They want to, as you say, make excuses for not thinking and put it in a higher power, which doesn't mean anything.
So what you're saying is the higher power that you got, or what you think you got, is already thought it out for everybody else. And now whatever I think is not the higher power that you're thinking of.
No, I'm saying the higher power gave us tools. I've decided to use them. You decided not to.
Who said that?
You've told me that.
You didn't. I didn't say I used the tools. What tools have you used?
Sorry? What tools have I used? And you said you used tools? What?
No. I said what tools have you used to figure it out?
I've used a total station. Have you?
No, I asked you a question.
Yes,
What
and I
have
just
you
answered. Did you hear what I said, Red? Look, man, don't mess with me. I told you I used a total station. Did you not hear that?
Okay, so what did total station do for you?
Don't play games with me, man. What do you think a total station does, Red?
I asked you a question. I said,
well, what did you do with the total station?
I measured drop from horizontal. It's a long time ago.
Long time ago. Okay.
So what tools you used?
Water.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look like a mile, 10 miles, 100 feet? How far did you look through your total? So were you looking at another total station on some crazy shit? Like, what were you doing with it?
3
you just
miles.
have one out in a field and you were like hugging it? Like, what'd you do?
Yeah,
Were you on a
3 miles
mountain,
over,
maybe?
So,
Did you do a
Red,
crazy thing?
is that it? Like, I just look at water and that's it? That's where we go back to what should water do on a globe, and you won't tell me.
Wait. Like I said, in a lot of ways, I already figured it out for myself. You can't judge me
Oh, I'm not
for
judging
what
you.
I figured. No. You can't judge me for what I figured out for myself.
No, but I can judge you on what conclusions you came to because it fits your ego.
No, not at all. Not at all.
100%.
And you can do that all you want. I'm not gonna worry about what you think.
Cool, man. What I'm worried about is people like you tricking other people.
I'm worried
Tricking
about
other
you.
people. What the fuck?
Oh, that's rich
Yeah.
coming from you, dude. That's rich.
We got a
Tricking
peanut
other
gallery here.
people. Better yet, another one. Who am I talking to? Negator. Only person I'm speaking to. Only person I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else. When I come in here, do I speak to anybody? No, I just
I
listen.
don't know, man. All I know
Yeah.
is you guys talk to folks out there in the real world, and you drag people into this ignorance.
Who?
I'm talking to you, man.
Wait a minute. I drag people into ignorance.
You ever talk about flat Earth to anybody, anywhere?
No.
You talking to me about it, right?
No.
You're not talking to me about it?
Nope.
You're not talking
You're
about
talking to
water
him
being
about it.
flat versus water not being flat?
Did I just say the Earth is flat?
But didn't you start talking to him though, Negator?
We back to
Aren't you
playing the
seeking
childish word
conversation?
games then, Red. You know what that
No,
is?
no.
You know what semantics are?
No. First of all, I didn't say anything about flat Earth. I said what water does.
Yeah, but let's be real, man. Like,
No. Be
if
real
you,
yourself.
Maybe you can be
I'm
real.
saying if you got the backbone to stand up for your
I
beliefs,
do have the
then good.
backbone.
Then stand up for your
And
beliefs because you're talking flat Earth.
no, I'm not. I
Don't
never
play
said
these
it.
don't play these chicken shit games with me, Red.
Actually, look, you can talk all you want, and I'm telling you right now, I never said anything about flat Earth.
But we know why you're asking about what it does in a ball.
No, I didn't.
Okay, is Earth a globe?
Nope.
Great. We know why we're talking about this conversation.
Okay, that's your conclusion on what you want to think.
I know.
You the man assuming that
play
the
some.
man. No,
Go ahead.
I'm not playing games with you, bro.
You are.
You
know
came
it.
into my conversation with Coach Show first of all. Yes or no?
And sure,
Right?
yeah, absolutely.
Right. So you jump on the bandwagon of just me talking to him, and you felt like you want to talk up. You felt like, ooh,
Right.
chicken there.
Your ego was such that he had to just jump the
man.
fuck in and start talking to you.
Peanut gallery,
You know what
buddy.
I mean?
Stay in that peanut gallery.
I know I might be the peanut gallery to
Peanut
you,
gallery.
sucker, but you know what?
He's like, yeah,
I know
yeah,
that I'm
Negator,
wrong.
yeah.
Right. Was there something wrong with like being against you? I'm not supposed to be on your side.
Bro, we got. Where
are no
where you
sides.
been in the last 10 years?
Am I supposed to be on your side or something?
No, dude. No. You should be. You should be
like
side of
I'm on the
reality.
side of like a rational argument. Do you mind if like I comment on that? Like
Sure.
where you're just trying to like lead them down some kind of road. Do you mind if I can't pop in with anything? You want me to shut the fuck up?
No, man. I want you to pop on
Does
something.
it make it easier for you to fucking test your shit in the fire? Is that what it does? Does it make it easier for your fire testing to happen if I shut the fuck up? I will.
You done? Problem is, you gotta say something substantial next.
Yeah, say something like, wow, that's special coming from you. Something like that.
Yeah. Not that special.
That's
Special,
okay.
special times for the special people.
We'll just keep playing pretend games.
Pretend games.
Yeah, man.
You can go back to playing video games.
I mean, shit.
Games we playing.
You got plenty of this.
Play some Candyland.
I don't like Monopoly. That's boring.
I mean, we all know water's horizontal when it's at rest, right?
That's it.
That's it. That's flat Earth right there for you. Boom.
It's below horizontal, though, isn't it?
Optically, maybe sometimes. Sometimes it's not below optically, though. When you do
Measurably.
goofball shit, when you do goofball shit with theodolites and total stations, you get some weird goofball results.
What's the average result?
Who cares about the average? Does that mean that's where it is? It doesn't mean that's the actual position. It does. You're wild, bro. Wow, you're out of there.
Well, if I wanted to say, like, most people are 6 foot tall, right? I'd need to take an average, wouldn't I?
Yeah, we take an average of people, and then I want you to go find me the 6 foot tall person. There might not even be a 6 foot tall person there.
No, but it's pretty likely that out of 1 million people, at least one of them 6 foot tall, right?
But one of them might not be. There doesn't have to be a 6 foot tall person, just like your average. It doesn't have to be the actual position.
But if I wanted to classify like all Americans by an average height, I'd need a range, wouldn't I? And within that range, I'd get an average, and then I'd use the average to make a conclusive statement that the average person is 6 foot tall. That most people are 6 foot tall.
Yeah, and there might not be a 6 foot tall person in there. There might be a whole bunch of 5'11" and a halves, a whole bunch of 6 foot ones, 6'2", and a whole slew of shit. But there might not be no 6 foot person there. Just like your shit might not be the actual position of the object.
So problem here is that you're telling me most people are 5 foot tall, right?
I don't know. I said what I said. You can take it how you want. Go ahead, though, Red Man. Go ahead. The Gator wants.
Wants what? I'm going out there to go get my dog. I mean, it's.
I want to get my dog too.
You know, in life, you gotta keep on pushing. Can't worry about everything else. The way I look at things, I'm free spirit. If nobody in life, once you get to a certain age, the way I look at it is, gotta live free spirit.
That's not bad at all. Hey, Red Man, I sometimes gotta play bad cop to Kosho's good cop because he's too nice to everybody.
I don't worry about Kosho. I don't worry about you. I don't worry about anybody that wants to speak to me. I don't worry about you.
Okay.
Keep that.
That's all right. Negator's he's gonna correct everybody at some point. You know, he's just he'll
Correct
eventually
who?
he'll prove the ball eventually. It might take him a couple more years, but you know, he's gonna do it.
Do it scientifically, then I'd be like, "Hey, I'm on the ball."
It's hard. It's hard work. Like I could just stop tomorrow, and this thing will still keep climbing and growing, and there'll be more and more servers and stuff like that.
The wheels in the sky keeps on turning.
Maybe Negator's a flat earther. He's just really stingy about it, and he just wants to get everybody like perfect. That's possible.
I am curious though, Snacks. Like you've been
It
playing
could
this
be.
game for so long.
Who knows?
What's your angle here, Snacks?
Yeah, right. Is
Is
I'm
Earth
here.
a globe? Is Earth
Are
a
you here
globe?
too?
Snacks? Yeah. You high right now? Just
I
so I
know
know who
that
I'm
you.
talking to.
They ain't.
I sound high to you.
I can't tell, man.
Yeah,
It's not an insult. I'm just curious.
that's cool, man. You're sure it's a globe, though, huh, kid?
Mm-hmm. Why aren't you?
Because you're sure it's a globe.
Yeah, but why aren't you?
Because I disagree with people like you and your opinions about stuff.
Just for the sake of disagreeing?
I don't think so.
You said people like me. You just straight up disagree because I'm like me? People like me?
You are like you. You are absolutely 100% like you.
And why do you feel this knee-jerk reaction to disagree with me?
Because of your angle of approach.
Which is what? Confidence?
Like it sounds like lies, I guess, a lot of times.
Why,
but it's
why
because
does it
you're
sound like lies to
crafting.
you?
But why does it sound like lies? Is what you want to ask me. And you sound like you're making lies because you're trying to craft something to where you can like get somebody on something very, very technical, so that you can then say that you know what shape the world is.
So you don't disagree with my premise.
Oh, I do.
You disagree with my presentation.
Of course, I disagree. I disagree with everything that you could possibly say. I will at least think that. Do I disagree with that? And a lot of times it's yeah. I don't remember anything that you're saying that like I'm like. I don't disagree with that.
Is this just a personality thing?
It's
Like
because of
if someone else said
it's
the
your
same
personality.
things.
It's your personality, and it's your name too. It's your choice of name. It's just everything about who you are. I feel like I would seek to disagree with somebody like you.
Why? Kosho says the exact same things that I do, doesn't he?
Yeah, I disagree with him, don't I?
I don't know, but Kosho's the polar opposite of me. Well, maybe not polar opposite, but
you guys. He's
Kosho's
like your
like
son,
a flat
dude.
Earth Kosho's like a flat Earth apologist, though. You're more like a trying to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger on some Terminator shit.
well, I mean, I think Kosho takes a very, very good approach because you really, for these conversations to happen productively, you really have to have people's guard down. And sometimes I don't have the patience for that. He does.
Yeah, you gotta have patience, lose
Yeah,
the
so
ego, not be so confrontational and shit.
100%. I totally agree. And I totally acknowledge I am those things most of the time.
That's what you are more than a globe knower, is somebody likes to argue.
Well, I'm that too. But no, you legitimately don't think Earth's a globe snack?
No, I'm like over 100% confirmation bias that it's flat.
Over 100.
Over 100.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you just ignore all the things that don't work and all the coincidences of things that
I
do
think
work?
most of the things that don't work are things that actually just are, and that just are that way, and that it's like globe people want to be like, it's curving, we're on a ball, oh no.
So, well, I guess it's not really cognitive dissonance unless you feel uncomfortable about it. But you're literally acknowledging all the data that points to being globe and saying, I just think it happens to be like that. It happens to look like that.
Oh, like optical stuff? Is that what you mean?
Or we've dismantled.
With your total station? Yeah.
Yeah, we've dismantled all the data you do and don't have.
Well, Jeremy, I think Snacks' position is different than yours. Because Snacks is openly saying, I don't dispute what we see. I think that whatever we see, it's happening in such a way that Earth is still flat, regardless of whether it comports with our understanding of reality.
It's called the inverse square law, and you lose size and power over distance. So I'll just take that square, and I'll just be like, that's probably the 8 inches per mile squared issue there. And I'll just like, that's where it is right now for me. And you might not agree with that. And I would hope you don't, because it would just disappoint me if you agreed with me. So that's fine if you don't agree with me, but it's not moving from where I have it. It's just like, I know that I can make things look spherical that are not spherical with lenses and with bellows focus and different things that can be done to lenses that I have no doubt that all of these curvatures are due to the lack of perfect optics. So I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do with that, Negator. I'm unreachable for you.
I agree, because I think at its core, there's no rational argument I could make to you because you've already made the decision that
Right.
the
And
way
there's no rational argument I can make to you because you're already locked in. And I don't even think, like, I wouldn't even want somebody in the military that was like, oh, yeah, maybe it's flat. You know what I mean? I want people like you that have to be Glober. It's like your job description is to be a Glober.
but
You know?
but let's be real.
And that's good. There's
You
nothing
just
wrong with that.
you just told me, or rather, you're acknowledging that there's no way I can rationalize it to you, which means your arguments to me won't be on a basis of rationale.
Oh, I think that was fairly rational what I said, but if you don't take it that, I wouldn't expect you to take me rational anyway, because you kind of just take anybody that disagrees with you as being like inferior. You know? So rather than subject myself to giving a shit about your opinion, yeah, I just might as well just make an argument that you're not touching, and that's okay. I know there's nothing I can say to you that's going to make you think about anything, you know, unless you're ready, like very well prepared to think about it. You know?
Well, for instance, there's lots of people in this group that don't think much of me, but I still engage them in good faith for, at least a limited amount of time.
In good faith is entirely your opinion, but maybe, maybe I think you said you've changed some of your tone and stuff like that. Or what is it? 10 years that I've known you. How long have we known each other? It's stupid. I hate it. How are you still here? And then you're like, why are you still here? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe your side sucks. Because I go away for a couple of years and everything's just better. What do you say to that?
I don't really know what I'm supposed to say to that.
Like, did you just take a bunch of years off in this? And
yeah, and I will be again soon. And well, I guess when I ask that question, there's a bunch of implied questions. Like, you're of the position that there's so much out there to be uncovered. So what I'm implying is, what have you done to uncover it? I don't think you've done anything.
Uncovered? In what way do I suggest that?
Well, you assert that people are lying about reality.
I assert that people are lying about reality. I would assert that it's necessary to lie about reality, is what I would assert. And that anybody who disagrees with that is not realistic. Do you get all the reality from your superiors?
See, that's another.
Do you get all of the information from the president? Does he tell you everything? What organization is like, hey, let me just give you all the information here? It's of no consequence to me. Besides a library, maybe? What?
And that's another something I don't understand, is because it's hard for me to discern whether you're just throwing these little sort of barbs in to mess with me.
No.
Or just sort of be witty. Well, no. When you say something like from your superiors, you're implying things. What are you implying there?
I possibly was digging a little bit, but what I mean to say is that, like, you don't need to tell everybody everything. It's not necessary, and it's almost unwise to do so. What do you feel about that?
I think that's too broad a statement to have any meaning in this conversation.
Let's say we own a pizza shop, right? And we have banging pizza. We got crazy pizza sauce. Who are we telling this pizza recipe to? Who do we tell the pizza? Well, we'll tell it to each other, right? Maybe we'll tell our wives or something like that. Maybe family, but like they could just take that pizza recipe and do whatever we want. My point is like some things are important to protect, and I think this is one of those things.
Right, but this sort of points out that your position is from a philosophical point of view, and mine's not.
No. Pragmatic is my approach here.
But it's not.
It is. I mean, it's based on like running shit. Like when you run governments, you don't tell everybody everything, And in fact, you might tell them the wrong things. Like, do you think that they have like great health ideas when they put out the food pyramid?
See, now you're all over the place, man.
Is it good information that they were putting out then about that, or is there better? Like, I'm just saying that there's no interest in telling people exactly the right way to do things. Do you think that there is, though, huh?
Again, you're far too removed from
your life.
Well, no, from objective, rational positions. You're
It's
making
not,
very
no.
you're making very broad conspiratorial arguments for the existence of something, as opposed to proving that that thing exists.
Okay, well, I mean, I could go to like Plato's Republic, and Plato's Republic would say that like if you have a state religion,
You're doing it
that's
again.
not true religion.
Snacks, you're doing it again.
When do you think people figured out how to manage people, bro? When do you think that happened?
Oh God,
did that happen recently? We just have management now, and leaders and stuff. Is that new?
Is it? Tell me this: is it then impossible to prove the Earth's shape from as far as you or me? Is that not possible?
Well, no. Actually, it becomes more useful to lie about it. In fact, most things are more useful if you lie. This is true. I mean, like, just look at reality around you, man. Very few things are true and right on the nose, and they are what they are. Very few things in life, and if you find with those things, they're good, you know. But most of reality is not like that. To me, I don't. You know, that's just my opinion, Negator.
Well, it sounds like you're looking. You're taking your life. You're basing it on this philosophy, and you're looking for ways to apply it.
You have no idea what kind of an optimist, pie in the sky person I am, and was more. And I don't like looking at the world this way. I'm just grown up. That's how I feel. So
well, no, it's
not
it's
that
like
I don't.
it's
There
like
are other
applying.
people. Go ahead.
It's like applying. It's like if you took your car to a mechanic, or rather, if you were the mechanic, and rather than looking at the problem, you know, you troubleshoot the problem, you look for symptoms, you then troubleshoot what can possibly cause those symptoms, and that gives you a result, and then you fix the result using tools. You apply a philosophical argument to how you're going to fix this car. That car will never get fixed. Does that make sense?
Whoa. No. Sounds like you're off into philosophy. But you think I'm about philosophy. You know? But I don't think so. Like, I would be talking philosophy. I mean, I know I referenced what? Plato? Plato's Republic is like, I don't know, political? You know what I mean? It's like political theory. So if you want to say that that's philosophy, you can go ahead. Because maybe people could say that. But in it, it gives a lot of examples of how other people in contemporary like positions might have felt, right? It's not an outlier. It's not like he's the only person to have held these ideals, right?
I
But
don't care
as
what
such-
they are. I don't
When
know
you-
if I can't get that across to you any stronger.
Right. So you just don't care. Well, listen, like, I'm not thinking that you should be open to the concept of being lied to. I feel like your job description that's not really good for you. You know, since I just have no job description that is going to require that I like am dependable necessarily, or you know, on a battlefront or something like that. Like, I guess I'll just have my messy little mind as I have it. You know, how like, and eventually I'm gonna fucking die too. Like, are you gonna tell me I'm gonna do that wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just figure I'll just live my life, man. You know, and I just, you know, I don't go like looking for dark shit to occupy my mind. I don't have any appetite for that, really. I find it's not fun. But what I do see is just reality, and I see that a lot of things don't really work out like people think. You know, and I'm not going to spend my life like fucking telling everybody like this and that. You know, it's not important. But if you're asking me as a person, as a man, yeah, this is kind of how I see things, and I think that to not see that deception has a lot of advantages in terms of management is naive. But that's just me, man.
I think everything you're telling me, I think you've developed this worldview in your head that makes you comfortable.
Oh no, it's not comfortable.
Well, it clearly is, because you keep repeating it to me.
It's
like
because it's like I believe it to be true.
Well, let me put it to you like this: not that what you've developed is comfortable, but your need to believe it is what makes you comfortable.
I don't need to believe anything.
Well, clearly you do.
I don't need to believe in a creator. I don't need to believe in a lot of things that maybe people need to believe in. You know, there's some things I need to believe in. You know, but they're not the same things that you are. And you know, I don't know. We've like vastly different life experience here, so I don't expect that you can agree with me. I just don't like feeling like, oh, here's Negator here to judge me for how I choose to think, and also probably assume that I'm an idiot for doing so. Like those, whatever you want to say, I'm like preloaded with those thoughts. That's what's creating this. If you don't like the agita I'm like dishing, which I don't really mean to, okay, it's just kind of my natural wonderful self. You know, whatever. I don't have to like bicker with you about shit or whatever. But
I think
you know.
I think you should be able to take a step back and observe. Well, hang on. Be. I think you should be.
I'll listen.
In this regard, be more self-aware. Look at yourself from the outside and see how badly those things you're telling me affect how you talk to me and how you think about the things that I tell you. It's very reactionary. It's almost like
no.
It's. Man, I'm not trying to control you, but you're giving me that control. I don't want it.
No, I'm not trying to offer you any control. I'm just like if I was to like kind of form things in such a way as to make it seem like you're a prick. You know what I mean? Then that would make you feel bad. And I'm saying like when you dish out that like somebody's just not intelligent because they don't understand or they don't want to comply with you, and you're totally direct, I'm going right for it kind of approach. If they decide not to, then why are you upsetting yourself by thinking that you're thinking things about people that I don't think that are there. That's what I believe. Like you want to see that somebody is so different than you that they must be fucked up. Maybe they are. Maybe there are some people that are definitely fucked up, but that's their right. Just like it's your right to be around here too. So, you know, I just try to live and let live these days. So you ask me to take a step back. That's the step back I took. I mean, I'm not, you remember me? I used to get pretty heated here and there. Like I pretty much am chill. Like, you know,
well,
I've lost people in this. I've lost friends in this, and I don't mean from friendship, but I mean they're just dead. You know, losing family. You know, Negator. It's like, you know, I just have a different perspective now than when I'm a different person. You know, to some degree than I was 10 years ago.
Well, me too.
I hear you.
I guess my point is you shouldn't let you want to react to me because of how you think I'm acting and treating people. And what I'm saying is if you want to have an unbiased position, you shouldn't let yourself react so directly to me. Just listen to the words I'm saying.
Shut up. Just don't shut the hell up, bro. He's psychoanalyzing you. This bullshit. Shut up, Negator.
Yeah, I just wanted him to take a step back and look at how he's trying to run shit. And it's not due to your own ego, though, right?
Don't tell him shit, bro. Don't tell him shit about your life. Don't tell him nothing. He's playing
in
you.
In the case of the conversation me and Red just had, what my problem was that I kept trying to hold him to was that he was making a statement about something, and everybody in the room knows why he's making that statement. He knows why he's making that statement.
Dude, I see right through
come out
you, bro.
and say it.
Right through you.
He
You're
won't come out and
transparent
say
to
it
me, bro.
because he knows then that sets him up.
You're nothing, bro. You're nothing. Nothing you're doing is working here, bro.
Guarding maneuver to protect someone's
I see
beliefs.
right through you.
No,
as if you were transparent. As if you were a glass of water, bro. Don't think any of this shit that you're pulling is working, Negator. None of it, bro.
And it's
not
hard
a
sometimes,
little bit of it.
I just feel like you know, yeah, I'll just let it go, man. I'm not gonna I'm not keyed on you, bro. But like honestly, like when I was like, "Hey, what's going on?" You're like, "I'm just here," because I'm like working for my family or whatever. And that just made me think you were hired by Discord. That's all I thought really when that happened. And I was like, "Oh, he's just so ballsy. He's telling me right now." It's like, I don't know. Maybe that's me going a little too far. And maybe I did take a step back then. I
100%.
said, like, "Oh, is Negator like really seriously like working like on shift right now?" Like, but then I'm like, "No, that's not. He wouldn't just be so brash as to tell me that, you know."
Well, I guess that's part of this. Any look, the government does not pay people to come hang out in Discords and argue dumb things with people.
No, Discord does.
Discord doesn't either.
Okay.
I do think, I absolutely believe there's troll farms out there. I think most of them are in text. Because you can get a much larger audience, for sure, 100%.
So you don't know anything about it, but you do. Okay.
I've read about it.
There was a person in the room that I asked them a question, and they muted me, so I can ask them that question before.
Wait, somebody muted you?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. All the guys here are.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know there was somebody in the room. I asked them a direct question, and they muted me on a different Discord server, and they were like, "Can you not hear him, Red Man?" Nope, I muted him. Damn. So
Wait, you mean like
you can
server
go ahead.
mute?
He server muted me.
Well, the people that have the power to do that aren't, air quotes on my side here.
I don't think he meant just now. I think he meant before.
Yeah.
Right. Not server muted, just on his side. So I can understand that there could be some powers going on where people don't want to hear, or better yet, answer the question of why anybody's here.
Well, I think if someone doesn't want to listen to somebody, there's nothing wrong with that.
They didn't want to answer the question. Yeah.
I got several people turned down almost all the way.
Right. I can believe that.
Because they're broken people that aren't worth engaging.
So, is it wrong if I did you like that?
I mean, who's to judge wrong or right in a Discord?
Right.
Why didn't you come up with something constructive, Negador? Why didn't you make an argument, say something, instead of just antagonize and do what you do? You ever think of that? And do you think you're fooling anybody?
Well, he ain't bothering me, man. That's all I can tell you.
No, it's
I hear you,
control
bro.
to me.
I just don't like bullies. It's cool.
Oh, it's cool too. But no, but you totally do strike me as that, Negator. It's like why I've challenged you so many times in the past, because you just like intellectually bully other people that like basically don't even have their shit together sometimes, But like you think that you're but what do you think you're doing? Like you're just like
what I'd like
what do
to
you think you're doing?
what I'd like to have happen, right? Number one, I respond in a way that I think you could appreciate, because I see people that are either trying to bully others or they're talking down to people, and number one needs to know what it feels like to actually be talked down to because they're wrong. So I have to set up a situation where they see that they're wrong, so then they feel bad about it.
Yeah, right. So did I talk down to Kosho?
Few times.
No. Yeah. And the
Wrong about what?
implications, Red, of what you were saying involve.
Wait. Kosho said something. Shut up.
There you go.
Kosho, say.
What'd you say again? No, yeah. This is the Gators conversation. I'm not going to jump in. I just was saying.
No. When did I talk down to you?
I felt like the whole conversation we were having was sort of like you were talking down to me. But I mean, who knows? I don't know.
No,
Oh,
you
no,
know,
it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I'm just, just pointing it out, but it's no big deal.
okay, I'm gonna point it out that you was trying to chuck up 2 wins in one conversation. I was trying to make sure you wasn't trying to chuck any win up against me. That's all I was making sure. I
No,
won.
I didn't take any offense to any of it, and I was joking, of course, before. But regardless, it's not my
Okay,
conversation. I'm just
so
listening. Okay.
yeah. So I'm just making sure when you try to chuck up 2 wins in one conversation, I'm making sure. That's when the negator stepped up, and that's when he came in the conversation. So you just making jokes. Write that shit back, please. Sorry.
I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah,
Red,
you wouldn't know.
When
You
you
wouldn't
talk
know.
there you go. You're doing it right now.
Doing
You
what?
say things like that, and it makes people that know more than you want to show you don't know as much as you think you do. What
So
more
do you
when you
even
play
know what I was talking about?
when you play word games with people, it's very disrespectful to the other side.
Okay. Do you even know what I was talking about?
So you're doing it again. Now you're implying I'm stupid because I don't know what you're talking about. You're doing it
I
again.
asked you a question.
You ask you a question. You're doing it again.
Okay.
These are the reasons, Montreal. This
Little
man
guy.
is perfect on display here.
So if you want to be polite, then you just go no, and then you say it, and then that's okay because that's what negator does.
Well, see now you're ignoring what he's done because I'm in your crosshair. You're
not out of my
reacting.
You know, I
to me.
study you, bro. That's all.
I know.
Yeah, you like when I take a fart and I just keep it farting and just let it keep it on pushing. I don't even worry about that. So, like I said, I was just making sure I was clarifying what I was talking about with Kosho. The gator come in and it's stupid. Grown ass man. Come on, dude.
Playing war games with people. Can't
I
be
didn't play
upfront
word
about what
game.
they believe.
I'm not playing war games, dude.
Hey man, ain't nobody in here think when
take it how
somebody
you
says
want it.
I think Earth is flat that means there's no mountains and valleys.
I
Come
never
on,
said
man.
that. I never said that.
You absolutely said no. I don't think it's flat. I think there's mountains and valleys.
It's not flat, dude. The mountains and valleys flat.
I see exactly. You know what I'm talking
All right.
about. You know what I mean, though.
That's a word game, though. Or are
It
you
is a
playing a
word
word
game.
game?
Me, no. We all know what that means. It's
Or was he
colloquial.
thinking that you were playing a word game? That might have been it. Maybe he intercepted your word game.
See, now
That could be possible too.
You're in that point, Snacks, where you don't want to talk rationally with me anymore. You don't like me to the point where it affects your words.
I think we need to heal our connection a little bit before I'm gonna be super nice, I guess.
I agree.
But I do mean that. I mean, it's not like you're without tactic, right?
What tactic?
No, him, a negator. I'm just saying he's a strategic, type. What can you say?
Because you got to be, man. You got to be when the people on the other side want to play all these games.
Right. So
what side?
So I remember, like, when way back when, you used to come in and just like you'd find like the social person, and then you'd be like, "That's the person I'm going to target for no reason," and then you would just sort of like text, like, annoy them. But like, I don't know what's to do about that.
He can't ignore. He can't ignore anybody no more.
He just wants to break up little networks. Like, he thinks it's like something like you have a vigilance about you, okay? As if we're doing something like criminal. That's your vigilance level, and I just like don't understand it unless that's what you really do.
I would say
wrong about that.
I would say that's going too far. He's just having fun.
Oh no. Well, he's not fun. It's not fun. It's not. He's not letting anybody else have. Maybe he's having fun, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's just having fun. Lila, it's negator. He's okay.
I appreciate that.
There you go. You got one fan.
Yeah, I'm having fun too. I don't have work. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I'm off. I'm good.
I do have appreciation for that, right, man. I do acknowledge that I should not be quite so concerned about certain things in this world.
The world, I don't worry about. I worry about these four. I worry about these 4 squares in my house. I can't worry about anything else outside of this. So if y'all worry about that, something wrong with y'all.
That's what I'm saying. I appreciate. I can appreciate that.
I hope that everybody. I know it's early, but I hope everybody have a jolly good day tomorrow.
Taking off, Red?
No. I'm always in the background, dude. I'm always in the background, listening. The one that always listens, always hear little stuff in the background. It's the one. It's the people, and I will say it's the people that in all these rooms that you go into, you never know who's listening, and that's the truth.
Well, if the news has been listening, I hope they hire me.
Nothing to say on that.
You used to say that though. You used to say that you were there because you were sitting around doing or breaking up groups online. That's what you said. But you just said that for a joke, Negator? I guess you did. Because you could have been serious about that.
I've
Even
played
though you
into those
strategically
jokes.
did it, though. Even though you strategically did it, it was like, okay.
I've played into those jokes sometimes. It's hard not to. Like when you get a common theme among people talking to you that they think you're part of some conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's hard not to like, oh man, I'm gonna enjoy myself today.
Right. You're gonna have some fun with it. I got you.
Like, what if every time?
But then again, you also did try to break up like groups like that, though, like with strategic planning and stuff like that.
Well, I don't fully. I guess I could see where maybe you could infer that from my interaction.
Yeah, like you find like the social female in the chat, and then you're like, I'm gonna target that girl because that seems like what's worth my time right now.
Well, so if I'm interested in having a good faith back and forth, and interested in challenging somebody that I think, number one, could appreciate my interest in being challenged and offer something the same, then I'm going to find, I want to talk to the person who is least likely to respond with canned responses, right? They're the most likely to entertain what I say, think about it, chew on it, and then give me a response. And those people are the ones that have their defenses down the furthest, right? The people that are defenses up, they just repeat their lines to you over and over. They're not interested in a normal good faith conversation. Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, if and I haven't done it much last couple of years, just because I don't burn my time doing that. But yeah, if there's 5 flat earthers or anti-globers, whatever you can call them, and one's willing to open up, well, I'm not talking to that person. But if I've got like a Dimmock in here, and you know how Dimmock goes, on and on and on and on, I'm not going to engage Dimmock.
Why not?
Because it's fruitless. He's not going to hear anything that I'm saying. He's not going to offer anything worth a challenge.
Whatever. You want to make it out like you got some kind of code? That's fine. Maybe you do.
What does that mean? I don't have like a check sheet or a flow chart. written down that I abide by. I'm telling you what I
No.
naturally do, and I'm describing it to you.
I get you. It's just natural.
Well, it's like, if you're a salesman, you're a door-to-door salesman, you're going to spend time talking to people that, number one, open the door to you, and then number two, engage you in conversation. The people that close the door in your face or tell you to leave, you're not going to talk to them.
We know you're a globe salesman. You're like one of those Sunday, what do they call them, Jehovah Witnesses? Just slam the door on them. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it like that, I guess that's close.
You think you're fooling anybody with this after all these years? You think anything you say right now is like going through to anybody? Like, seriously?
Essie, I think in 30 years, you're still going to be on Discord. The subscriber counts for all the flat earthers out there are going to be the same. Earth's still going to be a globe with vast majority of the Earth knowing it and teaching it.
And in 30 years, you're going to be like, they're going to get to Mars now. I bet you we're going to go back to the moon sometime soon.
Oh, I don't know, maybe. Maybe in 30 years, Witsit will have raised enough money to actually go to Antarctica. He can plant his effing
And
flag
when will you have independent thought? When will you be unleashed? Or are you on for life? Are you a career man?
See, like Snacks, this is an example of why I don't really engage Essie, because he's got these things made up in his head already. He doesn't ask these questions because he genuinely wants to answer. He wants to try to talk down to me. He thinks I'm part of something.
No, I'm just trying to, like, don't think you're getting away with anything. That's all.
It's his job. He does it every day. I wasn't trying to talk down to you before. I'm just trying to say, literally, like, generals don't necessarily reveal everything to everybody that's not a general.
Mm-hmm.
And then
No, I don't.
Even sometimes not that. That's all I meant to say about information and stuff before. But I wasn't trying to talk down to you.
No, I don't
FSC
think
was
you
either,
do that.
but like, I guess it's like probably most people would assume that, like, given the way you are and your career, that like your career has something to do with your attitudes and your take on things in a way. Like, or were we wrong for thinking such a thing?
I don't really.
I just can't imagine, like, if tomorrow you're like, oh shit, actually it's flat. You're not going to be going around to all the dudes that you know and be like, yo, guess what? I was wrong. It's flat. You know what I mean? You're not going to go do that. I wouldn't expect you to, right? It would just be weird. It would be a weird thing for you to have to do, or, do you think?
Well, I've told you this story before. I've told it several times over the years. The reason I found Flat Earth was because I got into moon conspiracy stuff. Do you remember that conversation?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, Snakes, man. Your memory's going over the years, bro.
Well, I could have been sleeping. Whatever. I don't know if
You said moon landing conspiracies?
I legitimately believed for several weeks that it was a conspiracy, that we didn't land on the moon, that it was all faked. I even started getting into 9/11 stuff. I went so far as to have a conversation with my dad about it. And what was embarrassing was coming back to him after I'd done all the proper reading and research several weeks later, and him making a joke about, because he wasn't sure how I really felt about it, and he was cracking jokes, and I said, I don't believe that anymore.
Did it feel good to be laughed at?
No, absolutely not. I'll tell you what did feel good in the moment was thinking that I had this knowledge of this thing that was going on that the rest of the world didn't. And I felt an immediate need to spread this word, to tell people and to do something about it.
I know that
And
feeling.
that drove me. And I think that exhilaration drives you guys. to some
I can
extent.
understand that. I think, there are some people that feel that way. I don't personally feel like I'm as hardcore as other people. Like, I know I'm not, to be quite frank with you. Like, other people are way more gung-ho about this stuff.
Well, let me. What I guess what I'm trying to do is give you an angle about me, since apparently, I'm the topic of conversation. So I feel strongly about things. If it's right or if it's wrong. If it's wrong, something should be done about it. If it's right, we need to maintain it. It's part of the reason I joined the military. It's part of the reason that I'm still Christian.
Gotcha.
And I feel like that about a lot of things. And I felt like that about the moon landings. I felt like, and the 9/11 stuff. In the moment, and I know our government does jacked up shit still, right? I'm not, I don't think anybody should honestly tell you, like, yeah, 100% believe in the government all the time. I don't think anybody does. And I think it's silly to think that people do. But in the moment, I was like, this is insane. Something's got to be done. But that also is what drives me now to talk about why Earth isn't flat. Because I think it's wrong that I think within the flat Earth community, which is just all of it, I think there's liars and charlatans. I think there's genuine believers. I think there's people out there to make money. But worst of all, I think it's going to lead people down a bad path. And the sense I have to want to do the right thing carries over into everything that I do.
Gator, what year was that? Do you think that episode you were talking about?
2013, maybe.
Okay,
2014.
Wow. I was in the Navy. I was in the Navy that year, in the 4 years prior. Damn. Anyways, the point is, I was a huge conspiracy theorist back then as well. Yeah.
Hey man, she wanting you to go do something.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go to the store, dude.
Just look, man. This flat Earth stuff really drove a wedge into my relationship.
Yeah.
And you should just let it go. You got to be able to flip it off.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe not overall, but right now, if she's saying it, man, you should go.
Yeah, you're right. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right.
Well, I mean, I guess this is a good conversation. I mean, I'm happy you opened up a little bit because, like, I don't know, you're a little bit an enigma, I guess, to me, especially because you've been around, you've been so present, just. Well, I'm glad I got to hear that.
Because I have an irrational, almost autistic need to argue with people about things that I think are right or wrong.
It's like that meme. It's like, yeah, I'll come to bed in a minute, honey. Somebody on the internet is wrong. It's just a guy like at his computer.
That's me. That's literally me. And for years, I was the same way on Facebook with my family and friends, and I lost a lot of Facebook friends. Now, I would rather be Facebook friends with them. Most of them, very, very liberal, far left, progressive people that I would wake up in the morning and the first thing I do is look at my phone and argue with these people about the presidency, about politics, about gender stuff.
Right.
And I've been getting away from that. I haven't done, I said I'm not going to do that on Facebook anymore. It's not good for my relationship. It's not good for how I'm viewed. It's just not generally healthy. That's why I said earlier I appreciated Redman's position to just kind of chill and let things be as they are and only worry about your little world that you got to worry about.
Don't put my name in your mouth, please.
Brother, I was saying
I'm telling you now, just respect it. I told you I'm in the background. I'm always listening. Respect me. I respect you. Go, son. Live in the world.
Hey, listen, I wasn't. What I was doing was saying I appreciate and respect your position on that. I was referencing you. I wasn't saying anything bad.
And he's not just saying that because you just popped on. No, I think he was trying to say something nice.
Yeah, so that's why I disappeared from FE for a long time, was because trying to get away from being like this in everything that I do.
Yeah, I hear you. I do. This is like, I mean, how many, like, it's just being in this for years. Yeah, it will just like kind of warp you out a little bit.
I agree. And I guess what's next, what I'm saying is I'm owning up to your maybe not accusations about me, but description, and saying, yeah, that's me. And I agree that it's not the greatest. And I agree that I'd like to be better, and I'm working on being better.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I am too. But I got a ways to go. It's just, yeah, I just don't know, man. Like, you are an enigma to me. Like I said, like, because of your stance, because of your like, commitment to it, because of a variety of other things I mentioned. But like, yeah, just, I didn't even know if you had actually like questioned anything. I don't know why I didn't know that. Of all the things that I do know about you, I didn't know that. Not that I know anything personal about you, but anyway, I just yeah, I appreciate that. That's nice.
Well, sure.
I don't need to. I don't need to find common ground with you. I don't like being annoyed by people either. And I don't want to be annoyed by you. It's not my goal.
I can appreciate that. Maybe let me expand just a little bit more. Before I found the moon landing crap and the Sandy Hook and the 9/11 stuff, I was just watching, what was it, Spirit Science? Remember that YouTube channel?
I don't know.
He was making videos. They were animated videos about the origins of Earth and how the water was teleported from Mars. And
oh yeah, like a cartoon thing.
Yeah.
That was long ago, but yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That stuff fascinates me. Do I believe any of it? No. Does a small part of me want to believe it? Yeah, I think it's really interesting and out there, and that's part of why I can appreciate like sci-fi film and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, I used to love space and sci-fi. I mean, I'll still watch it, but like, it kind of like, being that I don't believe in it, it's like it's a little bit shitty. But I'll still watch it.
Well, I mean, it was the origins of Earth and life on Earth, and
yeah, all very interesting things to think about.
Angels and aliens and all kind of crazy stuff. It's all crazy.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, I know. What was like, Will? Did you watch the X-Files?
Yeah, all of it.
Right. So like, it's just weird. Like some bit of us was front loaded to kind of like look for things. You know what I mean with that show, and it's just a TV show, but it was on Fox. I mean, they were pretty. They became the news. For what reason did they have that show on? I don't know. Like, is there some? I don't know. There's like conspiracy shit in there too. I don't want to like necessarily get in with that, but it's just I don't know. Like, I just feel like that entire the 90s basically like kind of made people kind of look for certain things in the paranormal or otherwise. It was just kind of being pushed a lot.
Well, because it's interesting. Like, you look at it from the perspective it's being pushed for a reason, and I look at it from the perspective is people are making it because there's an interest in it.
Like, everything's pushed for a reason. I think like even the sexy chicks that get to sing and get music videos and Grammys and stuff like that, they're kind of just helping the birth rate happen, and they only happen so often, but you get a Madonna, you get a Britney Spears here and there, and they sort of change the way everybody thinks somehow. Funny thing.
I guess we have opposite ends of the effect exists because somebody wanted it to, versus the effect exists because that's the only way, or rather, that's just the natural course of things.
I get you. It's just well, like when you see like bad products being pushed with a lot of money, then you figure somebody's got a lot of money to push this idea. So,
well, think of it like this: like, okay, a spring pops up in a mountain.
Okay.
Big spring starts making a river. My perspective is that where that river ends up is due to the environment it's in. It's going to flow somewhere, regardless. It has to.
Sure.
and your perspective that is that wherever the river flows, it's there because somebody wanted it to be there.
That's not how I feel about everything. No.
Well, not everything, but it sounds like culture related things.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I could get too into the minutia of this where it's just going to really lose you. So I'm not going to do that. I don't necessarily think that everything is for a planned outcome, but there were just some things that like I can't explain why they became something, you know, or to whose interest it's in for it to become something. And like the X-Files was like a pop culture phenomena. Okay, if I'm reviewing this in the New York Times, that's what I say it was. Right, but what would you say it was? Like it very much gave a vehicle for a lot of people to kind of like look into all aspects of paranormal stuff and aliens, right? But like I almost feel like that the alien thing is just kind of cooked up to make us want to believe in space, right? So it's the Fox Mulder poster. I want to believe, like we want to believe that there's something else out there. We want to believe that there's some kind of angels or spirits or something else other than, you know, all this normal shit that we see around us, right? So like I think we were being told to look for things then, but whatever. I don't know. I guess I just some part of that remained with me, and I always kind of had an interest in seeing things in a little bit different way. But like I don't know, the ways that I think now aren't informed from a bunch of YouTube videos with alarmist views and stuff like that. You know, where people saying the end of the world's happening. I don't watch shit like that. Like I actually seldom watch anything that's conspiracy. Even though a lot of people send me videos and I'm like, nope, not into it. So I don't know. I just feel like I've arrived here through like my own research, my own thinking. And even though it's not anybody else's path, really, I can't name somebody else that like was like, oh yeah, atomic bombs might be fake. Oh, it probably Earth's flat. No one else is making that fucking logic. That's not even logic to most people. I don't even know. I can't explain how that to me is perfect sense. Unfortunately, but I don't know. I jump to conclusions sometimes, and I'm like correct too. So like I don't know. I'm not trying to doubt myself, although a lot of this time I do spend doubting myself, and I'm just saying like now, like my confirmation bias, because I won't call it evidence, but it's over 100%. I'm just okay about this. It's not affecting me really at this point, you know? Like I'm just trying to be normal with this information. Yeah, that's all I'm doing here. So, you know, if you consider that like spreading false information, yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
If you hear me talking a bunch of bullshit, then go ahead and call me on it. But I try not to do that. You know, I think you understand that.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to belabor some of the same points I already brought up.
Could you say that in an audible tone?
I don't want to beat a dead horse.
Okay.
With what I think about you, or rather, why I think you think some of those things.
Yeah, like I said, like these aren't things I want to think, and the worldview I have now isn't what I want to think. And you know, because I'm just an artist, you know, so what does little old me need with any of that stuff? But my whole life, people are telling me like, oh yeah, you got to understand politics to be into art, and I'm like, nah, fuck all that stuff. And I was still like that for a while. Like I don't even know what happened to me to get me to here, you know. But
well, like, I'm gonna go. I'll probably be back and be half listening, but I got to eat something and do some work stuff.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, yeah. We'll leave it on a high note then. Okay. All right.
Yeah, well,
Take care.
no. What I want to say is that there's going to be times in the future where we butt heads again, and I yell at you and I call you names or whatnot.
You don't call me a MF. I try not to cuss at people. Yeah.
But we can always come back from that.
That's cool because you're a human and you've proven it. Thank you. Thank you for having this human conversation with me tonight. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll be around.
All right. total runaway. Cha-ching. Catch another one. Snack to the future. I'm just kidding. But I'm half kidding. Is everybody else asleep? Okay, good. Fantastic. SC, you still there, man?
Still alive and kicking. We're still in this bitch.
All
Sorry.
right. Was that Red Man? You still here, man? Yeah.
Yeah. I told you, I'm in the background. Always in
Alright.
the background.
I hear you like a fly on the wall.
No.
No.
I'm like the one with the ear and just listen.
All right.
What any rat's gonna say about me, or anybody gonna say? Here to listen. If all you ever do is all the talking, nobody's learning. Because nobody's listening.
That's good. Yeah, I didn't mean to jump in on Negator and you talking or whatever. I just felt like
Nah.
he was saying that like water only just goes down, and I'm like, but evaporation causes clouds to form. That's water going up.
True.
That's
But
all I wanted to bring in there.
yes, sir. No problem.
All right.
I enjoyed it. I enjoy the conversations, but a lot of things I look at it is more or less. I'm confident where I stand, and nobody can shake my grounds. Nobody can shake my grounds. If you stand confident where you are, nobody can shake your grounds. You already know what you know.
Yep.
That's old man talk right there. But anyone that's listening out there, stand on your own feet, stand on your own grounds. You can't listen to anybody else. Stand for what you can see and what you know. Can't stand on other men, because other men, they die before you do. Can't stand on anybody if you're dead. So.
All right.
I'm spitting all this wisdom. I need to get paid for this wisdom I'm spitting to y'all. No, I'm just
Hook
joking.
you up with a Patreon here. Somebody get this man coffee.
No. Gio's still listening, so I'm gonna get in trouble.
All right. Yeah. We'll wait till he's asleep. We'll start doing the ads and stuff. Make that fat money.
No. You
I
gotta
got some
do some
product reviews I'm gonna do up on here later.
You gotta hit it with the ad libs.
Ad libs.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. I got the news on here. I'm just got the picture on, you know. But Anderson Cooper looked funny now. I don't know what it is. It always looked funny. But now it looks like a gremlin.
Man, I ain't watched news and shoot. I might catch the news just to see what the weather's like, because what I got to deal with what work. Other than that,
How about this Canadian forest fireman? The smoke rolled in here in Jersey today. And I was like, wow, this is still fucking happening. This is like a couple days. It's just smoke just rolling over. Crazy.
Oh yeah.
New York today had the worst air quality in the whole world.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I still want to I still want to go to New York just to go see the city, just go see it.
Yeah,
and I do want to go to. I want to go to the ball field because I like baseball, and I do want to watch a Yankees game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Let's go. Were you in the South somewhere?
Yeah, I'm in Georgia.
All right. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's a long trip, though.
no, it's not. You know, if you look at the the maps that are presented to us, it's a 12-hour trip to New York from where I'm at. How in the world is it a 12-hour trip to Miami?
Well, driving? I don't know.
No, we're just saying driving.
I don't know. What?
If it's 12 hours to get up to New York, if you look at the map, and it's 12 hours to get to Miami, Florida's one state over from me. Something wrong with it. Wrong with this picture. I don't know if anybody's ever thought about that. How long is Florida if you got to travel from Georgia all the way up to New York, and then you travel the opposite way down? It looks a shorter distance, but yet it takes the same amount of time. Shoot, you know what? I'll check the book.
I don't know. I'm gonna think about that.
No, Google. I'm just saying.
Man.
I guess nobody's ever looked at that. Hit the screenshot, map that thing out.
Man, I'm so curious about what the hell is going to happen for this president campaign. Not that I care about who wins or anything.
Yeah,
it's going to be a fucking sideshow. You're gonna have Trump's gonna have like fucking 5 indictments on him by the time he's fucking trying to run. This is crazy. I can't how's that gonna work?
Okay, I could be wrong.
I had presidents running for being under got cases on them and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I don't
from Georgia to New York.
You guys saying?
I got 15 hours from Georgia to New York and 5 hours from Georgia to Florida. It's different.
Fridge,
your now it's 4. It's kind of bad.
I was supposed to.
You're maybe just rejoin or something like that. Your voice is like twice as fast as you're speaking it. But I don't know.
Well, my buddy, he used to live in New York, and then he came back to he lives in Georgia, and he told me 12 hours. I was like, what portion? So yeah, might be right. There is a little bit distance factor, so I posted up. Bam. So it's 14 hours to get to New York, and almost 10 hours to get to freaking Florida. I posted it. Florida long as hell.
Is that the I-95?
Yeah.
I drove that all the way from Canada, all the way down to Florida.
Choo. Really?
Yep.
These are things I look at. I'm like, wait a minute. You don't
Me and
want
my
us
two
using
buddies.
Google? Yeah. We don't want you using Google Earth. Yeah. Whatever. That's what. This is what made me think something's wrong. As they say, something's wrong in Denmark. You gonna tell me that whole state longer than the distance to get to New York? I posted it. That's why you should question everything.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Ray?
Yeah. So if you look at the going to Florida, it's almost 10 hours to Miami, where we went for a car show, and to go from Georgia up to New York, it's 14 hours. Geographically, if you look at the distance, that shit ain't the fucking same.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. The shape, the shape is distorted. Yeah.
Yeah. Florida is closer than New York, across the board. I don't care how you stretch it.
Yeah, it took us, I think, 26 hours, 24 or 26 hours nonstop from Montreal.
I have a buddy of mine. He lives in Texas, and for me to take that trip, going over to Texas, shoot, it might take a day. I have no choice but to make the trip because that's my boy. 26 years. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna take the trip. Might take a day driving. Me and the old lady. Me and her driving nonstop. We're going straight there. But I've been looking at a long time. But my friend said he can make it. He can make New York in 12 hours. You can make it in 12 hours.
Where, New York to Florida?
Yeah, he
12
can't.
hours?
Yeah. You talking about speeding?
I don't know, bro.
No, you talking about speeding. 90.
Yeah, you're talking about speeding, big time speeding.
Yeah, but
yeah, it could be done, I guess. Yeah.
It depends on how serious you take your speeding.
Can't worry about the speeding. You worry about how you get there. Now, I made that drive, my younger years when I didn't care nothing about tickets or anything like that. We got down to Miami in 9 hours and 30 minutes. And I drove for 7.5 hours going to a car show. So I got with a school of cars. So I got with a school of cars. I was in the middle. The car stayed about anywhere from about 100, 110, give or take. Going to Miami. That was in my younger years. Now that I'm wise, no. Cruise control, 75, I'm good.
Speaking about speeding, we did get pulled over by a state trooper, and we did get a ticket on the way down, by the way.
Oh, y'all got a ticket then? Oh, shoot.
Yep.
Damn. Well, I didn't get one of those. I haven't had one of those in shit 10 years. Knock on wood. No more. In my younger years, I had the lead foot, but man, it was bad. Like I said, I think the next planned trip I'm gonna do is I do want to go to New York. Might take the train because I don't want to drive. I just want to relax. See the current. When you drive a lot of ways, you never get to see the countryside of any state because you're focused in front. In life itself, if you get to sit back and just see what's going on around you, you get a better appreciation of life itself. So I think I'm gonna take a train.
That sounds good. I also
Yeah.
flew to Florida once, and let me tell you that flying down that coastline, it's an experience to see, man. Like
I
you just
bet.
see beach after mile, hotel after hotel. It's like, yeah, it's a sight and a half.
True. And that's where I get myself caught up in. I mean, just even my small trips of going to different cities, where I travel to, as far as like I'm going to the next county over. If you just slow down on your speed, and we just give or take anybody's speed, just slow down and appreciate. Look at the grounds that you're riding on, and you look. I do have cornfields out here, but just slow down. Enjoy the ride. It's no rush. Everybody's gonna make it. And I think that's where a lot of people are missing a lot of things in life. Just slow down. Just look and appreciate it. And I think the dog's telling me
Life
him want to
moves.
go use the bathroom again. Sorry. I'm going on mute. I'm listening.
I was just gonna say life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you might miss it.
I got an even better one for you. The only one that never sees life goes around. The only one that creates it.
New Apple VR headset is only 4,000, so everybody's probably rushing to get that. Yeah.
Now, see, I had one for you.
What's up, bro?
I had a video for you that I'm gonna have to go back and look because I ain't trying to make myself look like a fool before I speak about it. And it was about the meaning of life. It was a good video.
Meaning of life. Interesting.
Meaning of life and why things happen like they happen. And I'm gonna dig through my archives. I'm gonna find that video for you. It was a good message. I'll say that.
All right.
It was give you a short summary. You know why some people wonder about how life, why life is what it is, and that's, I couldn't put it into words like how everybody else put it into, but it was good. Ain't no preacher thing and none of that. You ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah, I'm always interested in that topic. Sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And when I heard it, I was like, shh. I should have sent it. As soon as I heard it, I looked at my damn history. Yes, I might be making a lot of noise right now because I am walking the dog. It's 14 years
That's
old.
nothing,
Still,
bro. You should hear Jace when he walks his dog.
you know, I've been going for a minute, man.
Yeah.
You know, in a lot of ways. He likes to get out and do his thing. Now let me look for that thing. Good man, that was good. Dang it. View all. History. Better yet, let me see if I saved it. Might help me out a little bit. Everything don't have to be combative with anybody. No. They who within yourself. Shh. Everything is great. Everybody's searching for something.
Some people have the need to be combative. It's in their nature.
Yeah. But something like that, it turns into, what are you combative of? Why so angry? As Jack Nicholson say, why so serious?
Yeah. It's in some
Yeah.
people's nature. Like, what is it? The frog and the scorpion? Is that the one? Yeah, I think so.
I think
Where
so.
the frog, where the scorpion convinces the frog to pass the river or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh. No, not there. I had to go to the archives. I bet. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look for that one there, SC.
Yeah, no worries, bro. So
Okay.
what was it? A philosophical thing, a mechanical thing of life? What was the gist of it?
It was actually of just with it was like more like I guess we philosophical, as far as in the mindset of just sometimes you're never gonna know why things happen. Sometimes you gotta leave it be because there's a higher thinking more than you and me.
I hear that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, spending on what did that seed grow in the ground? I mean, I don't know what made the seed grow. It bear fruit to us, to everyone that plant seed in the ground, and they'll bear fruit to feed everyone. I'm digging, bro. I watch so many videos now. It's like, God almighty. I should say that. Maybe it's just things people need to hear.
We had some good combos recently here about abiogenesis, evolution, religion lately too as well. A lot of that going on. So yeah, we had a lot of combos concerning that.
Yeah. Well, I wish I'd have been there for that one. For those, I damn sure I'm all about those conversations.
Oh yeah, we
I'm
had
all.
a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just not even about picking people apart. We shouldn't be picking people apart. It's just like, what is your thought? Because shouldn't be taking people apart. Because tonight is not about a win. It's about it's more about just listening versus trying to tell somebody anything. If nobody's listening and everybody's just talking, then it's just nonsense. Can't gain anything out of everybody just talking. It's true. Nah, I gotta live by my own rules just as well. mean, I'm showing my age, but it is what it is. Life only happens one time. It's up to you to do what you do with your own life. I said I've been in the background a lot of times. Just listen on the live stream and everything. It's not even trying again. I ain't knowing anybody. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about this? What is your end goal of what you're trying to do? And that's what I'm about. Not trying to make anybody sad or anything like that here. Life, have a great time. Hope that everybody makes it. Yeah. But I did have some fun tonight. Yeah, see, I had some great time tonight. It was fun.
I hear you, bro.
Oh yeah.
It's quiet tonight. Seems everybody's probably working and shit, huh? Aren't you working tomorrow, Red?
No, I'm off tomorrow. I'm good. You know I ain't me to be on at and speaking at 12:39 right now. Woo, they're
That's what
pushing
I'm
the
saying,
limits,
bro.
bro.
Yeah.
They're pushing the limits. Shoot. Tomorrow I gotta get up and take the dog out and I gotta go to co-op with the old lady. That way she ain't working too hard as far as like I'm not gonna lie to you. I got when I say a big box of potato chips that I've been eating on for a couple weeks. And whatever she says, give me 34 bucks. I give it to her. Sometimes she come back with chips, come back with chicken, and I'm like, okay, doesn't bother me. And turns around and I have enough food to well, chips, chicken. We don't get a lot of briskets, anything like that, but we get a lot of chicken, a lot of chips. I binge on freaking 3 weeks off one co-op visit. But we're good over here. Sometimes we get cleaning supplies and like for the bathroom and all that. Anybody that's listening, I would take the handouts. We do pay for them, but number one thing is what we don't use, we give to somebody else to bless them just as well. because they didn't have to pay for it. It is what it is. And I run into a lot of times where I can't eat all these chips, or have a sandwich, eat the chips in time. I'm like, just give it all your friends to help them out just as well. Because life is about giving to someone else, not about you, just somebody else. Everybody need the help. Hell, I got energy drinks at the house right now. I tasted it, don't like it. I know somebody else that do like it. I'm gonna give it all energy drinks to them. They didn't pay for it. That's cool. They can have it. I don't drink it. Now if they bring me a crushed peach, they're gonna be breaking my heart. I love me some crushed peach. No, I'm gonna have to look for that video, SC. Definitely gonna have to look for it. Did you see what I did to that brisket? That right there. Look at that meat right there. I don't call it barbecue. I call it smoked barbecue.
That looks good, bro. Yep.
This is how I enjoy life, because I cooked the, what was it, 14? No, it's 13 pounds. 13-pound brisket. About 30 people showed up, and I had only one slice left for the next day for myself. But it is what it is. You gotta give back in life. Give back to people as much as you can. Now, if I make it all the way up to New York, you can come to Montreal. You can come see me. It ain't that far.
Yeah, bro. If I can do it at the time, yeah, for sure. I'll take the trip down. It's about what is it? About a 6-7 hour drive for me, if I remember correctly.
I'll pay for your gas. I don't care.
No, bro, relax. You ain't paying for no gas.
Okay. Nah, I don't want. I'm not paying for you to gas me up. Once I put it on the grill, we're gonna make it work. I'll show you how to make it work. Like I said,
If I ever come down south, it might cost you a brisket or two. That's for sure.
Shoot. No problem. No problem with that. I got 2 grills that can do it. No problem. I can do them both at the same time. But yeah, I have to get ready to lay myself down, because I gotta go do co-op in the morning. Yep. I'm being in trouble in the morning. So they'll be like, I need you to get up. You said you was gonna help. I'm on the way, baby. You got my coffee? Yep. Alright. I heard knew she got my coffee. Dag nabbit. I know about everybody else in the room, but for the woman to get up on her off day and get me coffee every morning, that's a beautiful thing. I'm a lucky man. Very lucky. So, SE, I'm about to get ready to lay it down. I will be on early. We can talk about this. You know what I'm talking about.
I hear you, bro. Go get some sleep. You got stuff to do. Sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, trolls, come on in. No, I'm just joking. Later, man.
Later, Red.
Did somebody say trolls?
Is that what he said? Didn't hear.
Time for the trolls.
What, you heard your name? I'm kidding.
It's time for me to come in. God damn it. I went to chill on 24/7 last night. And it was something.
What happened? They treated you with a lot of respect, I'm sure.
Well, a couple people. Sure. Well, I didn't even argue with them. I just kind of, because they say silly stuff over there. But and then Mickey came in. Well, I don't know. They just played like he played a soundtrack of him doing 3 questions with somebody for an hour. So it was kind of boring.
Three questions? What? I'm afraid to ask.
Well, he's
but
got
I'll
3
ask anyway.
questions. He has 3 questions. He says that basically nobody's ever answered them. He slaughters them or something. I don't know. But the questions are: what's has the curvature of the Earth ever been measured? Or do you have any measurements of the curvature of the Earth? The second one is: has the ever been measurements of Earth's rotation? And do you have any examples of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
Okay.
It's a little bit turning into like Nathan Oakley show. Like the house cleaning questions.
Yeah. It sounds kind of like that. Yeah.
If you had house cleaning questions, Essie, what would they be?
Good question.
You'd probably be like, if 2 people are on skateboards, a person's on a skateboard, are they going uphill or downhill, over the hump?
Well, definitely the skateboard paradox would be up there, right? Would be one of them.
How many paradoxes you got now?
There's quite a few, bro.
Skateboard, baby galaxy,
Twin boat.
twin boats.
One of my favorites that hasn't been. You heard of the what was that one? The black. The black duck or the black turkey? No.
Black swan?
No. Black black duck roast.
Black
I'm
turkey.
gonna have to find that one. I forgot that one.
You said the black turkey.
Uh,
That's gonna be the new argument, man.
yeah, no, that's a good one. That one came like off the cuff because you guys say that that you have your mythical sphere, right? And you have a frozen cap on the top. You have a frozen cap on the bottom, right?
More or less. Sure.
Uh-huh. But in the center, you remember that? Oh, you remember this one well. As a matter of fact, sir, you were supposed to make me a model of this. Remember? You're one of them.
Remind me.
Well, you were
I can make it
supposed
right
to
now.
make-
Shit, dude.
Sorry?
I can make it right now. Just tell me what it is.
Well, we need a sphere, a ball, and we need it to be frozen
Yeah.
at the top and not frozen in the middle, like tropical in the middle. So you need a heat source.
Yeah.
You need a frozen ball, and it has to thaw out just in the middle and
Okay.
leave the two tops frozen.
Okay, what's the hard part?
What's the hard part? Let's see you do it.
Is there a catch? That's it?
What do you mean? Is there a catch? There's no catch.
Damn. Okay, that's the whole thing.
Has to be turning. Like a duck,
Yeah, like a duck.
like a turkey on a barbecue.
Right. Or like a frozen turkey. No, maybe not turkey. What's like a frozen ham? Nice rounded frozen ham, right? I just took it out the freezer. I didn't defrost
know.
it. I put it right on the
Paradox
grill.
has I have to find it. Has a turkey or a duck or something. So many I forgot the name. I'm searching for it right now. But you get the idea.
Yeah, I do. I'm just trying to think. Okay. I'm going to play a game with you because I don't have time to do this. But you ever seen a greenhouse before? I'm sure you have.
Greenhouse?
Right? A greenhouse, yeah. Yeah, it's got like the windows. You're supposed to put your plants in there, and you can grow them. They get sunlight. Okay.
I found it.
That's perfect. Let's imagine that I have this rotisserie. Okay, but I have a ham. I put the ham on there.
Not a ham, a turkey. Turkey.
Yeah. All right, fine, whatever. I just want something that's perfectly round. That's all. But fine, a turkey. Anyways, and where was I? Right, yeah. So the turkey, and in the greenhouse, and it's extremely sunny, but not really that hot inside. It's actually kind of cold. Maybe like 60 degrees, 70 degrees. 70 degrees is perfect inside of the greenhouse. But the sunlight is coming in quite bright, and just so that it's shining right onto the rotisserie turkey, and the turkey was frozen, right? It's very bright sunlight. So anyhow, the point is, you could see how I could easily heat up the center part of that turkey, and the end parts that probably wouldn't even take a while for them to defrost fully, let alone cook.
Yeah, but they would defrost eventually, right?
Depends on how warm the room is. I mean, if I kept the room cold, I said 70 degrees. If I made the room, 0 Celsius, then I don't see why they would.
And you'd warm only the center of the turkey?
Yeah, I have the sunlight coming in, so it's only like, let's say I have like mirrors. So even though the sun moves throughout the day, I have it so that the sunlight always comes in the same direction into this greenhouse. I have some fucking mirrors set up. But anyways, and it's very bright. It always makes the sunlight very bright. So you can imagine this. The point is that you're getting radiant heat from the sun. I don't know if you ever experienced that in a cold car or in a cold house, but the window, the sunlight's still coming in, and it's not hot, but the sunlight, could heat up your legs or something like that. Like if it's in your car, like the sunlight alone, without heating up the air, will heat up your legs, right? Anyways, this is just radiant heat. But yeah, I mean that's it. That's all I have.
So you should be able to reproduce this, right?
I mean, I have a greenhouse that, I mean, I could, I suppose, but it wouldn't be easy.
Like, besides the jokes, you have to admit that's like, it's not possible. That what your model says is just not possible. You can't reproduce. That's another thing that cannot be reproduced in reality. It's against known physics, right?
Well, it's sad that you thought I was joking. It's how bad my thing. I was giving you a real demonstration. I thought.
Okay, so you should be able to reproduce it, right? Like you said last time.
Like in real life?
Well, isn't that what we were talking about in real life? No.
Well, I mean, it's just very difficult. Like I have a greenhouse. It's not a real greenhouse, but to recreate the scenario as I described it, first of all, I need to buy a large quantity of meat that I'm not going to eat probably, and then
You can donate. You can donate the experiment, but you can't eat. There must be a local soup kitchen nearby.
No one's gonna want my weirdly cooked ham or turkey or whatever that I made in this greenhouse. But anyway, regardless though, I mean, can you at least conceptualize what I was describing as being, or like conceptualize it to sort of wonder for yourself what would happen in that case? Like in your
I
mind, what do you
can't
think would happen?
I think you'd eventually the whole thing would melt.
Even if
No,
so,
but
like I said,
sword.
yeah, but originally I said 70 degrees in the greenhouse. I really should have said sub-zero. It really should just be sub-zero. So inside the greenhouse, it's sub-zero Celsius, Fahrenheit. Sub-zero is Fahrenheit. Okay. Yeah.
So what, in the freezer? You have a freezer?
Yeah.
So you have a freezer and you have let's say you have a glass
Oh,
on
you
one
know
side.
what?
I'm giving you ideas, right?
No, I was thinking about a microwave gun. You ever seen one of those microwave beams? that kid made that microwave beam? I think that helps. Let me think. I'm trying to think of some sort of radiant heat.
Well, you got to replicate the sun, huh? Don't you?
Yeah, the radiant heat. Let me see. Hold on.
I think just that alone kills your model.
What? This paradox?
Yeah. Well, there's no such thing as a paradox, right? I name them like that just to get you thinking, right? But it can't be the way you say it. Can't have a ball with a light source and just heat the center of it.
Hey, you ever heard of?
And the two poles, the two tops are gonna stay frozen. It's physically impossible to do that.
You know, I just realized something. I can't even use a freezer. I can't use a freezer. I mean, I could use a freezer, but I really couldn't use a freezer because I would need to be in a vacuum chamber. That's where I really would need to be.
Vacuum chamber, huh?
Yeah, because even if I used a radiant heater, I could inadvertently heat up the air around the meat, and that would there'd be some convective heat. So if I really wanted to do a good demonstration, it would have to be in a vacuum chamber with radiant heat and rotisserie. But I feel like it's trivial. I feel like this is why it's not worth it. It's just like a thought experiment.
But there's a flaw in your plan.
So
how are you gonna have Atmos in your vacuum chamber that you're gonna recreate?
I'm not gonna recreate the atmosphere.
Of course you can't. You can't because you're gonna be in a vacuum, right?
Well, yeah, that's the point. Because I think that actually the atmosphere would only get in the way of my demonstration. Because on Earth, like if we were scaling it down, I mean, if you really were scaling it down, and I put this frozen ham or turkey in the vacuum chamber, the amount of frosted water on the surface of this turkey would already be more than the atmosphere of the Earth. It would already account for more than what's on the Earth. So, it's already scaled.
You can't do it.
I'm sure I could, but I don't know if it's not one of those things. I feel like it's trivial to. Oh, I have one of these. Oh, wait a minute. I have a radiant heat. I have a radiant heat tower thing. Shit, I could just use that.
No, but you got so much going against your sphere, right? You have a sphere, right? It's in a vacuum. You have water around it. You have Atmos around it. And now I added another problem that a lot of people probably haven't thought of. You got
what's that again?
2 poles frozen, and you got the center hot, tropical, with one heat source. How do you do that? Got all these problems adding up.
What's better than a meat? Let's use something better, like a grapefruit. You see what I'm saying? Like a big melon.
You want to use a melon? Okay. Go ahead.
It's perfectly round, but I want it to be frozen. I want the whole thing to be frozen. And
okay, you got a frozen melon?
Yeah, a frozen melon. And I mean, you can imagine if I have this radiant heat source perpendicular to the melon, right? Like the melon's standing up vertically, the radiant heat is coming at it, and this room is it's frozen. It's a frozen room. It's a freezer.
You're back to the freezer now. You said you were going to ditch the freezer.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth from the freezer and the vacuum chamber, but regardless, the idea is the same. I mean, it shouldn't have to take this much, careful, prepping and all that kind of stuff. I mean, the principle seems like it can be, ascertained. No. Look it up. Ascertained. Yeah, kind of. That works. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. So the principle can be seen here, right? I mean, if the heat is only coming at it perpendicular, the parts that are perpendicular to that heat source aren't going to be heated. They're not going to get melted, and they're going to stay frozen.
Oh, eventually you're going to heat. The whole thing's going to heat up.
Well, no, but I think it's because the way you're thinking about the way that you're thinking about the heat transfer is why you're saying that, which is why I needed the vacuum chamber, because in the example of the freezer, or in the example of the vacuum chamber, the heat that is affecting the grapefruit it doesn't have any staying power. Like, it has a little bit of staying power, but it really radiates away just as soon as it hits the grapefruit or the earth. Like places like Arizona or New Mexico that have like no humidity, they're really hot during the day, but they're really cold at night because they have very little ability to retain the heat. The heat that hits the earth during the day just radiates away fairly quickly. Anyways, the point is, in the grapefruit example, the heat that is hitting the grapefruit is only serving to heat up the parts that it's actually hitting. It's not going to, it's not meant to be heating up the medium in the greenhouse. To serve this example, it's meant to only hit the grapefruit and then bounce away.
That's some pretty tall thinking there. So you should be able to recreate this, no? Simply.
I mean, not
easily.
simply. I don't have a vacuum chamber.
Well, now you're back to you're going from the freezer to you got to make up your mind, bro. How about a
I don't have either.
frozen vacuum chamber? About both?
I don't have either of those, though. Yeah, so it's like very difficult for me, but I mean, I can
Well,
simulate
you're gonna have to do some big miracles. You're gonna need to make water cling to a ball in a vacuum with Atmos and freeze it and keep it warm only in the middle. I mean, you basically have to perform like 3-4 miracles there. At least with the physics we know here.
I'm gonna see if I can simulate this. Hold on. Actually, no. Oh man, I wish I had Universe Sandbox. You know anybody who has that?
Not really.
Because I know in Universe Sandbox, you can actually adjust all the different shits, like with the Earth, with the distance to the Earth, the distance to the Sun. Yeah, you do a whole bunch of shit with that. Let me see if I can get
So
it for free. Hold on.
you're gonna want to try to recreate it in a program, in a simulation.
Cheapest way to do it. NASA releases free game. This is 15 years ago. Moonbase Alpha.
Now, you see how easy it is to make fun of your model.
All right, what's up there?
It's just too easy. It's ridiculous. The physics that are required for your model to work are out of this world. Basically, cannot be done in reality.
I guess. I mean, if you want to ridicule that, but that's like somebody ridiculing, God or something, saying, "Hey, it's so funny how the physics you need to make the universe work. You big goon." It's like, what the hell?
I
It's
would
fucking
never
impressive.
ridicule God.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's silly because it's like, yeah, the physics is it does require physics, but it's impressive. Sounds like something to ridicule. I'm impressed by God's handiwork.
No, it's the physics that don't exist. It's a non-physics. What you're talking about, it's pseudo-physics. What you're saying cannot be recreated. It's just not physics. You can't do any of the things that are needed to have your model work. Just 3 of them that we mentioned now.
I wonder if there's just free. I'm seeing a whole bunch of free ones. Let me see how much it is on Steam. Surely somebody has Universe Sandbox, dude. I know there was a flat earther who had it years and years ago. It's $30 for the old one?
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to find a physics simulator. And hey, have you been using any AI?
Nah.
What? Shit, dude. There's like Auto GPT, and then now they have Super AGI. Basically, you can ask it to any task, like not even just one task, like a whole mission. Put it on a mission. Give it goals, and it will start assigning other AI. It'll start delegating out work itself, and it will do YouTube or send emails, do Google searches, all this, just do everything until it has until it succeeds for what you asked it to do. Pretty crazy. I'm thinking about asking it to make me a physics simulator that will simulate this.
I have no use for it. Can I make calls? Can I make sales calls?
Yeah, exactly. You can.
Oh, rig it up for me. Rig me up a sales bot.
I made one. That's what I did for my girlfriend's job early this year. I used her voice because she didn't want to work at this place she had gotten a job at, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna automate it for you, and so I maintained that for like 2 or 3 weeks. Where it's just I had it literally just AI was because it just answered calls. It doesn't have to make calls. But was it making
Make
calls?
it like a
No, yeah, it
template.
was. No, it was making. Yeah, it was making calls. That's right. It was making calls.
Make it like a template so it could say, "Good evening, ma'am," or "Good afternoon, sir. Are you interested in water filters or roofing tiles or whatever, right? Whatever business you want to put in there." That would be a use for a bot.
Yeah, because that's what I did. I made the template, but I also made I had cloned her voice, and so it'd be able to respond to what people were saying, and it would like be able to put in their names because it was the one making the calls. But yeah, let me see if I can get it to make this physics program, physics engine.
Yeah, and make it answer like a few questions, and if the person is like interested, you put them onto a salesperson, a live salesperson, so that machine could make like hundreds, thousands of calls per day.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to lose their jobs.
Yeah, well, I mean that's already a known thing. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs, mostly like automated or callers, like customer service or sales. Because you can get the AI to do simple stuff like that now. I was having to do some research for me about black holes. I don't know, is that what I told it to do? And then it's supposed to store this shit in this fucking file and it didn't store anything.
You have access to one right now?
Yeah. I mean,
Ask it a couple of what you have access to Chat GPT.
Well, this thing is called Super AGI, and I put my chat. It's not Chat GPT is like the GPT-3 and GPT-4. I put the API into this, and I put my Google API into this, and I put a bunch of different APIs into this, and then you can actually get this to, like I said, you don't have to. You can ask it like a big task, like you make like you name it, give it a description, and then give it like a set of goals, and it's gonna keep on. It'll start making up its own tasks, and then start passing tasks off to other.
Okay, okay.
AI.
I have a task for it.
All right.
Tell it to follow the James Webb Space Telescope findings of the early galaxy spectroscopy analysis, and let it come up with the solution. Like, how could that be?
Right. Okay.
How
So
could they have been formed
type it
so
out.
early? Yeah.
Is that bait?
Chronic, is that you? You son of a gun.
That's gotta be bait.
Did you say that because you saw Chronic was in
that's
here?
Chronic. Oh.
Yeah, that's
You didn't
gotta
know.
be
You didn't know he was in here, and you just asked to do that.
It's bait. It's bait.
No, I knew he was in here. That
Okay, I
was
was like,
bait.
what the
I'll be
fuck?
honest. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Chronic. I didn't get a chance to ask you, dude. Remember you told me about that project that you're working on, the constellation of space telescopes.
Yep.
Something like that.
Small satellites. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I make a guess on the purpose?
Sure. There's not just one purpose, but.
Can I give a guess on like a main, like a really an important purpose?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give you an example. Okay. Because there was the 2017 LIGO. LIGO LIGO had gotten a, what do you call that? A gravitational wave, and they were searching for it. Where it was coming from, so they knew a direction, and they had like all these amateur Earth telescopes, search for it, and that's kind of makes sense why that would be needed, because it's not really the purpose of Hubble or James Webb to in real time just like search the sky for something.
Yeah.
It's more like an option. So would it be like something along those lines, like observations that that need to be like in any place, any time? Like, if you want to see a certain point of the sky, like now, they could do that. Is that the purpose?
Yeah, that's one of the purpose. One of the purposes. Yeah. That's well, you're describing an all sky survey.
Is there anything else that does that? Like, that's in space?
Well, Gaia.
Who knows?
But Gaia is not Gaia. Its realm is what's it called? Realm is hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Gaia does all sky, but it's it has a very low cadence, which means like a very low, it returns to the same part of the sky very slowly. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it's like kind of like the ISS or something. It's like it takes 92 minutes to go across the sky. Well, how long does Gaia take?
I mean, I don't know the exact time, but it's not real time across the whole sky, because it's only one instrument.
Right.
But yeah, this constellation would be hundreds that are just constantly looking at every part of the sky.
That's what's up, man. Is this your idea?
No, it's. I mean, it's not a new idea. It's just a new. I mean, the fundamental part about it, just stare at the sky all the time and not miss anything, is a pretty old idea. But combining a bunch of cheap small sats together to do it from space is a novel thing.
When you say cheap small sats, I'm assuming you mean something like CubeSats, or do you mean more like Starlink sized? Or
well, we started with a concept that was CubeSats, but we realized we actually have enough money to go a bit bigger. So something small sat like yeah, like a
Starlink.
It's like like Starlink, a bit smaller than Starlink though, but in between probably a CubeSat and Starlink.
Okay.
It's like 16. It's like I don't know, 16-inch by it's rectangle. Each one is rectangular, so it's like CubeSats can be as low as like a 12U CubeSat is like I don't know, a foot by a foot or maybe even smaller. So this would be a bigger, maybe a foot and a half, but it's rectangular, not a cube.
Okay, a couple of questions. I'm sorry, I'm very curious. But what kind of images are like? What would the is there a constellation of them so that they can be in any place, any time, or are they like communicating with each other to take these images?
So the first thing is going to be a pilot program with just like 3 or 6 of them, just to prove the feasibility, like a like a Pathfinder prototype, whatever you want to call it. But if all that works out, well, then the main program is like 120 of them that are in basically a miniature like version of Starlink, but they're outward facing telescopes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so the point is just to cover as much of the sky at once with all of them. Like they have wide fields of view. Each of them has a pretty wide field of view, so they can cover the entire 4 pi steradians of the sky.
So they'd be working in solo.
Yeah.
Not working together. Okay.
Not necessarily. Yeah, they don't necessarily have to like communicate with each other. So one can fail, and you can still have them all, being just fine.
I didn't know if it was going to be like a sort of thing where it's like you're taking like a big image, I'll
DM you the link to I'll DM you the mission. You can see it.
That's cool, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, and the thing you were talking about with gravitational waves is just one science case out of like hundreds, basically.
Yeah, that's the most important one.
I don't know. Is it? Depends on who you ask.
Well, I mean, if you have something in real, like, okay.
And it would just be finding the optical. It would just be finding a visible counterpart to a gravitational wave merger, right?
Yeah,
like the Kilonova was found and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
no,
there needs to be a light. There needs to be a light emitted after the merger, or at the merger.
Right. I wonder if there's going to be. It's not going to be the same use case. Like it's not like are people going to be surveying the sky with this? Do you think, or is it going to be more? I don't know. Like
the
just
small sat program with the constellation.
Yeah, the constellation. Like, it's not like are people going to be like surveying the sky, or is it going to be sort of just like reactionary sort of?
No, the bottom level point, like the bottom level, like program is like us. Once the whole constellation is up there, every each instrument takes like a 60-second or like a 120-second exposure, and saves that, and then and reads that out, and then just takes another one. So it's just taking images constantly all the time, nonstop. And
oh wow.
And then from that's just the fun of that's like step one. Then you can imagine like any science case you can think of that that the cameras may have taken images of something exotic that might have happened, like gravitational wave or supernova or variable star, just so many. It's just like countless science cases.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, any event that
the
like
word
said,
for
like
that is called the word for that is called a transient. Any transients that happen in the sky, this constellation would capture.
Is that like a that means like it's like a like I get it. Yeah. Okay,
transient just means like a unique phenomenon, like a
Is it like that's why I was saying reactionary, because it's like I get you. There was something. Oh yeah, you know what? Essie is here, and I didn't want to because I asked you, and I meant to ask you when Essie was here, but he wasn't listening. I guess. I don't want to stay on it too long, but Jeremy brought it up today too. But Essie, are you still here?
I'm still here.
Okay, it was Access is Evil thing because I had asked Chronic about it, dude, about the CMB,
Mm-hmm.
and Chronic had sort of echoed what I was in my head. I was thinking about it, and then the other people, I thought the same as you did, Essie, that this was a thing in like cosmology, like people were aware of this, but most people who you ask, the professionals, aren't even. It's not on the radar, and then people who do know about it say that it's possibly just an artifact of the way the data was collected and not filtered correctly. Is what it looks like.
No, not the Axis of Evil. That's 3 times they did it, but Chronic could fill you in on that.
Yeah, we talked about it.
We did talk about it.
Yeah, seems pretty, explanatory, but interesting at the same time. Yeah, I don't lose sleep, over it, obviously.
I mean, like the thing that like people always talk about the Earth being like in a unique position in different ways, like Hubble. He was talking about it, not even in the case of the Earth, but in the case of the entire local group of galaxies, right? And so in this case, the Axis of Evil is not even really commenting on the position of the Earth, but more like the orientation of the Earth, and it almost doesn't make that much sense, really, on why it would show up like this until you realize that it does correspond completely with our orientation in our orbit, and it was taken over the course of 15 months. So it's like, I mean, I don't know how the data was filtered, but it seems like something like that would just, I would have to triple, quadruple check that that's not, giving me these false ideas.
You keep saying that, these 15 months thing. Well, first of all, where did you get that? And second of all, there's 3 tests that were done, not just one, Kosho.
15 months, that was the one in the 10 years ago, I think. I
Where?
don't know
Show
when
it,
the dates.
post it. Why would they do an incomplete survey? I don't understand.
Incomplete? What do you mean?
You're saying 15 months is not enough.
No, I'm not saying it's not enough. I'm saying 15 months covers over a year. So that means there's
more than
an
a full
orbit.
orbit. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth would have orbited at least once in that time, which means that could very easily be showing up in the data or giving these false, adding this thing to the data that is making it look like there's something special about the CMB having to do with our orbit.
How would 3 months more data correspond to the matter not being homogeneous and it being flat and us being in the center? How could 3 more months of observation cause that?
You missed my point, man. It's not the 3 months. Forget the 15 months. It's the fact that we orbited around the sun at least once in the time that those measurements were taken. So that data was collected for over a year.
And
that could be giving this, adding in this thing to the data that's maybe not having anything to do with its CMB, but having more to do with our orbit.
How? You're just saying that. How?
How?
Huh?
Because we're orbiting the sun this time. So we're collecting data the entire time that we're orbiting the sun, right? And we're not filtering that out of the data.
How do you know they didn't filter that out? And how do you know more data, 2 or 3 months more data collection would affect the whole project? How do you know that? You're just saying that.
No, I'm not.
No, what?
Forget about the 2 or 3 months. Doesn't matter how much longer than a year that we did it. I'm just saying we did it for a year. So we went around the sun at least once in the time that we're collecting data. And I'm saying I don't know that this is the case. By the way, this just seems like the most likely reasonable scenario. And I think this is what Jay said, that he talked to dudes at Yale. He said that they said the same thing. The astronomers he talked to at Yale. I mean, this is my best guess. It
Yeah,
makes
but
more
I'm not
sense.
questioning. I'm trying to understand how, by what mechanism. I don't see how that can affect the homogeneousness of cosmology and the flatness of it and the fact that we're in the center. How could that,
That's
more
not.
or less data collection, how could that affect the outcome?
That's not what the axis of evil problem is, though. Those are other cosmology problems. The flatness problem, that's something else. This is just the axis of evil is just about the what is it, the anisotropy, and how it gives these
It's it seems to be aligned with the plane of the solar system.
right.
That's right. And it seems to be
Yeah.
flat and it seems to be in the center.
Well, no.
All those things.
No,
Yeah.
you're adding a bit too much there, in my opinion. But
No, that's part of it.
I don't know.
You
That's a
disagree
different problem.
that they found that it was flat and that the Earth was at the center? You disagree with that part?
The CMB is not flat.
No, the overall how the arrangement of the matter is. They thought it would be homogeneous, like spread all over the universe, but it seems to be in a flat disk. Like, you know how
You may be
not
confused.
aware of that?
You're conflating three different problems, though.
Yeah.
I see.
You have to keep them separate.
I'm explaining you three anomalies. I'm not conflating anything. I'm explaining you three anomalies that they found when they did this research.
It has to be said that they didn't find this. Like, one team found the axis of evil. Another study, has this flatness problem about the geometry of the universe, and then what did you say? The homo. What did you say? The homo.
Yeah, you're
Homo.
close. You got the homo part right.
Yeah, but that's another another study. So I understand that these are all three issues, but you're making it sound like these are all part of the same data from the same team.
It doesn't matter if they were the same, if they were done on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday together, separate, as a team. It doesn't matter. You got these issues to deal with. That's one aspect of your cosmological model that is inexplicable and goes against your Big Bang model. That's one problem.
There's
That's three problems.
I don't
You have other issues to deal with.
fully agree with that, but
You don't agree with that?
yeah, you said it's completely inexplicable. No, there's a few explanations. It's just at present, they're out of the few explanations. We might not know which one is
tackle them? Would you care to tackle them one by one then?
Yeah, sure. And talking about the anisotropy and the CMB, that could be very easily be a local effect. That has to do with closer things near the Earth instead of the farthest thing away, which is the CMB. You were kind of alluding to it. You weren't using some of the right words, but the difference between large scale structure and small scale variations that are clumpy or not uniform. So it just depends on what scale you're talking about or thinking or looking at. Is, in my opinion, probably one of the more likely explanations for some artifact that may persist in the CMB that aligns with the plane of the solar system. Another is just artifacts and systematic noise, and it's hard to achieve a perfect map of the CMB, even with a the best, like, newest instruments and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know which one is the correct answer. That's the point. It's not inexplicable. There are explicatives that you can research that work to explain it. Just unsure
No,
which
they're
one.
just theories. There's just theories that, but
You
there's
say
really
theory,
nothing
I say
concrete.
explanation.
Not
Whatever.
even a theory, because there's nothing concrete. Because your theory says one thing, then you find another thing, right?
No,
So
what
what do you mean no?
The newer and newer CMB maps can show a lot. There's not, people aren't completely in the dark with that. There's higher resolution CMB maps that show, higher resolution of the anisotropies in it. So it's very
And
clear
they show
that
that it's homogeneous, that the matter is spread equally everywhere.
It's not. It's not. There are anisotropies. It's not completely uniform. There are
Okay,
there are
so the model's
variations.
wrong. So the model's wrong.
No.
No, of course
No,
not, huh?
that doesn't say
No.
the model's wrong.
Yeah, I'm saying it's wrong.
Well, okay.
I don't care what you say. I'm saying your model is wrong. It was found wrong in the placement of the Earth. It was found wrong in how the matter is spread, and it was found wrong that it was in a disk, and it was found wrong that we're not just anywhere, we're at the center. That's what your findings found. Now, if you don't want to deal with that, well, that's up to you.
Yeah, it's fine. You can have I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. And how about the new findings now? This is even worse. This is even worse, more damning.
The
more
new ones,
damning.
the new findings that debunk your baby galaxy paradox.
No, the findings that debunk your fantasy of the Big Bang, of your whole cosmological time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Those ones.
What about the baby galaxy paradox?
You know very well. What about it?
Yeah, you were supposed to do some homework reading up on it and get back to me.
Nah, you don't give me homework. I don't do nothing. You tell me.
Okay.
You have to explain your fantasy of how what was found doesn't correspond at all to your model. In other words, your model in the profession you're in, sir, you got it all wrong.
But
every bit of it.
But you already inadvertently told me you did some homework by baiting me in a few minutes ago. Remember about the spectroscopy?
No, I wanted to achieve two goals with that. I actually
that shows me that you actually did read some of the sources, which is good. You did some reading. That was good.
Whatever you think that you're doing, it's not working, bro. Whatever you think you're achieving. Now, can you explain? This is your profession, right? It's like I'm asking a dentist. This root canal. What's up here?
Well, you have no idea. No,
you're telling me the
I could be
X-rays
faking
were
it.
wrong.
I'm a fake astronomer. Yeah.
You're
Go
telling
ahead,
me the X-rays was wrong. There was dust in between the X-rays.
What?
Which is it?
What? Where did X-rays come from?
You were trying to make some accusation that the readings were incorrect. Is that what you were trying to say?
No.
Okay, so since you're the expert now, you have an audience.
Yeah.
Explain to
I
us.
gave you the two.
What?
Yep.
No. Don't say you gave me homework. You're not my teacher. You're not going to give me any homework now. You have
But
a
if you
platform.
recall,
here.
though, if
You want to explain to the people why these galaxies were found where they shouldn't be, it's up to you.
Yeah. So if you recall the previous two conversations, maybe even three, I gave a thorough explanation. The first time, which did nothing. The second time, I gave the same thorough explanation, and I accompanied it with some resources and some homework for you to do, which you did read because you asked me some follow-up questions later that we never got to that conversation. So of course, I'm happy to explain, thoroughly in detail once again, in hopes that, I don't know, maybe it'll get through this time.
No, don't try to be condescending. You didn't explain nothing. Everything you said, I challenged, and I threw back at you.
Multiple
and I told
times.
you have nothing. Now this is what you have to explain. You have to explain how you found galaxies fully formed just maybe in the dark ages. In other words, for people that don't know, it's impossible for that to happen at that time. Impossible.
Incorrect.
Stars were just barely forming. Now, he has to explain how they found fully formed galaxies there that were about 13.5 billion years old,
Yes,
approximately.
incorrect. Yes, incorrect.
That is totally correct. Now you go ahead and explain this.
Yep. So the very first initial. So let me note this down on my Discord notes. This is now the fourth thorough explanation that I'm going to have to give to you. Okay. So
and don't tell me that
initial,
they did initial stuff and they didn't find
anything. What? That's the explanation.
And spectroscopy bullshit.
That is literally the explanation.
No, that is not it. Because,
that is the explanation.
No, that is not the explanation.
All right,
because
so it's not worth me even doing it a fourth time.
They did spectroscopy. Okay. No, I'm going to tell you what I did before. They did spectroscopy.
So you did your homework. I'm proud.
One of the papers that you sent actually showed that they did spectroscopy. So you're lying.
Of doing your
you're
homework,
lying,
man.
sir.
Sure. So once again, you just proved that you understand, at least to an extent, that you read and did some homework. So I'm happy.
No, you're lying. You're lying. I'm the one that brought this up. I'm the one that explained this.
All right.
And you're the one that's trying to show now that you're so smart that you're the teacher, right? But if you had something, you would show it right now. I dare you. I dare you in front of everybody. Show me current findings that prove those readings wrong. Go ahead. What he's going to show now is that they made a mistake and they refined it by maybe a couple of 100 million years. That's all he's going to show now. Go ahead.
There you go. All right.
Tell us what it says.
I just gave you 4 very thorough.
No, I don't want you to give me nothing. Tell us. Explain to us. You're the professional. What are the current findings?
I just attempted
I don't care what you posted.
You're going off the rails.
Either you explain it now or go away.
You gotta let him speak, man.
Yeah, you're off the rails just slightly, respectfully, but you're got to get back on the track here, man.
No, don't try to play teacher with me.
So
don't try to say that you posted some. Explain to us. Go.
I just attempted explaining, and you cut me off and said, "Liar, liar, pants on fire, spectroscopy. You're lying." I mean,
you have the floor now. Go ahead. Don't tell me you posted something. Explain to us, please. Go ahead.
Let's start a timer and see how long it takes. Yeah. So some of the very first initial publications that, in my opinion, were published too early and not thorough because they only included imaging, not imaging plus spectroscopy. They deduced some of these galaxies being more evolved than expectations. However, a thorough and subsequent follow-up studies that included spectroscopy, which is utterly critically important in this type of these types of studies, have since reduced the evolved age of these too old galaxies in the early universe.
Exactly what I said you were going to say. By how much?
Exactly.
By how much?
By way more than 100 million years.
By how much?
So a redshift of 16 was reduced to a redshift of 9. You can do the translation on that age.
How much? By how much? Please tell everybody.
I'm telling you how much. Redshift of 16, 16.4, whatever it was, to redshift of 9 point something.
And which would make it how many billion years?
Well, you can do the math on that.
No, you do it. You're the professional.
Well, you're the student. It's up to you to do some.
You see what he's doing, everybody? He doesn't want to admit. It's just a few 100 million years.
There's 4 links in the chat. 4 links in the chat, by the way.
It's all bullshit what he's saying. Okay. When you read this is what it's going to say. They revised the galaxies by a few 100 million years. In other words, they're still too old. They're still too young. They're still too advanced to be at the time frame where they are.
Are you sure Z16 to Z9 is a few hundred million?
Tell us how the revision is. Tell us the date, please, professional. Go ahead.
There's some links in the chat for anyone.
You hear that? You hear that? He will not answer. He's a dishonest man. He will not. You hear that, Kosho?
Isn't it
Your
one
boy.
for one?
Listen to him.
Hold on, man. Isn't it a one
He's
for one? The Z, the red shift, isn't it like basically one for one for the billions of years?
Pretty close, but it depends on a few things. But for that's a good approximation. Yeah, first order.
How many? How many?
Well, I mean, Kosho can edit.
What was your guess, Kosho?
If it was a redshift of 16, which is probably too much, but let's say the redshift of a Z9, right? That would be like 9 billion years, just about.
9 billion years? Would that still make it too old for for where it should be?
So. No, sir.
Yeah, yes, it would. Yes, it would. Don't believe a word these guys are saying. There's still no explanation for this. These galaxies have no explanation. This is going to kill their cosmology. And listen to his giggle. This guy pretends he's a professional.
I mean,
he is deceiving you right now.
I mean, I'm having a cordial conversation. You sound a bit unhinged. It's just an internet conversation, man.
No, I feel very good. I just get irritated with people, smug people like you, right? That think you know better than everybody else. I can tell it in your voice, right? I can hear it. You see that laugh? That's what I'm talking about right there.
But I'm answering all your
questions.
questions.
I have you. You know you have nothing, right?
But listen, the only words I ever speak are about the science, are with links, references, resources, links, everything, information only. The only rebuttal you give are
your link doesn't say that. Point.
The only responses you give are personal attacks. This guy's a liar. He's just
I read your links and it doesn't say that. Highlight where it says what you just said. Highlight where you say
do your homework for you.
Galaxy. Don't cut me off. And don't try to sanctimonious give me homework. You're a nobody. Do you understand that? You're nothing.
We're all
You're playing a role here like a scientist, and it ain't gonna work with me.
It's Discord.
Tell me, highlight what you said right now. Highlight it and post it. Don't just post a million links. Screenshot what you're saying right now. I'm calling you out, sir, in front of everybody. Screenshot.
Four very concise links. So.
No. Screenshot where it says that these galaxies.
I already gave enough effort.
No.
I gave enough effort with the links.
You're bullshitting.
Sure. That's
You're
fine.
not gonna.
You can
don't
say
think you could just come here and post 4 links with a million things. Show what you're talking about. I'm calling you out. There's no proof that those galaxies are not in the time frame where they shouldn't be. None whatsoever.
One of them, and there's a screenshot from.
Of what?
Why are you doing his home? You're like the bitch that does the other cool kids' homeworks, Kosho. Why?
Yeah, well, you know what? That's true. But guess what, dude? We actually just talking about that today, dude.
Why would you?
I was watching this video last night. It was like saying like how to be successful and stuff. It was like saying, you don't when successful people come across a problem, they don't ask how do I do this or how do I get this solved. They asked who can I get to do this for me.
Okay.
So what do you think you got here?
I never do that.
What do you think you got here, Kosho? What is?
This is basically consistent with more or less with what he said.
What exactly? Show us where. Where does it say that those galaxies conform to the time frame of 13.5 billion years? Where does it say that?
Another galaxy was suggested Z16 instead has Z4.9.
Sounds pretty similar to
There's
verbatim what I said.
Galaxies there. There's 6 galaxies there. Now, which one of those? How are you guys claiming that those galaxies are not in a place where they should be 13.5 billion years old? But they're not. They're in a place where they're at around 300 and 500 million years. They shouldn't be that old. They shouldn't be that massive.
Once again,
where does it say in the research that is not the case?
You're simply confused.
No, you're the one that's confused.
It says we confirm redshifts Z greater than 10 for 2 galaxies. including
about the
one.
other four? How about the other four?
Well, there's only 2 that are greater than 10, and it says including one that of the first bright JWST discovered candidates with Z 11.4, and another one with suggested Z16 instead has Z.4.9. It looks like I don't know if that's the furthest one, but it's the.
Do you have
first one it
access
says
to
here
that
is
full paper?
the paper?
Yeah.
Let me see.
If you do, check out table 2. That's what SE is asking for, since he
Fair
can't bring himself to check it out, on his own. So
Nah, I'm calling you guys out. You know this is devastating for you guys. You know it's the end of your cosmology. And you know that axis of evil completely kills your cosmology. So, I'm just enjoying watching you guys dance. It's really enjoyable for me.
Thank you.
The only thing that you can say is, well, they got the readings wrong. Now these new readings, well, these ones are correct. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it makes sense when you look at what the readings actually were.
Nah, it doesn't make sense at all. You know what it looks like? People are scrambling like little rabbits to find the answer to this because your whole cosmology is wrong. You got the expansion wrong. You got gravity wrong. You got the Big Bang wrong. You got the center of the universe wrong. You got everything wrong, man. Your whole cosmology is falling apart before your eyes. And it's just beautiful to watch.
Okay.
It's like if you didn't have binoculars or something and you looked like across the lake and you saw like this topless woman, but you can't really make her out. You're like, oh my god, there's topless women over there. But then you get binoculars and you see it's just like a creepy old dude with like long hair, and that you didn't just see that dude because you're trying to explain away the other data. It's just the other data was a little bit less accurate. You know what I mean? So. I mean, it seems
that's exactly what you're doing, bro. They're
what an
showing you
analogy,
coal.
right?
They're showing you coal, and they're telling you, look, this is diamonds, and you're saying, yeah, this is diamonds. I think I'll buy some.
And I mean, this is what I believe, Essie. And I know you don't have to believe it, but this is what I believe, and I think Chronic probably back me up because I personally think that people like Chronic and people who make these observations, they are in an interest of not just investigating it, but investigating it for the purpose of finding the true answer, right? So they're actually trying to find out what is the answer, like what more can they find out about it, right? I don't think they're interested. I mean, they might be motivated slightly by making like profound findings and stuff like that, but I think for the most part, they are driven, to find the truth. Like that's their main goal. So
what are your thoughts on the people? What are your thoughts on the groups that publish the first papers without spectroscopy?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that there is that interest as well. There is that motivation as well, but I doubt very much that that's like their that's why they wake up in the morning. You know what I mean? They probably got excited when they saw this, and so that started to drive, that started to motivate them at that time. But I don't think that they're driven intrinsically by that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a combination of a few different things, like the newest, best, biggest facility, and you have some of the first, it's like a baby opening its eyes, for the first time or something. You see some cool exotic looking stuff, and then you just come to a conclusion a bit too fast, too early. That happens.
Sort of like also like I mean I don't know if this is like the way it works, but I mean it seems like it would be like sort of the sort of thing that would make or break your career as well. Like this you could become a big name person and be made for the rest of your life. If you were part of a team that sort of uncovered something that would be paradigm shifting, or at least like maybe not paradigm shifting, but evidence that kind of to some other model, like to an updated version of the model. You know what I mean? Sort of like
Yeah.
those two guys from New Jersey that first found the CMB. Like they weren't. Like, I don't even think they were looking for it.
Yeah, that's
What are
definitely
you guys going on and on about, man? Seriously.
definitely motivating. We're talking about what motivates studies like this.
Yeah, but you guys are like, you can maybe make a case of this one, right? This one is still out, right? The James Webb Telescope of the early galaxies, right?
What do you mean still
They're
out?
still they're still out. You guys are talking like as if the case is up, but people listening, please don't listen to these guys. Listen to the scientists, right? And they're gonna tell you themselves. They might have to rewrite cosmology. These guys are talking smug as if, and especially this guy Chronic. This guy's like really smug. He thinks he's got it all figured out. But the spectroscopy results are still in debate. It's not settled, right? Now, for this one, now for the other one, for the axis of evil, that's been done 3 times. Don't listen to their smugness and the way they're talking. They
Come
did
on,
those
man.
results 3 times,
You're just
and
being mean now.
they
You're
found the
being mean,
axis
You're
man.
of
being so
evil,
mean, dude.
and he's gonna cut me off. I know because he just can't handle what I'm saying. They did it 3 times, the axis of evil, and they found the results the same. And one of the scientists that made fun of the initial results had to go and apologize to the team.
You got executed.
His name is Max Tudgard, something like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's the Max guy I was telling you about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a professional
No, I think
astrophysicist.
I think the groups are pretty large, Kosho, like specifically these early ones, the initial papers coming out. So I don't know necessarily if like it's a career ruiner. No, it's probably not, but
I mean ruiner. I just mean it like they're like not necessarily a ruiner career. But I'm saying if they were to have found something that was game changing, like well even slightly
yeah,
along the
that
lines of what SE is
motivates.
suggesting.
Yeah,
It's
that's
going
what
to motivate them.
motivates.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And there's examples I mean on going both ways. There's examples in hindsight that like the initial James Webb galaxies people went the debunked way, and then the I don't know, an example like the Sagittarius A star at the center of the galaxy, that black hole, like groups and people got Nobel prizes for that on the other side,
Yeah, well, a lot of people cried when they heard about the axis of evil, and I just posted some images of it. Indisputable, their own findings. Look at that, all lined up. There's nothing they can say about it. Nothing. It completely destroys their cosmology. Completely destroys it.
It's a little extreme, but
So, Chronic, I'm looking at this paper. You told me you said to go into it. Now, I don't know which table you're talking about, but there's the one with the charts that show the observed photometry and the I guess spectrometry.
it's spectroscopy. It's a table, right?
Yes, yeah.
What's the paper you're looking at? The one it's on. Is it an archive link?
Yeah.
Or what?
That's one.
Yeah.
It's called. It doesn't have anything. Hold on.
Spectroscopic verification.
Probably that's what it's called.
Oh, is it? Or
yeah, I got to scroll all the way to the top. I don't. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Yeah, spectroscopic verification. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. What table are you talking about to check out?
Table 2 on page 20. I mean, it shows exactly what SE was asking for earlier. Like the redshift measurement from photometry only, so that Z phot column, and then the revised updated numbers on the columns on the right, which include SPEC, or short for spectroscopy.
Position in the sky is cool. Coordinates.
Yeah, so you can see for some of those farthest or the highest Z redshifts, they've been revised and updated to much lower redshifts, which debunks the baby galaxy paradox.
No, it doesn't. Don't listen
Okay.
to them.
Nuh-uh is the only answer SE will ever go.
Nah, he just put one study and he's just going and pretending this study. There's more stuff to come in. Don't
What
listen to
else?
what he's saying. They
Can
got
you
it wrong
send some
before. They're going to
sources?
be wrong now, and he's going to interrupt everything I say. He's going to try to shut the truth out.
Well, you said there's other stuff. Is there more recent stuff than this? This is March 2023. That's pretty recent. You literally just said there's other stuff. I'm curious. What care to share?
Be patient. Be patient. Your scientists are working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't think that smug laugh is going to get you by, bro. Because it gives you away every time, man. Seriously. Everybody listening to you right now knows that
you
it's
think
like
I care,
a
though?
dead giveaway. It's like a
The
tell.
only person I care is that it's making you more unhinged, so it causes me to giggle more. Do you not see
I'm
that?
not at all at
Runaway,
I love listening to
runaway
smug
effect.
people like you who think you know what the score is, and you're gonna be proven wrong, bro. And I'm gonna be the one that's gonna tell you, put it in your face, and hear you laugh because you've been proven wrong with the axis of evil, and you're gonna be proven wrong about this. I can't wait to be the one to tell you.
That's fine. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it.
Neither am I.
Just have
Whoever has the answer.
Go ahead.
A few questions because I'm looking at this chart I just posted. I don't know if you see it, but so there's interesting things about this chart. One is that most of the values actually, they actually didn't change by very much. Like the most extreme one is the one that looks like it was obviously wrong, because Z16 is there's more time than there's years in the universe. Is age. So, but that could be for other reasons. Regardless, that got changed drastically to like 4.9. But there's some of them that didn't even change at all, like the that second to the bottom one. But regardless, which one of these would have been like like a baby galaxy paradox, other than that first one? Because I don't know, those don't seem that young. Like the youngest one would be like what, 3 billion years.
Look at the picture I just posted.
All right,
Hear that smirk? You hear that smirk? That laugh? That's
We're
his
looking.
tell.
Go on.
When you hear that smirk and laugh, you know it's.
Well, I mean, Kosho and I are trying to discuss a
a
scientific paper, and you posted a pretty colorful picture. Go on, though. Continue.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this stuff.
See that? That is the destruction of your cosmology right there.
But Essie, where on this picture?
See where it says the Dark Ages there?
No.
Cosmic Dark Ages.
Oh yeah, yes. I see that. But that's the problem, Essie, is that that's not represented. Like the one that's circled Z = 11. That's about the furthest one on this list.
Yeah, this is just one of the pictures that they're showing. I want to give people an example of what it means, right? Right there, those shouldn't be there. Those galaxies should not be there. And another thing I'll tell everybody that they found, and of course Chronic is not going to say this because it's devastating. They found in those early galaxies, they found black holes in them. And now they're discovering black holes way back when where they shouldn't be there. So there's a lot more devastation to come here.
Oh shit!
Why shouldn't black holes be there?
I'll let you figure that out. Something to do with star formation and star life.
I tried to say this to you last time. I heard somebody say this, but black holes are typically typically formed by these large, unstable, like basically large stars that will typically not live very long. So those large stars that are like huge and they collapse into black holes, they weren't stars for very long. You know what I mean? Like some of the shortest lived stars, from what I
So
understand.
you don't know the model. There's only one problem. There was no stars back then. Oops. What?
Wait. Essie, let's refer back to your picture. And we'll see something about the first stars forming before galaxies, but that contradicts what you just verbally said. Is there any way you can kind of reconcile these two together?
No, I'm talking about black holes. The stars have
So
to
you didn't
form and they
follow
have
what
to
Kosho
live.
said at all, then?
They have to live out their lifespan, right? And then they collapse.
Yeah.
Correct?
What age are the lifespans that of stars Kosho just referred to?
You tell me. You're the
No,
expert.
he explained it to you. This is
No, he
testing
didn't
your.
explain. He didn't explain the time frame. No, he didn't explain
Like
nothing. He
millions
just,
of years.
how many?
On the scale. I mean, from what I remember, I think it's on the scale of like millions of years.
Millions or billions?
I think millions, but I could be wrong.
With an M.
Millions of years? So
Yeah,
you're saying a star could form and live its lifespan and become a black star in millions of years, not
Yeah, like
billions?
our star is a stable star, but there's like blue stars, for example, that are from what I remember, I just years ago. Not a fucking. I mean,
See, you don't even know the main. You don't know our paradigm. You're demonstrating that you don't fully I mean, this isn't the easiest thing to comprehend, but it's a pretty kind of introductory level kind of astronomy stuff.
Here you go trying to playing the smart ass teacher again, bro. Your shtick ain't good. Give me that laugh again. Come on, let's hear it. Give me that
Kosho just
condescending
said
laugh.
it. Kosho just said it to you, man.
No, listen, bro. You gotta explain and listen to me. Now listen to my laugh. You gotta explain how a black hole formed inside a galaxy where it shouldn't be, my friend. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be there. You gotta explain that. Now give me a little giggle. Come on.
I mean, Kosho, you clearly understand most of it, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I just know that the ones that form black holes are usually the large and stable ones, like the blue stars. They're blue because they have a lot of power, a lot of energy, but they're so much energy they're extremely unstable. And from my memory, I think they only last like in the scale of millions of years. But I could be wrong.
Precisely, yeah. So going back to that cool, colorful picture, it's very easy to see and and understand the possibility that early, very massive, unstable stars forming very early could produce a
In
decent amount of black
galaxies
holes.
that shouldn't have been there? Nah, I couldn't see it. Can't be done. Impossible.
Maybe
Can't
there's
be done.
something blocking your
Galaxies.
ability
How
to
long
see
do
it.
galaxies take to form? Professor, expert.
There might be something blocking your ability to.
Maybe there's something in your ears. How many billions of years do galaxies need to form?
Well, let's just look. I mean, we can look at the answer is in your picture that you sent.
Yeah. So tell us. Not 300 million years where they spotted them, right? Genius.
Well, look at your picture.
You look at it.
Yeah. The bottom,
Yeah.
there's an axis on the bottom that's horizontal that says it's billions of years, and we could just see the numbers.
Yeah. In your paradigm, galaxies need at least 1 billion years around that time to start forming, and that's the small ones.
Yeah, but
That's
if we
just beginning. Hold on, don't interrupt me.
Go ahead.
Just beginning to form. But what they found is that they found fully formed in that time frame, fully formed galaxies that were the size of 13.5 billion years, and some of them were massive, like 3 times the size of the Milky Way galaxy.
Well,
That's a big problem. And the only thing you can say is, "Oh, they got the readings wrong."
I mean, you're
all you have.
You're refusing to engage with anything me or Kosho is posting to try to give you, information that what you're saying is not true.
No, you're trying to refute the findings, and you're trying to choose findings that suit
scientific
your
evidence.
findings. And I'm telling you, the research is still ongoing, not finished. And
Of course it is.
and
Yes,
we can put this on the back burner. And I'll bring you back to the axis of evil, where they did the same thing. They did an initial finding and they found it wrong. Then they did another one, right?
Yeah,
And they said,
and
wait a minute, we got it wrong the first time. Don't interrupt me. Then they did the third one. So the axis of evil absolutely condemns your cosmology.
Sure.
Now we have the James Webb. Now this remains to be seen. But the
Yeah.
first one just completely destroys your cosmology.
Sure. I'll remind you that I think what I said a few conversations ago about how, yeah, things will be updated. I'm not disagreeing with you, but as it stands right now, put the baby galaxy paradox on the back burner at the moment because it's out. I'm telling you, it's out currently. It might come back.
You're telling me. No, that's just your one opinion. No, I don't agree with you.
Well,
It's
the
as simple as
multiple
that.
sources and scientific, studies and everything that are agreeing.
Incorrect. I can show you posts of many scientists saying the absolute different of what you just said, the opposite. They might have to rewrite cosmology.
Sure.
Sure.
In your, I mean, I can even use your picture you sent to refute what you're claiming.
And I can use one of the things you send me to refute what you're claiming.
Yeah, so if we go to yours, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, maybe Kosho can correct me, or you, I mean, happy for you to correct me, SC. It looks like stars might be forming before the first galaxies. Is that correct? Looks like it.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. So then, if you
Still,
just
they can't form at.
but if you
they
walk,
can't form at 500
I mean, you're gonna let
million
me
years.
finish, though, right?
Oh, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So you just agreed with that appears to be the case from your own colorful picture. So then, if you continue down the thinking, the logical thinking here, then stars, very massive, forming ones that are unstable before galaxies even exist or can be formed. It's very easy to see the possibility or the scenario that black holes would be produced, pretty darn early, maybe even before the first galaxies.
Maybe, but not in the galaxies.
Well,
you agree?
I'm not making that.
Not at
No,
that time.
I don't know. I have no
What
idea.
do you mean you don't know? According to you want me to be honest, but you're not being honest in return, right?
With what?
With fully well that galaxies cannot be fully formed at that time frame according to your cosmology.
Well, in a scientific paper that me and Kosho have been linking and discussing, it shows the highest redshift galaxy of 11. That's well
That's
within.
not what I'm asking you. In your cosmological model, can galaxies form at 500 to 300 million years after the Big Bang? Yes or no?
Possibly.
No, not possibly. No, not in your model.
Why?
Because in your model it says they started forming at 1 billion years. Started forming, not fully formed galaxies, which they found. If you can't be intellectually honest and admit that, I mean, why are we talking?
Well, no, I'm being honest. Are you providing anything other than just words, or like Kosho and I have
That your
links
model?
and sources and?
Isn't that your model? Isn't that your cosmological model that galaxies started forming at 1 billion years after the Big Bang?
But can
Just
you
say yes or no, man.
Sure, but I would like some backup. Some of these claims or these discussions to be backed up, maybe with I don't know, research or studies or anything along those lines.
Oh, so now you want to see backup of your own model. You're the professional. You can't just be honest and say, yeah, you're right about that. That's our model. This is where you're bringing the conversation, really?
Well, it's clearly pretty uncertain, right? When the earliest of early galaxies started forming, correct? That's the whole reason why we're having that's the whole point of the conversation.
No, it's uncertain now because of these new findings.
Oh, it's been uncertain.
As far as your model, hold on. Are you disputing your model that said that?
No.
The Dark Ages are you disputing all that? The time frame of your model?
No, but again, on your own picture that you sent, the idea is that stars formed first, correct?
I'm not disputing that.
Sure, and then things happen to the stars. The big ones are unstable. Whatever black holes produced, a whole bunch of stuff, right, is happening.
That could have happened, yes. If if what you're saying, a star could form, and in a few million years could become a black hole, then yes, okay, no problem there.
And there's other different types of stars that are more stable or lower mass, and they live longer and they can clump together, and there's different interactions and all this stuff. You can magically, imagine in our paradigm to start forming galaxies after.
I can magically imagine that, yeah, but
after
we'll
some
agree to that now.
X
Hold on
number
now.
of years that I'm not
Hold
claiming.
on now. Don't run too fast. Now, if
I didn't
I'm
even finish
agreeing
my
with your model,
sentence, man.
what are you talking about, bro?
You didn't let me finish my thought process. Yeah, so all this formation and interaction and dynamics and everything happened over the course of X number of years, and whether X years is 300 million or 900 million, I'm not claiming to any truthful guess of that. It could be 500 plus or minus 500, or 800 plus or minus 500,
Well, you could say that now, but as far as what I've read about your model, galaxy formation started at 1 billion years, and that started at 1 billion years. Oh, look, dude, you want to play games? It's up to you. I mean,
give me some homework.
Everyone's
to
listening, so if you're disputing your model, that's entirely up to you. So whether it's 900, whether it's 1 billion, whether it's 800 million, okay, I'll give you that. It doesn't matter. It's still the beginning. You're trying to wiggle out of this. It's still the beginning of galaxy formation. At that time frame, be it 500 million, be it 800 million, they shouldn't be fully formed galaxies there.
And there's the most recent scientific evidence and results show that they are not correct.
No,
they debunk your baby paradox. They do.
Wrong. There's two things that were done. There's the giggle again. It's your tell, bro. You're caught every time. 2 tests were done. One was claimed that it wasn't done because of spectroscopy. Then a second one was done, and they updated the results a bit. That's all they did. That's the God's honest truth, and it's still up for debate. It's still not resolved. Yes, that's the truth. Yes.
Kosho sent you screenshots, exactly what you've asked for, that are directly refuting what you're saying right now.
No, absolutely not. That's a lie. That is a lie.
Just scroll up in the text chat.
No, when he posted them, I told him, show me where it is, and he just said a couple of words. I told him, outline it. Show me where it says that, and it doesn't. I read it. It does not say that.
Screenshots, man.
Nope. Repost it and outline exactly what you just said. I'm calling you out.
There's no screenshot and
no, you just can't say words. And like we said, this is in the back burner. This is not settled, right? I bring you back.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Back. What?
We don't disagree there. Yeah, it's not settled.
It's not settled. Okay, so
the current best explanation, the most current, unless you show me something even more current than March 2023, is that the baby galaxy paradox needs to be just put in your pocket for a little bit longer.
No, the whole thing needs to be put on the burner. There was 2 things done and 2 different results. Now we're going to wait for the 3rd and 4th. We're going to wait until this is settled. But now, going back, see, I don't need this to kill your cosmology, because we can go back to the axis of evil. We can go back to those results.
Convenient. When Kosho shows you again, you change that.
Didn't we just say we're going to put this on the back burner?
Well, I mean, what you're demanding, Kosho once again posted. Are you going to address it at all, or no?
No, I'm going to check what this is. It's just a preliminary thing. It's late. I'm going to look at it tomorrow.
Preliminary?
What?
Published scientific research.
There's that giggle again. What did I say?
Published scientific research. Published scientific research. What is preliminary about anything?
For me, I'm going to look at it.
Oh, for
and
you.
I'm going to get back to you. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So you're promising to do homework. Got it.
No, you know what?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
There it is. That's all this guy has. He's just a troll. You see, he's trying to get my goat telling me that he's giving me homework. Dude, you have nothing.
Okay,
I'm going to pick apart your cosmology. Every time I see you, I'm going to pick it apart. And
that's fine.
And we're going to go now And I'm gonna make you giggle every time. Now back to the axis of evil.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I
Explain that
wanted
away.
I wanted to tell you because before we got into the other thing, I had searched. I posted some pictures already about. Because actually, I was curious about that because the W map survey was actually an L2, which I thought was like, wow, does that mean it's stationary? But so it's an L2, which means it's opposite the sun, correct? I thought L2 was okay. So it's opposite the sun.
It's still
and
orbiting the sun, though.
Right, exactly, with the Earth, and it's also doing an oval. So it's doing an orbit. It's doing an oval orbit in that position, in that L2 position,
Halo.
but it's going.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I had
halo.
to-
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah.
But regardless, it's going around with the Earth as the Earth is orbiting. And actually, it wasn't just. So it did a 2-year tour. It did a year tour, a 2-year tour, a 3-year tour, total of 9 years of doing this. So it does. If that wasn't filtered out, I mean, it does seem like that could very easily, be like if in the data there's a relationship with the orbital plane of the Earth. I mean, it does seem like that is kind of a something to look at, that we were orbiting the Earth and it wasn't filtered out correctly. But anyways, the other one was an all sky map. And this, I don't think this was W map. This was
Planck.
Which one is that?
You cut out, Kojo.
They did
Okay.
three, not one, not two, but 3 tests, and
Yeah,
they
but the
all
third
came
one-
back. The Earth is at the center. Oh, was that devastating, man!
That's such
The
a.
third-
And
the
listen
third
to
one was
that
in the
giggle. You
60s,
hear
though.
that giggle? That's a professional scientist getting smoked.
Yeah.
Well, the third one though that you're talking about, I think was in the '60s, but I'm not sure if there was a third, more recent one. Then maybe not. But so there was the one that was in the 2000s, 2000 to 2010, around then, and then the second one I think 2013. And then if the third one you're talking about was either in the '60s or maybe there's just another one that I'm not aware of.
The 3 primary ones are in order of recency are WMAP, Planck, and Kobe.
Planck, that's the other one. That's right.
Yeah.
And they all showed the same thing. Ouch.
Yes. Earth, center of universe. Everything's on fire.
I think the resolution got better and better
Or you-
on each of them.
Yeah, it definitely did. But even from the first, even from Kobe, there was you could see very clear anisotropies in the map, like non-uniformities. So.
Or check out what Ali B posted. That's very interesting. Thanks, Ali. Have a look at that, Chronic.
Sure thing.
What is it?
If the CMB was perfectly uniform and flat, what that would mean, Kojo? Or
the
SE?
CMB was uniform and flat. Wouldn't that mean
like zero fluctuation?
Oh yeah, wouldn't that mean there was no there's no action, like there's no events basically?
There'd be zero. There'd be no structure in the universe, large scale or small scale. Like there'd be no, there'd be no, galaxy clusters, clumps here and there, and like voids also of empty space. Like none of that would. It would all be perfectly homogeneous, like uniform.
The entropy would be pretty high, basically.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of boring.
Yeah, it would be. But because it's appears to be not homogeneous, that pretty good indication of why and how structure arose, early on.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like those fluctuations is like there's some places where there's huge voids, and there's other places where there's a lot of action. Otherwise, yeah, it would all just basically balanced out almost instantly, and nothing interesting would have ever happened.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, you can't really say it with 100% confidence, but you can't rule out like a random fluctuation just in the medium itself somehow. Like I don't have a mechanism to explain that, but
crazy. Professor Parks, and it's just a curious question. But what do you think? Do you think it's possible? Because you know how like there's like the matter and there's antimatter, and there's like the question of like there must have been, it must have annihilated most of the antimatter, and the matter must have been dominant, whatever. But do you think that during this event, like there could have been pockets where the there could have been a lot more antimatter than matter? And my question to Professor Parks was, do you think it's possible that there could exist somewhere void from any regular matter, like some large scaled structured made out of antimatter that just was not that had never come in contact with any matter? I know it's extremely unlikely, but you think there's a possibility?
No, that's another thing that doesn't check out in your model. The amount of
That's a
matter
quick way to
antimatter
say no.
doesn't check at all. Doesn't equate at all.
I say it's possible, probably exceedingly small, but it depends on if your philosophy on the true size of the universe, if you actually think it's infinite or not.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably not. How would you even go about detecting that?
That's a good question, but I mean, that's the other thing is like, wouldn't it be, unless you were really looking closely? I mean, it would almost be like indistinguishable from a regular matter. Like, let's say it was not even a star; it was like I don't even know, like a.
What if the void? What if the? Sorry to cut you off. What if the?
Hey, go ahead.
What if the unknown void that the universe is expanding, into, that is unexplainable? What if that is just like 100% like dense antimatter, and when it becomes mostly normal matter when it becomes part of the regular 4D space of the universe?
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. It took me forever because to me, that's like I don't know. It just doesn't seem like there needs to be anything that has to be it expanding into, right?
Wouldn't it
I
annihilate?
agree.
What are you talking
It's
about?
expanding.
Chronic? Wouldn't it annihilate? How could there be antimatter touching matter? What are you saying, bro?
That's the whole point of what I just like theorized on the spot randomly.
Yeah, but does it make
for some
sense to you?
unknown? No, not at all. I'm not like giving logical arguments for it. I'm just making a random postulation.
Oh, okay. You're not talking logically. Okay, my bad.
Well, I mean, can you find someone who's going to explain what the universe expands into?
No, we've been asking that question for how long?
Yeah,
And
so
certainly not antimatter.
has scientists.
Well, like of all the things that it can't be, I think antimatter is one of the top. Maybe
Well,
would
I
be
don't
my
know.
guess.
We don't know. I mean, we don't know how do you describe a 100% like extremely dense region of antimatter? I don't. That's absolutely no regular matter, but it's only antimatter. I don't know. It's just a
Well,
random
that's a
postulation.
good thing I heard you say it tonight. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm with you on that one.
A lot of things
Yeah,
we don't know.
I was thinking about this a few months ago, or a few weeks ago. The reason I asked Professor Parks is it would be kind of like, I mean, I said a large scale structure, but like even a small rock would be significant. I forgot what the biggest antimatter thing they've created in a lab. I think they've created like an atom or something like that. I'm not
Such
sure
thing as antimatter, bro. Come on.
I think there definitely.
Yeah, get with the program, Kosha.
They say
Get
like
with the
every 90
program,
minutes, every 90 minutes, a banana will emit a positron. I think they say. Ever heard that before?
Next thing you're gonna tell me you believe in beauty quirks.
Quirks. Strange quirks.
Up down quirks?
Yeah. Up down quirks.
Top bottom quirks?
Charm, top bottom.
I had a guy trying to convince. I had a colleague trying to convince me to mention like quark stars in a proposal I just submitted a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I brought that up to you.
Quark stars?
Strange stars. I asked you if you ever observed if anyone's ever observed a strange star.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
And yeah, it's theorized, but they there was that one the German channel, the Kurgzak or whatever. In a nutshell, they were describing it like it would be the most what did they say, the most stable? I think this is the most stable structure, and it would turn everything else into strange matter. Like it would expand, and everything it touched would turn to strange matter. What the fuck?
That's weird.
Yeah, but it's a theorized because neutron stars are going to be basically I mean, even though they're neutrons, they said they're just like quark soup. So I don't know. You're the guy you were talking to that said bring up quark stars. I mean, that like the way I understood it was neutron stars can almost be described as quark stars a little bit.
I mean, as far as I know, there's still primarily just like a degenerate neutron, degenerate pressure that's holding up, the star from collapsing even more. So it's like neutron degeneracy pressure or something like that. So it is primarily neutrons, which are standard particles.
Yeah, but I mean they're made
But
up.
Our neutrons are made of quarks, right? Yeah. So I mean, if you think about it, I guess if you think about it that way, but
I don't know. Maybe this was like an exotic neutron star because like, yeah, I don't know. And plus, I don't know if I trust Kurgzak or whatever they're called.
Yeah, they're kind of paid shills, right?
Yeah, perhaps.
Bill Gates funds them or something.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Oh, they gotta be legit then. If Bill Gates funds them.
I only respect scientists who get funded by all of your hard taxpayer dollars.
I thought that Kurgzak was funded by the German government, and I just found out they're funded by Bill Gates. Now, OpenAI is funded by Bill Gates, and everyone's funded by Bill Gates now.
I'm sure he wants the best for you.
Yeah, it's suspicious, right?
Where are we at, SE? Are we cool with the Axis of Evil? Baby Galaxies?
Well, you guys are refusing to budge. You guys are refusing to see reality. You're bent on defending the model, and you guys are hard nuts to crack.
Can I ask you a question, SE?
Clearly disagree based on scientific research in the past 6 months, but go ahead, Coach.
Do you think that
the fact that these updated papers are published, it just refutes exactly what SE just said. Sorry.
I was only asking because you got a little bit emotional, SE, because your mood changed, your attitude changed. We started talking about the Baby Galaxy and Chronic and the data and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if you have like there's like a desire for, because obviously, I mean, we're all going to say we're going to go with whatever the truth is or whatever, but it seems like you have a desire for that to be like the data that originally came out that showed that the model was wrong. I mean, would you be completely like bummed if you found out that there was nothing wrong with the model and there's no actual issue?
No, not at all. Not at all. First of all, Coach, you didn't show anything. Let's be clear on that. You just showed one. You just showed one little thing, and I told you, show me where in there it says that these galaxies, like they got it wrong. Like all 6 of them were smaller than they thought, less advanced than they thought, and younger when you didn't say any of that. You didn't show any of that. You just posted one small little thing, which you screenshotted. Now, if you want, you can. I'll challenge you again. Show me again where it says specifically what you just said. Now, it's up to you. And then again, we said that we're gonna put this on the back burner because they're still looking into it, right? Then we said we're gonna talk about the axis of evil, something that is conclusive, something that I can conclusively say kills your cosmology. Remember that?
So in this paper that Kosho is giving you screenshots from, there are the most straightforward section titles in this paper that I would implore you to read if you really care about all those details.
What did I tell you about that?
Some of the sections are called.
What did I tell you about that? When you
Hold on,
told me?
I wasn't done. Give me a second. So there's a section in the paper. It's called methods. If you're interested in the methods that were used here, primarily, spectroscopy, like I've been pleading for you to attempt to understand. Another interesting section on page 12 is redshift estimation, redshift results, also on page 12, 13. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much information. It's just up to you to give the effort to read it.
Right. I'm going to repeat what I said again. Your condescending tone and the way you talk, right? I don't like you. I don't like the way you talk.
That's okay. That's okay, man.
You see, this is my whole point with you. So
you don't have to
I will
like
repeat.
me to.
I will repeat what I said. It doesn't matter. This is preliminary results. One test was done. This is the second test. This is still ongoing. I'm going to repeat what I said. This is not settled. There's many scientists that disagree with what you're saying. There's many scientists that say we're going to have to rewrite cosmology. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you just showed me.
Can you show me? Can you show me scientists who disagree with the newest result?
I told you there's scientists that disagree
not
with
even no
everything. Yes,
no.
with the
I'll give you a little more details. Essie, let me give you a few more details.
Just one paper. It doesn't matter.
The scientists from the first paper that birthed the baby galaxy paradox, those scientists themselves agree with this follow-up updated study. So I have no idea who these invisible magical scientists that you're claiming disagree with the updated.
One of them is called Michio Kaku. Have you heard of them? Let me hear that giggle again, louder, please. I don't think everybody heard it.
Okay, so you have
your condescending shit ain't gonna work here, bro. One paper, one test ain't gonna solve nothing.
This is just one example of. It's one example of many.
Still up for debate. No matter what you say, it's not settled.
So
you understand that?
You claim. Oh, I agree with you. It's not settled. Yeah.
So then stop talking about it. It's unsettled.
At the moment, the baby galaxy paradox is almost 6 feet under. Almost.
No, it's still not settled. No matter how you try to get my goat, it's not going to work. It's not settled.
I'd be interested to see if
further results. Now, you know what is settled? You know what is settled? The axis of evil that completely destroys your cosmology.
You have to divert back to it. So
because this is unsettled, right? This is all you got to argue.
You made an interesting claim about Michio Kaku. Did he refute this updated these studies somewhere? Can I see that or?
Yeah, I have a video of him. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure when he did it, but yeah.
Well, when he did it would be extreme. Wait. You're not sure when he. You're not sure when he did it. That may be kind of important, no?
It doesn't matter. It's still saying that they have to revise all the stuff. It has to be revised, and this one study that you have doesn't mean nothing. I know you're going to milk it for all you can. It doesn't matter. It's still unsettled, right?
It's one of like a dozen studies.
But it's still unsettled, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
But the current paradigm, the current understanding, is that these early baby galaxies were not too evolved and too large. So.
But it could be wrong, right?
Oh yeah, you could have been born a woman and not know it. Like anything could be wrong.
Right. Perfect. So it's unsettled. Perfect. So we'll wait until further results.
Of course, yeah. Maybe the baby galaxy paradox will come back on top. Yeah.
To haunt you, yeah. And there's going to be more results. And you know what? I'm going to be the one that's going to bring it to you. Remember that. Every
I would be
finding
surprised.
that kills your. Listen up. Every new finding that kills your cosmology, I'm gonna be the one that's gonna bring it to you. Because I'm gonna keep abreast of this, and I can't. This is my
good to hear.
favorite thing.
It's good to hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be pleasantly surprised actually if you did that.
And you know what? You're gonna make excuses, and you're gonna accept everything that they tell you.
Well,
you're gonna wait.
making
gonna wait
random
for
predictions.
paper.
Let's
You're
just
gonna,
wait
and
to see what
whatever they
happens.
tell you, just like you're interrupting me now. Whatever they tell you, that's what you're gonna repeat. You're
Let's
gonna
just wait
have
to see what happens.
nothing of your own. You're not gonna come and say, "Hey, SC, me chronic. This is what I think. I looked at this. I looked at these results, and I heard what these scientists, and this is my opinion." No, you're gonna come back and you're gonna tell me, "SC, this is what these people said, and this is what I'm going with." Correct?
Well, that's all we're saying to each other, right? Back and forth. It's just subjective opinions, right?
No, you don't have an opinion. You're gonna go with
What?
the science. Yeah, you don't have an opinion of your own.
Of course I do.
What's your opinion on this matter?
I've said it 4 times. I'll say it a 5th time now.
No, you didn't say your opinion. You said
Of
what the
course I did.
findings were.
No, I'm pretty sure I even said, I literally said the words "my opinion" when I was
No, you
referring
said these
to.
are the No, you
Let
said
me
these are
finish.
the
Let me finish.
findings.
Let me finish. When I was referring to the very initial publications and the studies that came out with only the imaging data, in my opinion, those were too quick to publish. Those authors were, motivated by whatever reasons to get the first results out, quickly and be the first to show it and blah, 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 blah. It's my opinion that they made a misjudgment by publishing too early. Did you hear those
And now it's your
key
opinion
words
that
in there?
this
My
new
opinion.
study is correct.
The new study gives evidence and updates the previously incorrect study. I'm not claiming this new study is 100% truth or correct.
So nothing is your opinion, though. You're just going by what was
Everything
found.
is my opinion. What
And
I'm
you're
saying is my
agreeing.
opinion.
No, it's not. None of it is your opinion. None of it. Zero. Tell me one thing that's your opinion that you didn't agree as scientists with.
So wait, are you asking me to tell you something I disagree with on the newer updated studies, or what?
No, something that you saw the data, you saw the raw data, and you came up with an opinion on your own. That wasn't a given,
Well, what do you mean? Before these new studies even came out, I had opinions, as did many other scientists, not just me, that to get the full picture and full understanding, you need both imaging and spectroscopy, which I've also discussed before. That was an opinion I held. That was an opinion I held personally before any of these new March 2023 studies were published or came out at all.
No, but my point is you don't have any of your own opinions of the cosmological model or any of these findings.
Of course
what
I
you
do.
do is, no, you don't. What you do is you just accept what the current model is, the current.
I disagree.
Right?
No, I disagree.
Okay, give me something that you don't agree with the cosmological model.
The axis. You love to bring up axis of evil, so I don't agree with. I have my own opinion about what explanation might be the most probable.
Like what?
Like some systematic noise or errors in the data and how it's taken that produce an artifact that's seen in the CMB map. There's tons of other possible explanations that I don't think are higher, priority in my opinion than that explanation.
So then you agree that you agree with the findings that let's say the homogeneous part of it. You agree with that?
No,
you agree with
all you asked for was an opinion of my own personal opinion, which I just gave. There's no need to qualify it. You don't need to add anything additional about agreeing or disagreeing with anything else. I just gave an opinion. Right? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, fair enough.
I guess if you think that's fair enough, okay. I mean, I don't know. I see you as just an apologetic for the current model. I mean, that's the way I see it. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's your field. You think you have everything figured out. I try to show you discrepancies in the model, but
when have
you
I
don't
ever
want to
said
see
everything's figured out? I've never said everything's figured out. Come on, be genuine here.
Well, maybe.
I'm agreeing with you constantly when you say the story's not over. Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but somehow you don't want to believe in these new findings that they found that questions the validity of the time frame of cosmology. Somehow you want to just no, you don't want to. Okay, let me ask you this: what
I
what
do.
would it mean to you if
I
if
have
these
accepted them.
findings are correct? What would it mean to you?
So you're
Quiet.
asking just for personal, subjective.
Yeah, this is a personal thing. I'm asking you. Like, let's say now they do a third reading, which they're gonna do, right?
I
Because
thought you said they already did 3. You mean a 4th one?
no, I'm not talking about the.
Oh, you're back on Baby Galaxy?
Yeah, I'm talking
Okay,
about that
sure,
one.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I need
So I'm
details
saying,
though. For a third reading of what? What are they using? What instrument? What
well,
techniques? Is it?
let's say they use spectroscopy. What you want? Let's say they use the finest instruments, right?
Mm-hmm.
They do a good reading that satisfies you,
Mm-hmm.
and they find that yes, they truly are. Let's say 3 out of them are
Mm-hmm.
truly overdeveloped, and they're not in the time frame when they should be.
Yeah, so they have already done that with the best instruments on James Webb, and they found that they are no longer in disagreement with early galaxy formation. So you're asking for a hypothetical made up timeline universe.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that.
Well, what are they going to use that's better than James Webb?
No, they're going to do another one. As a
Okay.
matter of fact, one of the papers that you sent, I read, and it says they want to do a deeper field study, something like that. They wanted
Okay.
to do another one, and
Sounds good.
one of the papers that you sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's not like
Yeah, the
it's not a
story's not over. Of
conclusive
course.
thing. It's not a conclusive thing. What I understood from the community, it's not conclusive. They're not sure yet 100%. So they want to do
Well,
more
they're
tests on
much
it.
more sure. They're much more sure than they were with only the imaging from the very first papers. I can assure you of that.
I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Fine.
Okay.
Okay, but they're not. It's not conclusive. We agreed to this, right? So my question to
Oh,
you is:
no, I never said it's not conclusive. I said the
you
story
did
might
say that.
not be. No, the story might not be completely over. There may be further updates, and will likely be.
Okay.
That's why I said you shouldn't throw away your early Baby Galaxy paradox. You should just pocket it in your. You have pocket protector on the shirt you wear.
Okay, don't start with your games again now, right? We're almost getting somewhere. So now back to reality.
Go ahead.
See, you have that laugh. I told you that's your tell, bro. I know. Anyways,
No, I
let's
said
not
go
start
ahead.
that.
I'm enjoying the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say now we do the third test, and they
Uh-huh.
do find using spectroscopy, right?
Mhm.
That hey, it is that formed, and it is in a place where it shouldn't be. What would you
Sure.
say then?
Well, we might need to address some of our understandings of early galaxy formation, much like the conversations that were had right after the initial papers. That's the point of having updated scientific research. Hello? Did I just
Now you want to do another test, but when I'm saying it, right? When it
Mm-hmm.
was 1-1, you were satisfied. But on the third one, you see where I'm getting at?
What do you mean by satisfied?
Well, you were willing to. Well, I can't say that because you did say inconclusive. So let's leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah. So even after a third study that might show something back on the side of early Baby Galaxy, whatever, its story still isn't finished. You know this though. It's a fun foundation of science. Story's never finished.
Yeah, but would you admit then that at least would you admit that the Big Bang has a fault, a big
Well,
fault?
there's so many more. I mean, believe it or not, it's not only spectroscopic measurements that help. I haven't even touched on the initial mass function that Kosho knows about, but there are so many. There's quite a handful of, off the top of my head right now, I can just think of like 3 or 4 that go beyond spectroscopy. But
So not just spectroscopy. Okay.
well, yeah.
And what do those results show?
That's actually the 4th link that I sent you is a Wikipedia describing what the initial mass function is.
I
But
think I read that one as well. I don't remember though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's It's basically the measurement that we can make locally. We can make this measurement very easily with things very close, like all the stars in just our galaxy or stars in like very close galaxies, and get like a relationship.
I think a percentage. I think I did read that one. It was a calculation, right, based on local observations. Was that it?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. I think I did read that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
And
I
so
said, I
this
wasn't
gives you
impressed.
it gives you a relationship between. No, I know it gives you a relationship between the amount of mass in like a galaxy and you know how often the stars are produced and like, you know, blow up or whatever, a bunch of stuff. And what's done a lot of the time is that this function, this relationship that's called the initial mass function, it's been calculated for the local area around us, and then that same function is applied to the farthest away galaxies, which who knows, that could be extremely wrong, incorrect. That's just one other angle, like it completely separate from spectroscopy. So we're applying a local initial mass function for a very distant galaxy. So
Yeah, look, I'm not saying they're not trying, right, with everything they have, but I'm just saying that to me, it's not conclusive. You know, it's.
You like saying that word. I mean, I don't know really what you mean by that when you keep saying that word. Like, what do you mean? I mean,
Well, you just said it yourself. It's
a scientific research
local
study that produces publishable results is they're reporting some sort of result, whether or not how the level of conclusiveness that you think it is or not is up to kind of debate, I guess.
Yeah, well, look, you said it yourself, right? It's based on local observations of mass, you know, per unit, whatever you want to call it, the way mass forms and how much of it is, and the rate of star formation. And I even read that they're saying now that they think back then that they could have been. They're trying to say that that there was some sort of accelerated star formation, accelerated galaxy formation back then. That's one of the explanations that I heard. So,
sure. I mean, it should be, whether or not that's true or not, it should still be, it's worth investigating. So
that to me seems like a.
I think we're more on the same page than we are actually in disagreement. But anyway, sorry, Coach. Go ahead. That's likely an explanation.
I agree with that, though. That I think you guys. I mean, I think you guys are like I don't think that Chronic is claiming any kind of certainty or anything like that with these observations. Like,
look, as long as we agree it's speculation, I'm fine with that. You know, really, and I'm interested in it a lot. But you know,
sure. You use interesting words that me and Kosho don't use, but.
Well, you guys tend to be more conclusive and tend to be more believing in authority than I am, right?
Well,
a lot more.
I mean,
it's your field, bro. I mean, you're not gonna go against your field, right? So I understand, like, your unwillingness.
Yeah, but there's a difference. But there's a difference, Essie. There's a difference between, a new scientific study being published that reports some result, and a group of people who understand for the most part how the science is conducted, whether or not they're experts in that field or not. It could be just, it doesn't have to be another scientist, just this big group of people who are like, you know, well-established, well-respected scientists who are, you know, funded by public money that doesn't have a hidden interest or gates or anything, that have produced some new results. They seem pretty reliable. The study seems reliable. Reading through it seems like, okay, you know, this makes sense. This makes sense. There's maybe a few little holes here and there, but those can be worked out and updated later in the future. So yeah, we'll give a thumbs up to this new, updated study. Then there's a completely separate group that is just, I mean, it's you're in it, but you're not at the extreme. I'll give you that. You're not. There's some people way more extreme that will just not, hand wave it away and still stick to the baby galaxy paradox, which I'm trying to convince you to just pocket it for a little bit, and you can take back the crown once the next study comes out that might show, the baby galaxy is back in the, back on top. That's all. I don't think what I said is outrageous to whether or not it's not full blind trust. Whether or not you think it is, it's understanding that, how the science is conducted and what uncertainties and what holes there may be and how reliable or not the results are. That's all.
Look, I'm willing to relook at the papers, but from what I read, the revised spectroscopy numbers were only like a few 100 million years, from what I remember.
Well, look at Kosho's. Look at his.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah. He sent you a table. There's a very extreme example of Z16 going to Z like 5, but then there's other examples that, and this is again just one of like half a dozen or more papers that this doesn't even include all those oldest galaxies, all the the 6 that you're referring to. It's different.
Doesn't
studies.
okay. That's what I was asking. Okay, so this doesn't include.
This has one of the oldest ones, that Z of 16 one, but it doesn't include like a few of the other 6 that SE is referring to. You can find those in accompanying papers in different.
So this is just one galaxy here, right?
No, it's it's 10.
Well, they
No,
found
it's
how
9.
many?
It's
16
9
initial ones.
It's 9
Was it?
galaxies in this paper.
Okay, but there's 6 that are of interest, right? They ruled out.
I mean, they're all of interest. They're all of interest, but I know what you're saying. There's 6 that are the highest redshift from just imaging. Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait and see what further, and I'll check these out as well.
Yes,
So are you saying now? Let me get this straight. You're saying that all the 6 ones that were in question,
correct,
because of the spectroscopy, they're revised now. What exactly are they saying? Are they saying that they're not as far as they claim they were,
correct,
or are they saying
they're not
as far?
Correct. Which, if you follow the line of reasoning, which also means that they're formed later than, they formed at later years than just 300 million. This is exactly.
So what distance are they saying they're at? What distance are they saying they're at?
Well, which one do you? The 16, the redshift 16 one?
Let's say the one that they initially found was at around 300 million years.
Sure. The redshift 16 one, yeah. So in this one paper that Kosho and I are referring you to, it's updated from a redshift of 16 to like a redshift of 5. That's pretty significant.
So that brings it to what time frame?
Come on, Kosho gave you the transformation earlier.
Did he say 9 billion? Did he say 9 billion years?
4 or 5.
5
You can loosely.
Okay. So hold on. So from 300 million, right? It went to 4.5 billion years, right? That's what you're saying?
It was actually 13.8 minus
4, right?
Say it went from a Z of 16, which would be older than the age of the universe, 16 billion years, if you're going off Kosho's 1-to-1, to a redshift of 5 billion.
Yes,
pretty
how
significant.
could it be older? Yeah, like that's that.
Well, I mean, that's significant change. It's not just 100 million years like you were claiming earlier. It's a huge difference.
I said a few 100 million. Okay, so you're saying
way bigger than a few 100 million.
Sorry?
It's a way bigger difference even than your few 100 million that you're.
Okay, I stand corrected. So you're saying it's 4 billion years.
If you round up,
right?
it's 5.
Sorry?
No, the difference is a like greater than 10 redshift. It's a huge. This one example is a huge outlier different, like a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the years.
All right.
How many billion?
Take it, Kosha. You can.
Yeah, so they thought it was whatever you said, close to the beginning of the universe, right? The Z16. Now they think it's only 4 or 5 billion years old. So that's a difference of like 10 billion years.
Right. So it's still.
No, it's not still too. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
It's still off by let's do the math, by 10 billion years, 10 billion light years.
What do you mean by off? You just say the word off.
You know what off means?
No.
You
not
don't know
in
the
this
difference
context.
between 13.8 billion years, 300 million years, and 4 billion years? You don't know the difference between those three numbers?
Yeah, but we're only talking about 2 numbers right now.
Right.
Yeah, we're talking
The
about
initial-
a
the
redshift
initial
of
date-
16 and a redshift of 5. That difference.
Right. So
Yeah.
in plain English, so people could understand, first you thought that galaxy was at 300 million years back in time, right? 300 million years
300 million
after
years.
the Big Bang.
Correct, yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And now with the revised numbers, it's at 4 billion years after the Big Bang.
No.
More
What
like
is it?
8 or 9. 8 or 9. What is it? Yeah, like 8 or 9.
Are you
billion
sure?
years. Yes.
That is what the study reports.
8 or 9.
So
Okay.
we're as sure as the results are reliable that the study reports. Yes.
Okay, let's say I believe you and let's say those results are correct. It's still off by a few billion years, right?
Can you
There's
translate
that
Kosho?
giggle again, bro. It's a giggle. You
Kosho,
shouldn't play
please
poker.
interpret
Bro.
what he means by that, please.
Essie, there's two ways we can describe it.
I'm
We can
asking
describe
Kosho
it-
to interpret what even you
Oh.
mean when you say that. Can you?
I'm trying to
understand.
I think
So
that
you're
there's
not getting it either.
Well,
You
no,
know
think
what
that
I
there's-
mean.
think
Why are you
there's-
asking Kosho?
I think that there's a confusion because there's two ways of communicating these years, and so we should just stick to one format. So we're either going to talk about how old these were, how old they were when we're looking at them, which is kind of a confusing way of describing them, or we can describe how far back in time these observations.
Yes,
would
I
be.
agree. And if you jump back and forth between those two things in the middle of a conversation, it's going to get confusing. So you are doing that, Essie. So don't do that, please.
Oh, so now you're going to tell me how I should conduct my conversation.
I mean, if you want to be as straightforward as possible and not disingenuous or purposefully confusing, then yes, please.
Why would you say it's disingenuous?
I have no idea if you truly understand how confusing you're being with that wording or not. I don't know.
Oh, I'm
could be
confusing
nefarious
you?
or
Oh.
it could be innocent.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
See, what do you prefer? Do you prefer talking about them how far back in time these observations would be from now, or would you prefer talking about them as if how old
after the Big Bang?
Yeah, after the Big
I
Bang.
Which one do you prefer?
Put your big pants on, both of you, and we talk about both of them because they are connected. How about
Oh my god!
So confused. That kind of screams
Now,
like you're doing this
who's
on
trolling now, dude? Yeah, who's trolling now, man?
What do you mean trolling? Those things are.
You have a smile on your face right now.
No, I don't have it. Now I have a smile on my face because you're making me laugh. Yeah.
I just said, please, I'm begging you, do not reference those two different time scales in the same conversation. It
But
gets
they're
confusing.
combined. It's the time frame
Oh
and it's
my
the
God.
distance. Yeah, those things are intertwined.
It makes it so much more confusing, though. I agree. You can have that conversation, but it just makes it so much. Why be purposefully confusing that way?
Not at all. I'm not being, and he's giggling now. You're making
Because it's
giggle.
funny,
I'm
man.
making both of you giggle. You guys shouldn't play poker. I'm telling you. You're lucky
Funny as
Rakia is
hell,
not
dude.
here.
Yeah.
You're
lucky Rakia is not here.
Yeah, you're true. That's true. But Essie, you gotta be fair. Just for the sake of clarity, let's just decide to do one or the other. Okay? Decide to do if we're gonna do.
Bro, they're intertwined.
He can't even agree meet us there. Come on, man.
But I don't understand why this is such an issue for you
Well,
guys.
why
They're
don't just
intertwined.
indulge us? They are, but just indulge the audience, and let's agree to be clear. No.
I'm being very clear. This is your cosmology. It has to do with distance, and it has to do with formation, mass, age. All that is combined.
All right, Kosho, you do that. Kosho, do the numbers while we discuss it. Okay, so we have them on both sides of the time scale.
All right, dude.
All right, so this galaxy, specifically the one that's 300 million years after the Big Bang, or at a distance of 13.5 billion light years, which so there's the two. There's the two. That's the two descriptions of this one galaxy.
And its mass. Its mass is like
oh, come on.
3 times the Milky Way.
Come on, man.
But let's not forget. Hey,
all right, sure.
It's 2-on-1. Then you guys trying
okay.
to tag team me.
I
But
mean, you're
how do
throwing
you think it's working out for you guys?
You're throwing like crumbled like feta on top when you're bringing in the how massive it is with this.
Oh, feta! You can't. How could you have a Greek salad without feta, bro? It's like, come on.
So, yes, this specific galaxy has been updated. The distance and the age and all of that stuff is now updated with better spectroscopic measurements that you need to do to get a conclusive, with a capital C, conclusive result. Has
Okay,
updated.
so this conclusive
it's
result.
updated. Hold on, it's updated its distance from 13.5 billion light years to, let's just call it 5 billion light years. Okay, away. Okay, so that difference is whatever, 13.8 minus 5 billion. 13.5 minus 5 billion. Okay. Also, instead of only being 300 million years after the Big Bang, it's actually... Kosho, you got the number?
Shit. Yeah, it's 303 years after the Big Bang. So it's 9. So it's 9. Yeah, so it's 9. It's 9 billion years.
Billion years after the Big Bang. There we go. I just gave you. Now,
9
see how
billion
confused.
years.
See how confused everyone is now.
Yeah, it is confusing to do this, SC, man.
Okay, gentlemen. So that's 9 billion years. So how many years does that leave till now? Till this current time frame?
It leaves 9 billion minus. Yeah, it leaves the other number that we just said.
That's much. Essie, it's much
There's
easier
that
because
laugh again.
I know, but Essie, remember how you said how we were trying to figure out like what the redshift value has to do with the years. It's easier to talk about the redshift value and the years in the past it was, because it'd be about the same number. It's much easier to talk about it that way than talk about how old it was in comparison to the beginning of the universe. It's difficult to do that. Let's just talk about how far back it was from now. Okay. Is that?
Oh, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to include them both because they're tied together.
You're both giggling again. So you're still off by a few billion years, bro. There's no way around it, guys. Come on now.
Still off by.
Be intellectually honest and say they're still off.
Still off
by your own findings.
With no elaboration on what you mean by still off by. Go ahead.
It went from being a baby galaxy, 300 million years old, to being a 9 billion year old galaxy when its observation was first transmitted to us.
Right. Okay? And I'm telling you, even with that update, which it's, I'm still not convinced it's real or not, but let's say it is, even with that update, it's still off. You're still off by 4.5 billion years.
Disagree.
In the prediction.
It's 9 billion years old.
How could you not understand that?
It's a middle-aged. It's like a middle-aged universe at this point.
Yeah, you found a 9-year-old, but you're looking for a 14-year-old teenager.
No.
You found a 9-year-old, bro. Yeah.
We should never find any 13-year-olds because the 13-year-olds are all around us in our galaxy. Okay. Like
exactly.
We're not looking for galaxies in our galaxy. Everything outside our galaxy is
No,
going to be
that's
significantly older.
ingenious. That's an ingenious statement there.
But everything out, we're looking for other galaxies that are far away. They're going to be further back in time. I mean, it's just there's nothing. We're not going to be finding things that are going to be the same age as the universe.
Why can't you guys ever say, "Look, they got it wrong, man. They got the thing wrong."
What?
That's it. They got it wrong.
That's the first thing I said with the first paper that came out right away.
Okay, and now with the revised one, they still, even with the new numbers, it's still off by the cosmological prediction. Why can't you just say that? And we're
Still
going to look
off.
into it further. Yeah,
Still
still
off.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree, but
In the paper that I got this chart from, right before this chart, there's all the actual spectroscopy, whatever.
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, the
If I was a
spectroscopy.
baller, I'd say, look, he can't even say it, and he's trying to explain it to
I
me.
haven't slept in 2 days, dude. But whatever it's called. It's got the readings for all the different observations, and it'll show you like the actual hydrogen lines and how far they're shifted, right? So I mean, I don't know, like that's pretty concrete as far as redshift goes. Whereas initially, I think the reason why that one was so extremely off wasn't it being like wasn't there like a galaxy, wasn't it being lensed or something like that? What was the whole point with that one? It was like there was a galaxy. It was like being lensed around another galaxy or something like that. Do you know,
not
Kark?
that the ZF-16 one.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a huge error? Like there was a.
Is
Maybe
that
you
the
didn't
one
see
they were
that.
saying there was dust around it or some
Yeah, something
bull
like
like
that.
that?
Like some
Yeah.
dust.
I forget. I don't keep the initial results in my head because there's more recent updated results.
Right.
Clearing the database, huh?
Yeah.
Proper thing to do, but that's what I'm saying is like that's a drastic like error, and it's obvious. And what's the other one called? Photometry. Those
Yeah,
are the
there
other
you go.
readings,
Yeah.
and they're not at all concrete. It's like the analogy I gave on the beach with the topless chick. You know, when you don't have any binoculars or anything, and it turns out to be a middle-aged dude.
Well,
Right?
the photometry is more. I mean, not a naked guy comparison, but the photometry is uncertain because all you're using is like measuring the color of a galaxy you think is really far away. So if you think it's really far away, then that means you should also expect it to be a very red color if it's red shifted extremely at an extreme amount. And so if you, with your images, if you take your images and your different filters and all that stuff, and then you do see, wow, you're measuring it, it does seem to have a redshift of just some huge amount that like breaks cosmology. Well, with only that information, sure, there's some interesting people can form some paradoxes and call them baby galaxy paradoxes, but that's not the whole picture. That very red old galaxy you thought just from taking images could actually be, a much closer, much smaller galaxy that's older and just intrinsically redder. It's a bunch of different stuff. So that's what it turns out to be for that one example.
The other thing is, I think that it's not really safe assumptions to compare galaxy formation, now with back then, because I would think that it'd be
Yeah,
completely
the
different.
mass function. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that, and also, I mean, like if you think about like the density of, like, and at least in certain clusters, like there were probably so much matter there, it wouldn't be anything close to like how quickly stars form in a galaxy today, because it would just, you would think it would be accelerated. Like I see you brought us something up, like accelerated creation or whatever. It seems like there would be acceleration.
Why?
Well, because of the density. Like just more, like because there's more, like you think of like a nebula or something like that. There's like, there's a cloud of
But there's less. But there's been less time for stellar evolution to happen.
Yeah, for stellar
the things that
evolution,
make
but
up
the matter was
things that
there.
make up the. Sure, the matter was there, but it was primarily in hydrogen, helium.
Yeah, but still, that's what I'm saying. But it's still in greater quantity, like in a more dense region, though. I would think more densely spread out. Even though it was just hydrogen and helium, was still. I would think it was more dense.
Yeah.
In some pockets. I mean, like
So
I
you
said,
think
these are
the rate
this is just an
would be
assumption.
faster.
Yeah, but like I said, these are assumptions. That's what I would think that they're also sort of looking like there's still questions like that I don't think have been answered fully, right? I think that's the whole point of James Webb is to kind of look at these early galaxies
Yeah.
and get a better idea of what was happening. But this is just my assumption.
I think it's nearly impossible to get a. You're very limited in distance trying to get an empirical initial mass function for, a galaxy or a cluster or whatever around you. You can only do that at pretty close distances empirically, meaning like with observations and measurements and all that stuff, like data, stuff like that. Like unless there's some new method that's going to be developed to do it on a Z of 11 redshift galaxy, then it's nearly impossible to empirically measure that formation rate and initial mass function on something just that far away. All you really see is you're just seeing a blob. Like you don't get much. You can get if you do spectroscopy on it, but spectroscopy doesn't. You need like individual resolved. You need to know something about what types of stars make up most of that mass. And for something so far away that's just blobs, you're not measuring individual stars and everything like you can in the Milky Way or Andromeda, something much closer. Yeah.
So do you think that this is like we're gonna just have more observations like this, or do you think there's gonna be more like better observations with James Webb? Like, do you think there's gonna be any more improved
well, like as he said in the paper that we're referencing, they say that there's ongoing deeper surveys. So they only went so deep with this data, like staring at the same spot, for like, I don't know, 12 hours or 12 days or something. But you can always go deeper and do it for 30 days or something. So,
and do you think that would? Cause you said like all you're going to see is those blobs. Do you think if you get a higher, longer resolution or whatever, it would?
Well, if they do it with spectroscopy, no, the imaging, no matter like how deep you go, you're just getting a blob. You need to have like a James Webb on like a 8,000 times what James Webb can do, and that's just a random like ballpark number. But
what? The other one that's coming out soon, in like 10 years.
There's a few. The Roman Space Telescope?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I work on.
Work on it? Like it hasn't gone up yet?
No.
What do you do? You're not an engineer.
Yeah, you don't have to. I don't mean working. My hands are not on it. I mean, I look at it. I can see it being built. I can see it being being built by the people who do put their hands on it. But
you're working on it. I don't get it.
Like preparing like the science that it's going to do, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of similar to that constellation stuff with the small sats, but
yeah.
No,
that's cool, man. But so what's the difference between that and James Webb?
It's smaller than James Webb. It's more like the successor to Hubble and not Webb. It's
wait a minute. So
it's Hubble telescope, but 100 times the field of view. Bigger field of view.
Okay, so it's worse than James Webb.
Worse in what way?
Like it's not as good.
No, it's much better in taking an image of a huge part of the sky that James Webb can't do. James Webb is like a little pencil beam in the sky. Roman is like a huge, like a big sandwich, like a big piece of bread on the sky.
I thought James Webb could take. I thought James Webb was able to take like bigger pictures, like bigger than Hubble can. But I guess it can't take like the Hubble deep field where it has like the huge.
Well, you can create a mosaic. I mean, you point it. You do like a like a grid, and then you can combine or stitch those together, and you make a bigger part of the sky. But I'm talking about just in one single image, like one pointing, one position. It's James Webb. James Webb is a little bit bigger than Hubble in terms of the size of the field, like the field of view. But
So basically,
Roman will be like 100 times the James Webb field of view.
So we're not going back further in time then. James Webb is as good as it gets for the near future, for any time in the foreseeable future.
For the next 10 or 15 years, for sure, yeah. Well, unless these huge, extremely large telescopes on the ground turn out to be big, then.
Like what do you call it? They call it like the very large telescope or something like that. I forget what they're called. But like the big radio telescopes, like the big arrays.
No, I mean that's radio. There's big ones being built right now that are optical, like mirrors, visible wavelengths, not radio.
Really? Where?
Hawaii and Chile.
What's up?
Yeah, one of them's literally called the Extremely Large Telescope. That it's a horrible name, but
yeah, it is horrible. But you know,
another one's called literally the 30-meter telescope. Like that's the name it's going to have. That's so unoriginal. Yeah.
Well, you know when I saw, because I was at McDonald's observatory. I was at the McDonald's observatory, and when I saw Jupiter, because you're an astronomer, so maybe it means nothing to you, but I always tell flat earthers that they should go to an observatory because, like, even though I was never a flat earther, right? I was already into space and shit, but still, it was like a surreal experience seeing like Jupiter in a very big telescope because it's almost like it's in front of you, like you can.
Yeah.
The textures and shit. It's a real physical object that's right in front of you. You can touch it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, did you know they found 717 galaxies previously unknown in that range of 370 to 650 million years old?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just reading a paper right now. I just posted it.
So it's confusing the way you say that. 650 million years old. You mean okay? So
wait, but on the very top of the page you linked, it says all of the galaxies found are between a redshift of 12 to a redshift of 2. So none of this is
holy shit.
None of this is in disagreement with cosmology. It's in the first 2 paragraphs of what you linked.
Wait, but yeah, redshift of 12 would be like 1.7 billion years old. If it was 12.
Jades has found 717 galaxies from when the universe was between 370 million and 650 million years old. I mean, you want to just read the first 2 paragraphs?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just telling you what I found. I mean, 717 galaxies.
But
is that a big number? There's like that's an extremely small number. Sorry, go ahead, John.
You hear Chronic saying though about these galaxies, which I wasn't that aware of, but they're not very like the resolution. You're not really seeing much except for a blob, basically, right? In any of these galaxies that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Like there's not really anything to see. There's probably just like a magnitude of light.
If you only have the picture, even James Webb, which is such a great observatory, if you only have the pictures, only have the images, then all bets are off on your distance and age estimates.
See, you're right away. You just want to disprove. You don't want to.
No,
you're
I
on
have
auto
tons of
believe
questions.
and auto disprove.
I have follow-up questions I'd like to ask you. I don't know. I'm not optimistic that you'll be able to give me answers, but Like of these, what did you call them? 700, whatever. 700, something. Does every single one of the 700, particularly the ones that are 300 million years after the Big Bang, do they have good spectroscopic measurements, or is it only
literally
images?
just posted. I said I'm just reading it now. I literally just posted it like that.
Oh, okay.
I just found it. It says over 93% of the sources in this study have never been seen before. So this is new stuff.
Well, yeah, that's not surprising when you can go very deep with James Webb that no other telescope can go that deep. So yes, it's expected you're going to find new stuff.
You know what's
Yeah, but this
crazy?
is in an area. I repeat, this is in an area where they shouldn't be.
Well, but like I said, it's there's a lot of assumptions about what is even being observed, and that's why I was saying about like the formation, because I know I brought it up before Chronic about the black hole stars. I don't know what they're really called. You said that they're not called that or something, but it's like these massive stars. So the biggest stars that we would ever be able to classify, and they have a black hole in the center. And I know that there are people who like sort of hypothesize that if these things are real, these would have been an explanation for why there's supermassive black holes in the center of galaxies, because that's also a open question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Check this out. Yeah.
Well, hold on, Essie. Kosha just said an entire thing, and let me.
Okay, to be fair, I wasn't really listening because I found something very interesting.
Very clear you weren't. You're reading your
my
article.
apologies. I was reading something.
Yeah.
Was it something good? My bad. Go
No,
ahead.
he was the uncertainty of like the supermassive black hole formation. Yes, that's still a like pretty widely studied thing. Is how they form and grow and stuff, Kosho. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Check out what I found. You're gonna like this, Chronic.
Mm-hmm.
One of Jade's surprising results is a quiescent galaxy. You know what that is?
Yeah, quiescent. Yeah.
Quiescent. Yeah, my bad. Quiescent galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
Only 730 million years after the Big Bang.
Okay.
Quiescent galaxies no longer form stars after they run out of gas. How did this happen so soon? You see stuff like that, bro.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Looks like it needs some more, studying.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is like freaked out
I'm
stuff.
not disagreeing with you. It doesn't break the cosmology paradigm, though.
What if some of these objects are actually
this one finding, Chronic.
No, it wouldn't. Why would it? Why would it? Why would it? And then you're gonna give opinionated claims, right, as your answer, right?
Well,
which neither of us know, but neither of us know what the actual explanation might be. We're just giving opinions. We need to wait for the formal, official scientific studies to be conducted. But carry on.
Agreed. I'm not disagreeing with you, but we're speculating now. If this is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this is true, that kills your whole cosmological model of the Big Bang. Okay, let me finish.
Okay,
one small sentence to follow. Because if a galaxy was able to form in that time frame and run out of gas to form other stars, that's like billions and billions of years it takes for that to happen, right?
No. Again, an opinionated claim that I predicted you would say.
So how long does a galaxy take to run out of steam?
At that early universe and that far of a distance, who knows? Are we applying the local initial mass function and star formation rate to that distant galaxy? Maybe a red flag. Maybe a red flag. Who knows? That's the only point I'm trying to get to.
Okay, all right. We won't argue about it, but
it's
as long
weird
as you
to make
agree,
such a concrete claim that the star formation rate to turn off, it takes billions and billions of years to turn off. That's such a wild claim to just say.
Well,
also, I'm interested in this quiescent. Oh, I'm far from a cosmologist. I'm interested in this quiescent galaxy, though. Is it only imaging of this galaxy, or is there, in-depth spectroscopy and data?
I literally just read the article, the one I just
All right.
posted. I'm reading it as we go, like live.
Yeah, I see a sentence that says, although many of these 717 galaxies need further confirmation. That's kind of an important statement they made.
Yeah, yeah.
So my point was a follow up on what I was saying about the black hole stars and the the hypothesis that those are precursors to what are more modern galaxies with supermassive black holes at the center. Let's go down that line for a second. Like, is it possible that some of these objects that they're calling galaxies are actually possibly just these black hole stars objects, possibly?
I mean,
No, they're way too
you're saying
big
the word possibly at the end of it, so I can't definitively say no, but
Yeah, well, I mean, is it like on its face no, or is it like is that a silly idea, or is that like just no one's talking about
there's
that?
probably I don't know. There's not being a formal cosmologist, because that's a very different, specific niche of a field. I would guess there's probably more reliable predictions that might be more consistent with like empirical things that are measured in galaxies at different distances, stuff like that. But I don't know. It's kind of just a guess. Yeah.
I just wonder, based on who's thinking about these things, like what stuff's not even being put on the table.
Well, there might be some accolades or awards if you come up with something good.
But I'm just making guesses right now. But I'm just saying, like Essie just brought up like a million of these objects, and I'm looking at the pictures of some of these objects, and then you're saying they're blurs, and they look like blurs, and but the idea about the black hole stars being, an explanation for the galaxies. I mean, it kind of lends to the fact that they can be confused from one another. You know what I mean? Like in the early universe.
Sure, yeah, but it's what, yeah. I mean,
okay, like I said, assuming the hypothesis has credence, then that would kind of be the case, right? I mean, if you, that would be happening, that they're, in
have
some
you
of these
explained
cases,
what's the formation of how does that formation of a black hole star happen again?
Fucking hell.
It's like a star that's so massive that it's still fusing somehow, but it has a black hole at its core.
Yeah, like the black hole. Basically, the black hole. It's not capable. Like it's so exactly. It's so massive that it's so massive that when the black hole forms, it's not enough. There's not enough gravity. Like it's not enough to pull in all the mass. You know what I mean? Like there's still a range between it and the mass that it can.
I just don't. I mean, yeah. There's like the Schwarzschild radius. There's different. Yeah, there's different regimes where something can just orbit around the black hole, but like a spherically symmetric shells of a star on the outskirts of the black hole. I don't. There needs to be some outward pressure that's holding that up, right? What? Yeah. Presumably that's radiation, fusion, or radiative pressure. But that should be coming from the core, but the core is a black hole. I'm confused.
I'm gonna post the video, dude. I'm gonna watch it again too, because you're asking good questions, man. I didn't pay. I watched it like 3 times, and I didn't pay attention enough to remember any of those explanations. Hold on. My YouTube's filled with yoga videos, so hold on. Every time I open YouTube, it's like yoga videos. Hold on.
Wait, what? Your
Yeah, I have a
YouTube is
bunch-
only thirst trap videos?
Some of
You
some of
gotta
the,
you gotta change your you gotta change your algo up.
I have over 1,000 YouTube accounts.
Your
so,
algo says something about you, man. You need to change it
of
up.
course, I have over 1,000 YouTube accounts. But sometimes, because the brand, like I make a new one every month. So depending on what's going on, sometimes there's like a high number of these yoga videos. But anyways, let's let me find this video.
Okay.
They really get you with the thumbnails, though. It's like shouldn't even be allowed. Okay, let me see.
What do you mean by that? I gotta go in like a minute, by the way. What do you mean by
I'm
that?
gonna post this. I'm gonna post this video regardless. So,
Well, post
Not-
a yoga thumbnail that you're referring to. I need to do research on what you mean.
Can't do
Wait, it's
Okay.
NSFW for text chat?
Yeah, but I mean, it
Well, you
really
can
is,
DM
dude.
you can DM it to
I mean,
me.
it's dangerous, dude. I'll tell you the channel name. Hold on. Anyways, let me just real quick. Let me post this video.
No,
The
channel name.
actual
My
subject.
keyboard's ready. Channel name.
It's Amy something. Amy Yoga is part of the first channel.
Is Amy? What's Amy's ethnicity?
Flexi Amy. That's who it is. Flexi Amy. That's the name of the channel.
Checking now.
But that's right, dude. It's kind of she's real messed up with the thumbnails, dude.
Oh my god.
It's insane.
Oh my. You
But
are unhinged on. You are just. All right, Coach. I'm sorry. We can continue.
I'm a sucker for
This
but let
is
me.
not. All right. Sorry. What's the main demographic you think? Is it middle-aged white men?
I don't know. It's a good question. I have no clue. But these are smart women.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, it's not important, dude. You're making.
Sorry,
me
I got a minute left. Sorry, go ahead.
Damn it, dude. Let me real quick. I gotta find this real quick.
Just real quick, go on deafen, and you gotta watch one video real quick.
Oh, dude, I'm trying to find this stupid fucking black hole star.
I just dropped something for you, Chronic.
All right, you might have to DM it to me. I gotta go in less than a minute.
We'll pick it up next time.
Here it is. Here it is. Black hole stars. Watch this in your leisure time. Hold on. When you're done watching Flexi Amy.
I'm watching deep leg stretches right now.
Yeah, one thing you'll learn, even though she's got great videos.
It was posted one day ago.
Yeah, she posts like 3 a day. Even though she's got great videos, the thumbnail, like almost all these yoga people, they know some of them will have them naked in their thumbnail, and they're not.
No,
naked
that's just not allowed.
Actually, you'd be surprised. Years ago, I'd seen yoga videos where they do completely. It was disgusting. Actually, because they did it completely naked, but it was like yeah, I don't know.
You're going off the rails here. Yeah, just DM me your black hole star thing. All right, I gotta head out. But I'm gonna let deep leg stretches continue playing. Oh, I've seen the Kurtzgat. I've seen that video. I just forget the details.
Black hole star. You'll believe anything, huh? You guys will believe anything. Black hole star.
Yeah, sure thing. All right, great conversation, fellas. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
All right, have a good night. See you guys.
See you, bud.
Lucky Jeremy's not here. Would have roasted you with what was it? The night sun. the night. Yeah.
No, these are the principle that I use to determine if it's worthy of belief is physical principles. Okay, if same thing with logic and reason. If it's like if somebody gives you an argument, even if it sounds crazy, whatever, if it logically follows, if there's a a logical argument that can be constructed, then it's hard to argue with, right? And it's the same thing with the scientific shit. It's like it may sound crazy, but if the physics allows for it, or if it follows from the physics, then the physical principles that we know of, then I mean, how can you argue with that? You know what I mean? Like it's almost silly not to entertain. You know what I mean?
I agree. Look what I just posted. Read what I just posted.
Okay. I thought it was 717,000 galaxies. It's only 717 galaxies.
Yeah, so far that are
Greater than 8.
Yeah, that places them at 600 to 800 million years old.
No, it doesn't.
It says it right there.
Redshifts greater than 8.
Yeah.
I thought that would put the universe like 5 billion years old.
I think maybe your calculations were off, even with the. I didn't want to say anything, but I think even the previous calculations you did, bro, I think those were off.
No, it's just because like I said, like the Z, like if it's a redshift, it's not 1-for-1, but just for quick arithmetic. If you don't want to do any arithmetic, it's not unfair to use that as an estimate, right? Like there's other factors that could be at play that's causing that redshift. It could be an error, but yeah, it could be moving, whatever the reason is. But regardless, and also it's not a 1-for-1 calculation.
Kosha, they're confirmed. Look what it says. Spectroscopically confirmed. Try to say that.
Don't make me try to say that.
So spectroscopically confirmed, bro. Confirmed. One of them is only 200 million years old. Confirmed redshift of 13.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, so a redshift of 13, that makes sense. See, the
But that's
redshift of 8, the redshift of 8 tells me that it's like 5 billion years old. But yeah, redshift of 13 is, within a billion years of the beginning of the universe.
No, redshift greater than 8, let's say 9, will signify universe that was just 600 to when the universe was just 600 million years old. That's what it says here.
But that's not true though. That's what I'm saying. If redshift, see, that's what the part that says redshift of 13, that makes sense because redshift of 13, that's about 13 billion years ago. Within a billion years of the beginning of the universe. Redshift of 8. I mean, there could be ones greater than redshift of 8, but that's still between 0 and 5 billion years. Unless I'm missing something.
No, you're going against the. Where did I get this from? Sky and Telescope or something? Yeah, I got this from Sky and Telescope. And these are results from James Webb. I mean, you have papers, I have papers. It's a paper off. Too bad Chronic left. Wanted him to see this.
You're being harsh on him at first, man. That's the only reason I was laughing. I wasn't laughing. I was just laughing at how you got so aggressive.
No, he's like he pisses me off like sometimes the way he like he does it on purpose. It's like, oh, I'm so high and mighty. I have the answers. I'm giving you, homework to do. Yeah, right.
I think he's just
He
having
does it on
fun because
purpose. Yeah.
I think he's having fun because, to be honest, because you're funny. It's funny when you get serious. You know what I mean? Because you get serious and then you say things with like a silly, like you say things like in a silly, terms, but you're serious, and so it's just that's it's that's why it's fun to talk to you because it's not like real serious, but you sound serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
you haven't seen me real serious. But
yeah, but
yeah,
it's
like,
different. It's different from when other people are being like actual like nasty and stuff.
yeah, well, look, when some people get like condescending, yeah, I can get a little ticked off.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. So it's one. Oh yeah, that's why. It's 1 divided by 1 plus c. What the fuck?
So you had your numbers wrong.
Hold on, sir.
You see? And by the way, Chronic made you do the math. Did you notice that?
Yeah, but
He didn't do the
he
math.
agreed. He agreed that you could
He
almost.
put you to do it. So now you have to take the fall.
Hold on. How this works? Hold on.
So you're saying you made a mistake with the math?
I just
Because I could
the
have
red.
swore it was only off by a few hundred
No, I know.
million miles.
I know, but the
And now you told
Doppler
me
shifts.
5 billion. That's a big difference, bro.
No, but just give me a second. Let me get this correct, okay? Oh, it said. Hold on, dude. It says the redshift for the cosmic background radiation is over 1,000. Z equals over 1,000. So that throws the 1-for-1 thing out the window.
Here you go, bro. The most distant one. The most distant one ever found. There's the thing. So Houston, we's got a problem.
Fucking hell, I'm confused, dude. Hold on.
Anyways, I'm out, Kosho. You keep working on it. We'll pick it up tomorrow. Tell me how you did with the calculations, because your numbers don't make sense there.
No, dude, I fucking forgot, dude. It's so complicated. But yeah, yeah, I'll let you know. Good night, man.
And we'll talk to Chronic about that as well, because he was dead set on your calculations were right. So, anyways, we'll talk about it
It's a close
tomorrow.
approximation, but yeah, it's not always correct. But yeah, good night, man.
All right.
There you go. Oh, it's okay. Who wants to see the baby? Here we go. Have you seen the baby, Gio? Are you asleep?